Oké. Front brakes 2. Tire set 2. 110 liter.
So good afternoon everyone. We're live at Kyalami in South Africa. Let me check if the stream is working
Zet ik nog even de verwarming hier uit,
want
het is net te warm.
You can hear Tim and Sam chatting in the background. In Dutch, obviously.
Heb je wel een goede livery?
Let me check if everything is going to plan. I believe so. I believe so. I believe so. I believe so.
Ik ram nog bijna mijn stuurbasis van wheelstand af. Ik ram nog bijna mijn stuurbasis van wheelstand af.
I believe everything is working. Believe everything is working. Believe everything is working.
Oké, ik rijd dan ook met die brake bias van 60,4, dus vraag dat niet aan te passen.
There's a little bit of light. I will try and make it a little darker. So, as you can see, I'm wearing my Nürburgring shirt. There it is, just for luck. I'm gonna probably.
Ik sta trouwens links, dus dat is een voordeel.
Things will be different as we are used to.
Nou, volledige formation lab denk ik, hè? Ja.
I cannot stay in the server all the time, so we have to jump in and out now and then. I might even stop the game and restart it with monitor mode, single screen mode.
Air balloon motorsport.
At the moment I'm in VR, I'm not sure why.
10 seconds.
But we're gonna look along with, watch along with Tim, how he's going to do the start, so I'll be wearing my Oculus obviously.
Nou, dan heb ik niet de temperatuur gecheckt. Weet jij dat, Klaas? Hoe warm is het nu in de server?
Ik ga even kijken, moment. Nee, shit, ik weet niet of ik dat kan zien.
Als je op escape drukt, dan staat het er.
Oh ja, je wacht even, ik moest op drive drukken. Het is nu 33 track.
Okay, dan is het goed.
There we go, guys. So we're starting 17th. So that's not really what we wanted. There were a few tenths in it for me, but I didn't get them out.
Zal ik even de Max Verstappen doen en spinnen in de formation lab?
Yeah. But even with those few tenths, we were just going to be 14, 15, so it would only have
Ik wil onder even doen hoor.
gained us like 2 or 3 places max. So yeah.
Okay, nou, dan ga ik even liften.
Not sure. We're in the Lamborghini Huracan Evolution 2019 version.
Echt een 40-3 of zo.
And it's not particularly my cup of tea.
Ja, nou, ik had op zich een 41-0 en er zat nog wel een 40-8 in, maar nog een halve seconde. Misschien hebben ze gewoon heel veel op een setup ook, want ik had dus met die standaard CDA dat gedaan.
So like I said, I'm now in VR, but I'm not sure if I'm going to stay there if I'm not driving. Maybe I'm going to stop and start the game in single screen mode. I don't know. We'll see how things goes, but yeah, the start is
nog één ding.
Exciting.
Ik hoop niet dat het gebeurt, maar als mijn PC crasht, dan moeten we er volgens mij allemaal uit en dan moet ik er weer als eerste in.
Klopt.
Dus als ik in één keer weg ben, en dan probeer ik zo snel mogelijk op mijn telefoon te joinen terwijl een PC restart en dan kunnen we het even bespreken. Maar
het betreft fix je gewoon je computer, hoor. Je hoeft niet per se op de telefoon te joinen.
Nee, maar die moet ondertussen toch opstaan, dan weten jullie wat er gebeurd is.
Ja, er moet dus in elk geval wel altijd even iemand meerijden, zeg maar, om dit soort calamiteit met
het... Kun je hem dan overnemen dan?
Qua rijden? Wat bedoel je?
Ja, als jij nog in de service zit, terwijl ik dan eruit vlieg.
Nee, ik moet er ook uit. Iedereen moet eruit. Jij moet er als allereerste weer in en
ja, oké.
Dan sta je in de pits en dan moeten we kijken wie gaat rijden.
Ja, oké.
Maar heb jij ervaring dat je op PC crasht?
Nou, dat heeft hij heel lang niet gedaan, totdat hij het van de week weer een keer deed.
Och. Nou ja, we zien het wel. Heel veel succes, man.
Yo. Hopelijk geen ongelukken de eerste bocht.
8 uur is een heel eind. Denk om het broodje.
Ja.
Meerdere broodjes. Beter maar op safe. Eén keer eraf, rij je niet weer dicht. Ik denk dat ik het vooral tegen mezelf eigenlijk aan het zeggen ben, maar...
Nou, hoogmoed hè.
Moet ik spatten?
Als je wil, ja.
En bij de start ook direct al.
Ja. Laat maar doen.
Zelf weten. Succes.
Yo.
Green light, give it all you can.
Ik ga er niet naast, 3 heeft geen zin.
Je hebt links ook badjes 100. Binnenkant houden. Keurig. Zit iemand naast je?
Ja.
Rechts. Binnenkant, binnenkant. Binnenkant, zit iemand naast je? En gas. Woe!
Oké.
What the hell? Zit nog iemand naast je rechts?
Ja, ik zie hem. Hiervoor is krap.
Hij wint de bocht.
Oeh. Ze leggen. Nee.
Hij zit nog naast je. Hij zit nog naast je. Nou kun je ertussen. Perfect.
Nou, we leven nog.
Niet te dicht op zijn kont. Clear.
Oeh, nou de klok zit nog.
Ja, echt?
Ja.
Oké.
Die rijdt nu achter.
Je bent clear.
Yes, dank je.
Niks aan de hand insturen.
Oh,
Auto op links.
moet je eraf? Ja.
Hij zit binnenkant, binnenkant. En je... Ja, ja, perfect. Woo, guys, we survived first lap. Woo. Scary shit.
Ik weet niet of het aan de server ligt, maar sommige auto's die teleporteren een beetje.
Ik zie geen lag,
Oké.
Ik heb niet op een stream.
maar ik kan niet iedereen zien.
Stream lijkt smooth.
Je hebt een volle tank, hè?
Ja, weet ik, maar hij rijdt langzaam.
Nice. Ja, je bent clear. Whew. Epic stuff. We're seeing some stuttering. I'm not sure what that is. It's perhaps just a spectating, watching along.
Oh,
Een spin.
staat er eentje andersom. Ja.
En nog iemand aan de kant. Oh, die laat hem voorbij. Poeh. Crowded. Very crowded, guys. Drukke boel. Pas op straks in de bocht.
Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely the spectating part. He was actually braking and I was still hearing the engine roar. It's
Ja,
very...
het zit toch een beetje in een werklitsje, wat heel vervelend is.
ja, het is bij mij ook niet top, maar ik kan niet zeggen of dat nou het meekijken is.
Ja, ik weet niet.
Nou, hou maar afstand dan. So we're now in 15th already. We've gained 2 places. We dropped 1 during the starting first lap, and now we're in 15th. So we already gained, dropped 1, gained 3 places. So 2 overall. Oh my word, it's 8 hours of this, guys. 8 hours. Never done that before. Tops was 4 hours, I believe. No, that's not true. We once did a 12 hours. PPR, 12 hours. But that's a long time ago. So I forgot how that feels. So 8 is still a long way. If everything goes well, we're finished at 11 o'clock tonight. Who's this then? That's a Lexus, but I don't see a Lexus. Oh, there it is, Dave Erikman. Yeah, I was. This is the proper timing. I so hate this corner in the Lambo. Not sure how it would have gone in the Ferrari, but in the Lambo, that's not my favorite. Let's just say the Lambo is not my favorite. This next corners, this SS, also very tricky. I don't really trust the rear, but we've made a little adjustment. We have a softer anti-roll bar in the back, and we've dropped the rear 1 click. So it might be the rear is more stable. Clear.
Yes, dank u.
Mooi man.
Wel even nog.
Ja, hij was achter de backmarker.
Ja, klopt. Ze hebben gepit. Ik denk dat ze schade hadden.
I kind of missed that he was a backmarker, but he should actually not have been in front of us, I guess.
En gewoon 41 zie je met volle tank.
Zijn de lui die 41ers rijden?
Ja.
Meen je niet?
Dat zal kunnen zijn. Is een beetje...
Nou, dit groepje doet 43ers, dus jij kunt mooi meekomen.
Ja, nou die moeten wel voorbij komen. Maar het zijn moeilijk in te halen.
Ja, je kunt hier heel makkelijk verdedigen en ervoor blijven. Behalve op het rechte stuk.
Ja.
Yeah, this part it's nice. I like the track. Don't get me wrong. I love the track. I really love the flow of the track. But you have to have the proper setup. You have to have the faith in your car that it won't let you down, that the rear will stay behind you. And I'm not really getting that from the Lambo. It might be now we've made some changes. Hele mooie tijd. And that in traffic. So it will probably drop down, or go up, I mean. No, still not. Nice. New lap record. 42. If this continues. Well done. I'm impressed. 42,9. Zo.
Ja.
En dat in verkeer.
Ja.
Woe!
Op mijn scherm ging die links de muur in.
Ja, bij mij ook.
Fuck.
Fuck, duck. Het is echt niet fris, je hebt gelijk.
Nee. Jezus. Die neemt hier echt een bijzondere lijn, die Ferrari trouwens.
Ik ga even op een stream kijken of er iemand lag heeft.
Yes, is goed.
So guys, let's go and watch the official stream. Just to check if anybody has lag issues. I'm not seeing any. I can switch. Yes, there we are, guys. This is the official SRHI stream which you are watching at the moment now. I can put on a volume.
Let's wait and see what happens with those two out front.
Yeah, but you know, if some people are waiting and seeing, the others might want to be jumping in on that and trying to catch them napping as such. You know, it might be all good trying to nurse the car through the initial opening stage, but the proper real races, you always have it in. You think, oh, I reckon I could fit the car through there. We'll go for it. We'll risk it. So it really is a bit of a battle of the minds. I mean, talking about Vidago, he's a very quick driver, especially on the iRacing. So it'll be interesting to see how that car progresses through the pack as the Bentley getting the slipstream on the Audi, falling out. And will he be able to get the position into the first braking zone? Go Thorn.
Ja, dat is echt flink. Je kunt echt niet goed inhalen zo. Dat ga ik ook niet proberen. Met die hiervoor.
I'm gonna switch back to the stream. To Tim.
Maar ook in chat, Discord chat. Nog wat andere.
En je niet rijdt toch?
Ja.
Oh.
En dan ga ik nog niet tegen.
Ja, maar hoe? Hè? Wil iemand anders klaar gaan voor?
Ja, inderdaad.
Oké.
Ik zie helemaal geen lag issues.
Oh, Arwin wel.
Nee, ik ook niet. Maar ik zei dat er meer mensen zijn die dat wel hebben.
Ja, precies. Dat bedoel ik zo.
Hé, maar die pingmarkers, die zijn allemaal keurig.
Ja.
Of ze zijn gewoon niet juist.
De pingmakers hebben lek.
Ja. Alle pingmakers zijn groen, dat bestaat niet.
Ja, die Ferrari die is echt aan het teleporteren.
Ah, kut man. Is ook nog een Hollander, ja. De koning.
Ja.
Als je nou in Zuid-Afrika zat. So we got some warping Ferraris in front of us. Well, actually with just the one. So it's pretty difficult for Tim to see if we can overtake it or not. You don't want warping cars. You think it's to the left and suddenly it's to the right or something. You think you're 5 meters behind and then all of a sudden it was just 1 meter. Or you collide. Yes, that's it, that's it, that's it, that's it, come on. En clear.
Yes.
Top man.
Als op stream.
Ja?
Ja.
Hey.
Nice. Whoa. Man, Tim is doing very well. I'm hoping to drive just as well. But he's quick. I think I'm the slowest of the three of us. Let's get it out right away. I think I'm the slowest of the three of us. Yeah, I'm just not a whole... I'm more of a Ferrari driver and somehow the Lambo is different. Man, they're warping all over the place. Ik hoop niet dat hij zo warp bij jou als dat hij bij mij deed.
Hoe bedoel je?
Oké, goed zo, prima. So we're 14th. We're right behind number 13, S. Navsger. I'm sorry, mate, I don't know how to pronounce that properly. In a Lexus. A very bright Lexus. You cannot miss it. We are quicker. Now to see where we could try and pass him. Ooh, the Ferrari is very close. Don't tap us, mate. Oh, phew. Die kwam even heel dichtbij.
Ja, ik heb het idee dat hij zich een beetje remde.
Nou. Nou, jij wordt ook duidelijk opgehouden.
Ja, maar ja, je kunt bijna niet inhalen hier.
Nee. Goeie exit. Watch it, mate. Come on, give us a tow. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Yes, come on. Oh, stay there, stay there. No, 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 no. Oh, there's the Ferrari back again. Man, it's warping all over. It's ooh, wheel, a little wobble. And we're still behind him. So, another lap of the same. Ooh. Ooh, are you going to make it? Keep each other alive, yes.
Even
Ooh, don't tap him, don't tap him. Yes, nice exit, nice exit. Come on. If you have a proper exit and the other one makes a mistake, then you can take him out here. Ooh, don't overshoot. Don't overshoot the corner. Ferrari aan de binnenkant.
Ja.
Hij zit nu achter je. Man, this is frustrating. We're in a sandwich. The Ferrari is poking.
Oh, oké. Ja, dat is goed.
Binnenkant. Oeh. Ja, perfect. Wow. Epic stuff. Epic stuff.
Wie is aan het rijden, dat ik niet met iemand stoor.
Ik rij nu.
Heb jij hetzelfde probleem, Tim, met je stint time die omhoog gaat in plaats van naar beneden?
Ik zie wel een grote timer. Een hele laag grote timer. Ja, hij gaat omhoog. Ja.
Ja, iedereen hetzelfde probleem, dus het kan zijn dat er zometeen of iedereen een drive-through penalty krijgt of iedereen gedisqualified wordt.
Oh.
Ja, ze hebben iets fout ingesteld. Dus voor iedereen gaat die stint timers kapot zijn heel de race lang.
Hij staat ook op 500 uur of zo.
Ja, iedereen, ja, dat gaat ook omhoog, hè.
Ja.
Dat is minuten volgens mij.
Oh, die zie jij alleen zeker.
Ja, die kan je niet zien als je meekijkt.
Nee, ik denk het niet. Ik zie alleen de overall tijd en die loopt gelukkig wel af. Anders moeten we straks 16 uur of zo.
Kunnen jullie anders even deftenen? Dan kun je praten wat je wilt zeggen.
Zal ik even doen.
Yes.
Oké. Ja, apart. Ik ben aan het in de SRHI Endurance General kijken wat we moeten doen, want er zijn meerdere teams die hetzelfde issue hebben.
Ja,
Alleen het team van Chris dat blijkbaar goed is. Daar zijn we veel mee.
Jong. Nou, en veel warping wel wat.
Ja, dat is allemaal schaatsen, hè? Op de baan.
Hoe zeg je dat? Rubberbanding?
Ja, het is niet echt rubberbanding, hè. Het is echt gewoon, ze gaan wel vooruit, maar ze gaan gewoon schuin vooruit.
Oh, dat. Nou, dat was me nog niet opgevallen. Maar Tim die ging al een keer linksaf in de muur.
Ja, server is niet blij met zoveel mensen.
Kennelijk.
Hoe is jullie start? Oh, goed zo te zien, dus 13.
Ja, één plekje laten gaan en inmiddels vind ik wat gewonnen. Dus perfect, helemaal geen issues.
Okay, lekker.
En jullie?
1 plekje mogen. 7 rijden nu.
Maar een goede eerste ronde.
Ja, op zich wel. Ja, een paar mensen die voor ons eraf gingen en iemand die de eerste bocht of de tweede bocht aan onze zijkant kwam. Maar die is toen helemaal naar het laatste gevallen volgens mij.
Dus jullie zijn nu 6e?
7.
Oh, gewoon 7. Oké.
7, ja.
Jullie zijn 7 gestaat ook, toch?
Nee, 8.
Oh, 8. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Nou, goed zo. Mooi
en
man.
voor ons zitten 2 auto's binnen een seconde. Dus dat is nog wat te houden.
Nou.
Alleen, ik ben benieuwd wat ze doen met die stint timer. Want ik weet nog niet wat wij moeten doen, want je moet eigenlijk pitten voor 5-6 minuten.
Ja, we gaan het zien. I forgot you can see me on the camera, but yeah, I'm just human. I yawn now and then. So this goes very well. I'm going to hop over to the SRHI stream, and we're now 20 minutes in? Yeah, we're about 20 minutes in. So it feels already much longer.
The likes of Eckstein and Georges, who aren't battling behind, you know, just 2.5 seconds from Mitchell. So it's really going to be quite crucial to see when Mitchell gets to move down.
Maar ja, ik ga terug naar Erik toe. Als ik iets hoor, dan zou ik even iets laten weten.
Hey, top. Dankjewel.
Hij is gedeffend nog, hè, Tim? Dus deffen. Oké. Yo, succes.
Sixth, so not a terrible recovery. Obviously, early days yet. You've got a lot of time. You've got 7 hours, 38 minutes, and 3 seconds to make that time up. So it's not too big of a worry just yet. It's not ending anytime soon. So a good pace for Cox to work from 5/10 behind Aston Martin or Buki there. So yes, but this is the battle here between Mitchell and Marcus, the Audi versus the Aston Martin. We know the Aston Martin versus the Audi.
So where's Sam is only 6th. It's not Cox driving, and they're 6th.
He's just trying to avoid giving the toe to Mitchell, to make life a little bit more difficult. But Mitchell didn't try and follow him either. So I think now we are maybe starting to see them slightly work together a little bit, put aside their car differences and just get on with it. But that chasing back behind, the formidable sight there.
Normally he's very fast, but
in the Ferrari.
It will probably
some very well equipped
machinery. Probably mean those others are pretty fast as well.
Not over yet by any means, Alex, and I can't wait to
normally
see
he's on a podium.
Absolutely enthralling.
I would reckon. Regan Mitchell in seconds. Just showing our
just over 23 minutes
Audi.
This race.
So an Audi in the lead.
At the moment. So it's the 137 that leads the way.
Patrick,
so that's my caution with Mitchell in the 21.
Pink pair of Pink Porkers Porsche.
Just over half a second. We'll
Pink
actually
Porsche.
go to Patrick Travers, one of the drivers in the pair of Pink Porkers 912. In the pair of Pink Porkers 912. Porsche 911 was Dave Hedges. Now is made his way up into P30. Now is closing on the 635 of Russenars. So it is it's the 137 McCouche, the 21 of Mitchell, the 911 of Eckstein, 15
What's
of
the
Georges,
gap? We're just out of
333, Nard Cox in the 74, Yannick
on the screen at the moment.
ahead of Marcel Viss in the 969.
Oh,
Chris
they have a scrolling bar down below. That's nice.
The number 12 Lexus ran at
That's
top 10.
very professional, man. Whoa.
The number 16 Mercedes.
Awesome stuff. Oh, that was why they wanted those
13 Lamborghini
side shots. How you of our car.
Sebastian Nafska
Epic
in
stuff.
the 220 Lexus, top 15 ahead of Simon Zimmerman.
Never
who
seen
is
one
closing.
do that before.
Zimmerman has been absolutely winding up
in
the
a
whip
stream.
on that car. He went half a second quicker than Navska on that last lap, so could be going into the top 15.
And it's real time.
And
Weird.
well, that's
Not sure how they did that.
If I'd have known that earlier, Steve.
Okay, stint time moet aangehouden worden.
Wat staat er in de chat?
They've got a 17-year-old Dutch.
Iets met thanks for your understanding, maar...
Stint time moet aangehouden worden, denk ik.
Ja, is dat de in-game chat?
Ja, in-game staat wat. Ik kan het niet zo snel lezen, want het was een heel bericht.
Nee.
Mensen die niet rijden moeten liever.
Misschien dat Klaas het kan zien?
Nee, het is bij mij ook weg.
Oh ja, word je niet. Wacht even. Tim?
Ja?
Mensen die niet rijden moeten liever gewoon.
Oh, oké.
En je moet je houden aan de stint timer nog steeds. Ook al werkt die niet.
Oké, goed. Dan moeten we, als de klok hier op 6:55 staat, dan...
Ja.
Komt goed. Oké.
Succes jongens.
Wat bedoel Wesley?
Hij is weg.
Ik heb het door. Dat betekent, wat hij zegt, dan moet ik eruit.
Ja. Ik weet niet, jij
Ja,
zit in
waarschijnlijk kunnen er wel twee
de
mensen in
chat
zitten
even-
op het
de
moment
chat
dat je
even
gaat wisselen, maar
bijpakken.
gewoon de rest van de tijd niet.
In de chat staat wat moet gebeuren.
Ik heb het niet gelezen. Wat,
Maar dan
wat
kunnen
zeggen
jullie
ze,
nou
Sam?
zien wat er gaande is, hè?
Ja, moet je even kijken. Jij kan dat gewoon zien.
Nou, ik ga wel even kijken dan.
Als je gewoon back to garage doet, kan je dat gewoon zien.
Let me check. Back to garage, he says. I find this stuff very scary, but we're gonna do it. We seem to have some issue with the server. We want to ask people who are not driving to leave if possible and only join at the end of the stint of the current driver. Thanks for your understanding. Yeah, that would mean we have to go out. So I guess I'm going out. Ja, ik moet eruit. Helaas. Nou, dan ga ik quitten.
Dat schiet niet echt op voor de stream, nee.
Nou ja, dan zet ik de SRHI streamen maar op.
Ja.
Het is niet anders. Oké, that's a shame.
Nou ja, je kan je eigen stint streamen en dan kan je mijn stream eventueel toch streamen, maar... Misschien die van Tim de volgende keer wel, maar nu kan hij dat niet aanpassen natuurlijk.
Nee, precies. So guys, we had to go out of the server. We had to leave the server. So that's a pity. So I'll gonna put up the volume.
Few lack of other cars, but
and this is
yeah,
it. We have to follow it, watching
car choice, and there's number 15.
what
though.
everybody else is watching.
Currently finds himself in P4. Could he be on the podium? Well, this will certainly help,
that's
won't
a
it, getting
shame.
past Eckstein?
Obviously,
We'll
when I
have to
go
wait and
to
see.
drive myself,
And there you see
you can
Mitchell in
obviously,
the Sim Sport
watch along,
Racing
how I'm doing
car,
if you're,
closing
that's
up
no
on
problem.
the leader. He's not seeming too
But we seem to have server issues. That's
invulnerable
the
here.
first time.
You might be leading the
Oh,
race,
we even
but
have a
there's still
split
people behind
screen.
you are wanting to certainly
Van
gain that
Cruci
position
wordt
from
boos
you.
op me omdat ik een 42
The Audi
6
is just having to keep the
Ja, hij zegt,
Aston
come on,
Martin
this is disappointing.
at
There's
bay for
good
the
pace in
time
this
being.
car. Hallo.
There's all sorts of back.
Get direct.
Wie was dat?
Crew chief. Die is niet blij met een 42 6. Oké.
What?
Wij ook niet, Tim, doorrijden.
Dat is flop, man. Jezus. So he did a 42.6. That's epic stuff.
Been a talk about pizza. Don't say that at 2:35 in the afternoon, British summertime, please, guys, in the chat, because otherwise people will start getting hungry.
Yeah, very.
But yeah, we've, but also a really good lineup actually. Clayton Barney, one of the regulars in GT3, Christian Malsharek also in that. As you can now see, that Yannick Valenduk. So Yannick Valenduk, Nard Cox, and Istvan Pulki now battling over what is 5th position.
Yeah, this is
So,
not what I had expected.
It's Aston Martin versus Lamborghini
We'll
versus
we'll have to
so that
make
is
do.
Gaydon,
Make do, yeah.
Sant'Agata Bolognese, and also Crew. And the biggest thing now is that Nard Cox is the one that's got to make the biggest decision. on when do I attack, and when do I make this Huracan's hiney as wide as humanly possible.
Not Cox is in a
That
sandwich.
basically is an
Not
Americanization
Cox is in
term
the
for rear end.
sandwich
There's
between
so
I,
many you
Pookie,
could say,
and
you could
Yannick
say
Vallendoek.
rear end, the backside of that Lamborghini.
That's our
the
sister team.
Rear wide haunches. So I just thought I'd throw another
Team
sort
Rocket
of,
the Fast. We are Team Rocket the Furious. We are Furious.
Doing a
And
good
he's,
job, just
well, I
keeping this
guess
Lamborghini,
Yannick might be
very,
furious as
very
well.
honest as we
Now
are
he's
about to
being
hit
held up by two
our
guys.
first
He's
half
been
an
held up
hour.
by Sam. Who'd have thought that?
And Nard Cox definitely the well, I mean the thing is that if Pookie and Vallendoek were layers of pasta, Nard Cox would definitely be the bolognese filling in a lasagna sandwich right there and then.
I thought we were not talking about food, and I'm very hungry now. We're on pizza.
Lasagna,
Now
yeah,
I'm
that would be
hungry.
nice.
Blame the podcast director for that one. He whispered, he said that to us, and I went, you know what? Just to do that, just to spite
Epic, this
him.
picture-in-picture with
I
the
thought,
rear
you know what?
rear-facing
If you want
camera
some,
on the
come get
Lambo.
some. Let's go for it. But it's
Epic
fun,
stuff.
Pookie. Let's just
I don't know how they do
We're
that. If that's
digressing again now, but
some
that's the whole
server-side
point
thing.
of these yeah. All right, Luigi.
No, or just streaming with OBS or something, but nevertheless,
but you can
it's
see that
well
this
done.
Pookie, well, he's nearly making a mistake here that could allow Nard Cox to close in. That was going through Crowthorne, now into the
And
drip
it's scrolling
sweep,
bar
and
underneath
into,
it as well.
barbecue.
Epic stuff.
But again, that Aston just seems to have the legs on the Lamborghini. And
So
one
Tim,
of the other things
13th,
about the Lamborghini,
2.7 seconds
we've got a
down
couple
from
of those cars on the field.
Timmermans.
We've also got its
Timmermans.
sister car, the Audi R8 LMS Evo. But they're two very different animals to drive. The Audi is a bit more compliant, whereas the Lamborghini, it's got so many straight lines on that design. It looks rather aggressive, and it looks like it could snap your head off at a moment's notice.
Yeah, quite aggressive in looks and in driving style. Just noticing the Aston Martin of Pookie there. He's been going wide a couple times, a couple corners, making himself very susceptible to an attack being launched from the two cars behind, the very large Bentley and the Lamborghini, as you said earlier. So it's going to be tough for the Aston Martin driver here. He's going to have to,
right on his
as you say, make the car quite wide.
Man.
And
you just cannot make any
mistake.
mistake.
See the Lamborghini's trying to get
Not
run.
the slightest
I reckon
mistake.
possibly
Sam
down
will be
into
there.
the main pit straight. Seems
And
to get overtaken.
same goes for
here.
Sam. If he makes a little mistake, Yannick is right there to take
the limits. But at the moment, it's the
opportunity.
333 car. Aston Martin leading the way in fifth. Just from
Yannick is wel lekker bezig.
Echt wel?
Raakt wel lekker aan.
Echt wel? Nou, je hebt Tim even op mute.
Ja.
Ik zie het.
In the Bentley behind.
Zo wil ik gaan praten dan. Is toch handig als hij gebeurt.
Nou, inderdaad.
Into Crowthorne.
Dikke vlam uit die Aasten.
Ja, klopt.
Ben je aan het meekijken? Ben je niet aan het drukken?
Nee, ik ben aan het runescapen, dus ik heb schermen genoeg natuurlijk. Dus ik heb de stream aanstaan in Discord. Niet te drukken, dat neemt iets te veel concentratie op.
Nou, misschien had je wel een monitor op je dashboard waarop je de stream kunt kijken.
Even een omweggetje gemaakt, maar geen plekken verloren.
Oh, we hebben het niet gezien.
Now, I've just noticed that
we hebben het niet gezien.
We've got
Kom je goed mee weg.
In the 911. They started 9th on the grid. That Porsche
Ja, dat is wel jammer, want ik zat 3-10 onder mijn tijd. Dat was een 2:41 geworden.
Ik zou zeggen, het is geen wedstrijd. Maar dat is wel, hè?
Oeps. Ja, toch.
Is het beter nu met rijden trouwens, dat er lui geliefd zijn?
Nou, ik zit niet zo heel dicht bij andere auto's nu, dus ik weet het niet precies zeker, maar
Hij draait nu
ik denk dat het wel beter.
soepel. Nice. Oeh, toe. Sam almost went for it. Naad.
Ja, die Simon Timmermans zit achter me.
Oh, die is in de regel wel redelijk vlot.
Ja, ik liep op hem uit, maar ik maakte nou een foutje. Ik had bijna diegene voor ons te pakken, bleef P12. Maar nou heb ik 1,5 seconde verloren.
Timmerman.
Ja, Clash of the Timmermans.
Ja, eigenlijk ja.
And so now that Regan's come out of the dirty air
Timmermans.
of Radoslav Makush,
We're in
a
Immermans sandwich.
Going quicker again, and he was nearly 0.3 of a second quicker on lap number 19. 1 minute 42.321 from Mitchell, and Makusha 1:42.615. So being in the dirty air can actually hurt your
you know,
race
drop
and
back
actually being a little bit
3.6
further away
seconds.
from it.
So
And then you got this trio of reprobates here battling away, and no one's wanting to give an inch, no one's wanting to take
Tim,
a
heb je al
mile
zicht
either.
op je dubbelstint of niet?
Nou, laat maar gewoon pitten, denk ik.
Oké, dan ga ik even een break en dan ben ik straks weer terug.
Is goed.
Blijf jij in de buurt, Arwin?
Ja, ik blijf wel in de buurt. Ik zal niet inlossen.
Ik zit er niet in, dus maakt niet uit.
Oh ja, dat mag ook niet.
Nee, je hebt alleen de hoofdstream om mee te kijken nu.
Klopt. So I'm gonna leave you guys for a little break. I might be up after that. So yeah, I'm gonna take a short pit stop myself. And I'll leave you with the stream, and I'll be back in around 20 minutes. Right in time for my stint. So yeah, I'm gonna disable the cam, and you'll see me when I'm back.
Verloor hem heel even.
See you in a bit, guys.
Oké, nou is Timmerman er tenminste langs, dat scheelt. Ik verloor hem in de S.
That was the wrong button. That was the wrong button. I should disable the camera.
Behind him,
this.
so the order has stayed the same between the two.
There it goes.
Getting out the dirty air, Mitchell through there, 1.2 seconds away. Just a nice
Ja, pressures worden laag. Volgens mij is het redelijk afgekoeld al.
32 graden, 2 graden.
Consistent laps in, which is really what the game is in endurance racing. It's
zit 27 rechtsachter.
I'm decent pace and making the right calls on strategy. It sounds easy, but
dat houdt niet over,
nee.
Alex. Maar je bent ook al 40 minuten in de race, dan wordt altijd wat zachter.
The theory is a lot easier than practical, I can guarantee you that much. But one of the other things now, that this three-way scrap could become a quartet, because Marcel Viss in the 969 artwork car is not that far behind. He was actually within a second of Yannick Valenduk in the 301 Bentley, as this battle continues to wage on. More clouds overhead, and the wind has pretty much stayed exactly the same as it was last time, about 2 kilometers an hour. As Timmermans battling away with motorsport number 16 of Thomas van Schaik, as now going through into Loikop. Nybo looked up Timmermans looked up the inside, nearly a little bit of a touch, but the Aston's going to get the run on the Mercedes coming out of Loikop. And now head down through into Mineshaft, but could the Mercedes... Oh, that's a sweep and a half around the front bumper of Timmermans from Van Schaik going through into the Crocodiles. Oh, that was absolutely brilliantly timed, but was there a little bit of a run wide from Van Schaik? There was, and now they're going to go through into Cheetah, but Van Schaik still keeps the Mercedes ahead of the Aston Martin. Has anyone got the Jaws music, figuratively speaking, in the background? Because I see Simon Zimmerman from Speed Friction Racing in the number 8 Bentley. He's now back up to 13.
Nakt is er weer af.
And he is
over het broodje, dus hij ligt daar stil.
Oh, nog steeds? Ik ben er nu.
Oké.
There he is then, that's the pace.
Oké, hij is net weg.
De stream loopt achter natuurlijk.
Didn't leave much room for any mistakes.
Ik hoorde wel de gele vlag.
Nevertheless, kept ahead.
Dat was hij dus
And yeah, so Zimmerman
over het broodje gespind.
Ja, dat is een gevaarlijke.
I'd be terrified if
ook
I
in Lambo, hè?
Ook in een Lambo.
Out with the Mercedes ahead. Now you've got a Bentley chasing you down. You don't know where to look. Mirrors or ahead. It's all very interesting. You see certain moves being quite calculated actually between the drivers, knowing where people are slightly going wrong, like the Lamborghini there with the Bentley, and knowing how to capitalize on those incidents. This seems like deja vu from just a lap ago between the Lamborghini and the Bentley car there. The Lamborghini making a slight mistake. Bentley might have half an opportunity, but as you see behind, you see you've got the other chasing car there catching up, and these lot has kind of been battling and really have been wasting a lot of time trying to get around each other. You just wonder who's going to have to just pull the trigger and just go for it and try and sprint away to avoid being chased down by the rest of the pack. And there it goes, the blue Lamborghini, the 74 car is Cox. He started the front row, had an incident early on, and he's had another incident now, and that is going to cost him for quite a long time, Alex. Not another incident, for the Lamborghini driver.
And that was the team on pole position. Of all teams, the pole position sitters have been put through the absolute South African ringer here at Kyalami. Pascal Eckstein, you can now see he is getting closer and closer to Regan Mitchell. Gap now just under 1.7 seconds. And just behind him is the 22 SimSport Racing Aston Martin. That's got Dave Hedges, and good to see that Chris Hill is on fine form in the YouTube chat, as is Aaron Walker, putting up a picture of an emoji of a shark there. Thanks, guys. But to be honest with you, I'd like to sort of, you know, in some respects, reference whether there might have been a slight incident there. It's difficult because, you know, Nard Cox is the one that's having to go through what I like to call, this is when they're put through the meat grinder. You know, the first stint is always the most difficult because you're the one that's going to set the pace for the team, and then the team then has to respond accordingly and put those strategies into place. So, like, straight away, if Dark Sky Racing were leading after nearly 40 minutes, which is what we're about to hit very shortly, they would be probably smiling a little bit more than the frowns that are not upside down at this particular moment, because it's one of those things, as someone's had a bit of a moment going through Cheetah. I'm wondering if that is Nard Cox. Now, one of the other things that I'm going to say here now, Cameron, is that car is actually, that's got damage. So what will happen is that you can see now Van Schaik, Timmermans, and there's Zimmerman. That now says to me that that Lambo has got damage. So Nard Cox is having to fight with the vehicle. And good to see Chris Pinchbeck's mum Jean with us as well. Good afternoon, Jean. Hope you're keeping well. Long time no hear, or no, long time no read your messages in the chat. But you can see here, Cox is struggling. Okay, so let's have a look at the replay with Nard Cox. Now, this is going through Mineshaft. We're going to go through into the Crocodiles. So into the right-hander. So he closes up on Pookie in the 333. Now they're going to go through into the right-hander here at Cheetah. Oh, and loses the back end. Oh, now he might have gotten a little bit of assist there, but he did that all on his own. And then all of a sudden, the car behind went, oh, I can't do anything. So, and that was Yannick Valenduk. So Valenduk had nothing really to do with that. But Zimmerman now is right up close and personal. Zimmerman is closing up to Timmermans and Van Schaik, and there is Nard Cox. And Timmermans looking up the inside of Van Schaik, going through into the Crocodiles. Now the short run through into the right-hand sweeper here at Cheetah as the Lamborghini of Cox goes through. And they've got the left-hander, the final corner, the 16th and final turn, Ingwe. And, yeah, Yannick Muller's just put in Death Corner, striking again. Oh, okay, well, that's an appropriate corner name, isn't it? It's a bit like Hell Corner at Mount Panorama, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. We saw the Lamborghini, we mentioned earlier, it looks quite aggressive in nature and the way it drives. I think that just emphasises that, really, to just sort of lose the back end. And that damage, I thought it was going to be a slaughterhouse on the rear straight there between the slipstream adding to it and the Mercedes driver there. But Cox still managing just somehow to keep it ahead of this pack. They're kind of battling throughout, so that might have helped him, but the damage is certainly not going to assist with his race. You do wonder how much damage there is now. He's had a couple incidents, and how the team are going to have to react with that one. So starting on pole and finds himself down in 10th. It's not brilliant, I'll be honest, but it could still be worse. And here we are then, the Bentley on the Aston Martin. Valenduk versus Pookie. It's close, it's still close. Pookie's still keeping its head in there, but the Bentley trying to go the long way round. Dips back into the slipstream, dives down into the left. Can he keep it tight? Slips back into the slipstream. And once again, the Aston Martin is still ahead of the Bentley. What about into the braking zone, though? Yes, it still is a 333 car. The Bentley now taking a shorter route. It's going to come down to the final couple of corners here through Cheetah. Here we are then, the Aston Martin still just keeping a car length ahead. The 6 car, though, is still battling it out, 301. Bentley is chasing down the Aston Martin. That was ever so close, but we go on to the pit straight. This is where the move is likely to happen, if it's going to happen. You've got the toe, you've got the straight line speed of both cars into the braking point through kink, which is may as well not exist, but Crowthorne is a corner that does exist, and the Bentley on the inside gets the job done. Is there a switchback? There's an attempt at a switchback. The Aston Martin cannot prevail, but it is the Bentley in front. Alex, this is phenomenal.
Keep your eyes on Marcel Viss in the 969. Artworks now coming into the fray. And this is again the battle for 5th position. So Yannick Valenduk in the 301 car. As we go back to Thomas van Schaik as Timmermans absolutely hustling that Mercedes like it was going out of fashion. And here comes Simon Zimmerman for the party. That's going through into sunset. Oh, goodness. This is now just under 44 minutes in. Yeah, and as our broadcast director, Steve Proudy, goes, yeah, there's only 7 hours and 16 minutes to go. Yes, and yeah, I think I'm going to use my favourite saying. Ladies and gentlemen, you ain't seen nothing yet. But, oh, run wide from Van Schaik, and that was going through the exit of the S's. And now Zimmerman trying to go up the inside of Timmermans. That's going through into Loikop. Oh, Van Schaik runs it very, very wide, and Zimmerman goes, thank you very much. That's 2 in 1. That was brilliantly timed there. Zimmerman has been the driver on fire at the moment. And that was absolutely brilliant. Well timed by him. And at the moment, Yannick Valenduk, having got past Istvan Pukki in the 333 Cup Team Future Esports esports car, has now got Marcel Vies just behind him. So the 969 from Artworks. And then we've got the 321 of the Team Abbey Racing. That's Chris Vickers behind the wheel. As now, Marcel looking up the inside of Pukki there, going into Crowthorne. So Bentley on Aston Martin yet again. Yeah. Aaron Walker's just asked, how is Dave Hedges doing? Dave is unfortunately down. Dave Hedges currently down in 35th position, I'm afraid, Aaron. And there is the man himself. Drifter Dave, as he's known in the SimSport racing community. Yeah, the funny thing is, unfortunately, he hasn't got his buddy that also likes to go a bit sideways. Stephen Haley alongside. But now these drivers are really pushing. We are 45 minutes into this 8-hour race here at Kyalami. And there is Patrick Treffers closing in on the number 44. That's of the F1 idiots and that's Ian Thompson behind the wheel. Very interesting livery on that Ferrari. And then they have got the Mercedes up ahead. That is the 635 car, the Mercedes AMG. That's the Miata Racing team with Mika Rosenars behind the wheel.
Yeah, you see interesting.
Everyone's still circulating though, and to be honest, we've only got the last 2 cars, the 11 and the 73 at the moment, Cameron, that are not on the lead lap. So minimal backmarker traffic. It just seems like a lot of people, they're just battling for position at the moment, which for the first nearly, nigh on 50 minutes has been absolutely spellbinding at the moment.
Yeah, they haven't not bothered about trying not to get the fisticuffs out. They're properly in the wrestling ring, these drivers here. And as you mentioned interesting liveries before, we've got to call out the interesting pink on the Porsche there, the Porker's car. This is an interesting one. You certainly know it's that car, that's for sure. It's easily relatable from the eyes. And there he is. And yeah, a bunch of interesting liveries throughout the field. It's nice to see the teams expressing themselves through that. And it's well, livery doesn't make you fast, although I wish sometimes it did. But there we go. This is the pack then. You've got Treffers, Thompson, and Royce Nars. They're all gathered up together. You do find this in all sorts of motorsport. You get packs of cars, and some break away, some don't. And yeah, minimal backmarker traffic. It's going to happen at some point. And that is where
Kun je zien wat de temperatuur is op het moment? Ik denk haast dat we wel misschien wel 2 tikjes omhoog gaan.
Who is making themselves susceptible is Eckstein, P3 is under pressure from George's in P4, the Ferrari versus the Porsche. As we go down through the kink into Crowthorne.
Ik zal even kijken.
Not enough really to make a move, but we see moves.
Temperatuur is prima, maar pressure is redelijk laag. Maar het is ook in de stint nu, dus dan is het sowieso laag.
I just like to preserve my car in one piece, but there we go. The Ferrari, George is chasing down Eckstein.
Ja, nog 15 minuten.
Vickers battling with,
Tijd staat op 7:10 en we moeten bij 6:55 wisselen, uiterlijk.
Is Treffers gaining there through Lukop into turn 11. Interesting corner, one of my favorites. That is quite terrifying on the way in.
Nee, maar er staat een klok bovenin, hè. En 65 minuten vanaf daar. Vanaf start. En start was 8 uur.
An hour in yet of this 8-hour race around Kyalami. Do stay tuned, because if it's going to be anything like this for the rest of the race, then we're in for an absolute mental race, Alex.
Yeah, well, I've just seen there has been a 15-second time penalty handed out.
Ja, maar de bandenstrategie staat natuurlijk nog op 34 graden, dus daar moet je even rekening mee houden.
I just caught the tail end of
in het pitmenu.
So someone's been hit with a 15-second time penalty, possibly for an incident. I'm not 100% sure. But if there's an SG30 after a pit stop, stop go 30 for speeding in the pit lane, drive through.
Jij hoeft nu toch alleen maar te kijken naar wat je nu rijdt, Tim.
Ja, klopt, dat weet ik, maar ik kan de temperatuur ook niet zien. Daar kun je beter naar kijken dan wat het nu is, want mijn spanning is ook gezakt omdat ik over curves raak en sowieso zak je spanning. Dus je kunt niet
kan het trouwens wel zien als je wil in je pithut.
Ja, dat klopt, dat klopt. Maar die heb ik
nu wel.
That is the Bentley that has got Tobias Handwerk behind the wheel. So that particular car, that is the CRL racing team. So they've got a 15-second time penalty, so that's not going to be quite good for them. That will be served on the pit stop. But Simon Zimmerman closing in on the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo of Pole Sitters Dark Sky Racing with Nardcock still behind the wheel. Zimmerman goes towards the inside, heading into Crowthorne. Not on that particular occasion. Just up ahead, they have got Istvan Pukki.
Ja, die is nog twee keer voor gezet. Of heeft hij zichzelf gezet.
Lexus just up ahead. So that has now quickly exacerbated and has become a four-way scrap for what is now P8 on the road.
Zimmerman's had a really good start to this race. He's really, every time we've come to him, we've had to compliment him on just the pace he's showing in that Bentley there. And he is really trying to charge his way through the field. And now he's got 3 cars ahead of him. I bet there's half a chance he's going to try and go for each one of them, Alex. Because, wow, you have to, wouldn't you, with the pace that is. You see drivers trying to conserve tyres, conserve the car. But Zimmerman's putting all that to the side and just going pedal to the metal there. All on the loud pedal and not too much on the quiet one as we go through Luke up in through turn 11 again. But it is the Bentley now is chasing down. We need the Jaws music. Get the Jaws music again. And because that is a terrifying prospect, especially if you are Cox or any of those cars just up ahead, because Zimmerman is going to want to make quick work out of all of them, Alex.
Yeah, very much the case. And it looks like that is the... there's a particular... Yeah, I was wondering what that was on the left-hand side of that car. That is...
Mijn spanning piekt nu zo'n beetje op 27,6.
I think there was... it looks like there's something...
Maar niet bij alle banden. Heb ik het idee.
On the case of what is happening, you know, different logos and stuff like that. So, okay, right, I'm just going to have a look. So, there was an incident reported.
Ja, het wisselt constant. Maar nu zit bijvoorbeeld linksvoor even op 27,3.
Tobias Handwerk. So the CRL car was
ja, maar ja, de andere deel van het circuit zit hier weer op 27,6. Dus dat is even... moet uitgaan naar het maximum, niet het gemiddelde.
So it was basically that it was a bump and run, according to the team of DC Racing, Sim Racing Flaming Bird. So that has meant that the stewards have decided 15-second time penalty for Tobias Handwerk.
Oké, dan als ik de pitstraat van 34 pak.
Within the first hour, there's Pascal Eckstein,
Mag even.
and there is
Sorry.
Georges behind in the number 15 from Odyssey Racing. So Daniel Georges trying to put the frighteners on and was just over a 10th of a second slower on that, well, 10th of a second quicker, as we've now exceeded. We're on lap number 32.
Ja, dan moeten we die van 34 2 kliks weer op. Dan zouden we goed moeten zitten. Nee, 3 kliks dan, want dit is al 1 klik waar ik nu mee rijd.
Zeg, als je het definitief hebt, geven wat je hebt, dan gooi ik dat weer in chat.
Ja, ik heb hem nog niet ingesteld hoor. Nog 10 minuten gaan. Ik zit vlak achter iemand, kijken of ik die nog kan pakken.
Has actually pitted, so that run comes to an end. Now, one of the other things will be, will he stay in that car? So there's also now been a warning handed out for the 777, and that's Patrick Vance. So that was contact at turn 15, which would have been Cheetah on lap number 11, reported by Marvin Ingenberth. And so effectively, Vance spun Ingenberth in the eyes of the...
Het is nog hooguit 9.
Ja, hooguit 9. Ik heb nog 10 minuten brandstof, zegt hij, dus we hebben het heel goed uitgemikt.
Ingenberth was spun, lost 2 positions and gained
je hebt er nog een inlap in.
Ja, dat ook nog.
Have given the 777 a warning for that incident. As we fast approach 55 minutes on the clock, down 7 hours.
Je kunt, als je over een paar minuutjes server in gaat, dan zal ik je requesten.
Volgens mij kan je hem al erop zetten hoor.
Ja, klopt.
Esports 333 Aston of Istvan Puki. As they now head through into the Crocodiles.
Ja, wat mij betreft prima hoor. Ik moet er toch een keer in. Ook de juiste bandenset? Welke bandenset heb jij dan?
Ik heb nu...
Ja, doe maar rustig aan hoor, wanneer je tijd hebt.
Pit strategy staat op off, dat is niet goed. Oh, dat is de pit limiter, laat maar.
Niet aanzetten.
Nee, ik probeerde hem aan te zetten, maar hij ging niet aan, gelukkig. Dan denk eraan, die is handmatig.
Ja, die zet ik er ook bij.
Pit strategy 1 is tire Z 3. Die staat nu op 26.6, 26.5, 26.2, 26.1. Maar dat is als het goed is nog die van 34 graden.
Ja, dat is echt veel te snel. Dus zeg dat straks nog maar een keer.
Ja, oké, maar die moet dan... als ik nu 1 klik bij op doe, is wat ik nu mee rijd. Nog een klik erbij op is +1 alles. Maar we kunnen ook +1 of +2 van wat ik nu doen. Dat maakt mij niet zoveel uit.
Dat moet jij met
ik denk dat dat kan.
Green light, go, go, go.
Oké, Klaas, zit je in de server al? Oké. Ja, ik zit nu met die pit nu aan het plooien, dus de tijden lijken nergens op, maar goed. En nog 2 of 3 rondjes of zo. Moet ik de pressure dan even opnoemen? Ga ik hem nu opzet?
Dat mag, nog steeds hoor.
Oké, ja, ik ga nu weer van het stuk af. Dus.
Ja, zeg maar Zeg straks maar de voorkant wanneer je tijd hebt.
Dat is 26,8, 26,7.
Nee, maakt niet uit.
Oké, dan moeten we wel.
Zeg maar achter wanneer je er nu weer tijd hebt.
26,4, 26,3. Het zou 2 kliks gaan moeten zijn van wat ik nu rijd. Klopt dat?
Sorry. Ik heb het in chat gezet. In Discord.
Ja. Daar zet ik jou op. Want is dit 1 of 2 kliks meer dan ik al had? Want in de drive ding staat de pressure waarmee ik ben gaan rijden. Die 34 is namelijk dat plus 1 ben ik mee gaan rijden. Plus 0,1 moet ik zeggen.
Ja, dat heeft hij.
Nee, die rechtsvoor is lager dan linksvoor.
Dat is wel gek, want je bocht, de baan is
Ja,
linksaf.
dat zou ik niet doen. Wat wil je zeggen?
Dat is wel heel raar. Ja.
Nee, maar zoals die staat.
Zoals die in de Discord chat staat nu.
Oké, ja, ik wilde wel een tikje weer op doen, achter, beide. Nu 605, 604 achter, ja? Ja, maar je moet, ja, ik zet hem 605, 604, want dan denk ik dat je dan beter uitkomt. Oké, dan kom ik er nu aan het einde van de lap in. Want dan zitten we gewoon ruim binnen de tijd.
Ja, dat is goed.
Ik heb nog 7 liter. Zal ik er dan 105 in gooien?
Nee, zorg maar dat er gewoon weer 110 in zit, wou ik zeggen. Zorg maar dat er gewoon 110 in zit.
Ik moet er nu in. Ik weet niet waar onze pitbox zit, dat is wel even een goeie trouwens. Oeh, dat is wel enkel. Oké. Ik zie hem, ik zie hem. Heel goed. Ik zet de ignition uit, maar ik kan hem weer. Oké, pitstop is gestart. Ik zet de ignition weer meteen voor je aan. Je hoeft alleen de starter te doen. Oké, er was blijkbaar 1 seconde schade. Ik weet niet waar dat van komt, maar dat is toch. Top. Ja, prima. Ja, ik kom aardig. Maar we worden nou ingehaald, denk ik. Oké, nog kunnen? Ja. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Succes.
Rustig aan, de eerste 3 rondes.
Gaat hij niet? De starter, alleen de starter, geen ignition.
We have a stop and go penalty.
Oké, nou ja. Pit limiter? Nee, jammer. Niks aan te doen. Ik ga nu uit de cirkel. licht van apparaat is op.
Yellow flag in sector 2.
View. Ik zal Klaas even deffen.
Come on, go, go, go. Penalty has been cleared. Faster car coming up behind you.
Maakt niet uit, Klaas. Kom maar goed. We hebben 8 uur lang.
car ahead in sector 2. Faster car coming up behind you. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Faster car coming up behind you. Faster car coming up behind, watch out. Faster car is approaching, watch out. Faster car coming up behind, watch out.
Yo, gaat die een beetje lekker, Klaas? Weet ik niet, we kunnen het niet zien.
Ah, toch.
Oh.
Jullie zei het al, maar hij kon het niet terugvinden.
Nou ja, we zien wat we ervan kunnen maken. Maar ja, ga er even mee op. Gewoon lekker doorrijden.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. Behind to the car in front in sector 3.
Oké, dan weten we voor de volgende keer dat we niet weer een extra tikje op doen. Ja, nee, ja, je wou er meer in hebben, dus daar heb ik een tikje bij opgedaan. Achter, voor jou. Maar dat was blijkbaar niet nodig van. Oké. Oké. Ja, hou er ook nog rekening mee, de temperatuur daalt nog, hè. Dus het wordt beter. En je spanning daalt sowieso nog. Komt goed.
Yellow flag in sector 1. Gaining on the car ahead in sector 2. Yellow flag, be careful there. There's a slow car up ahead. Car on the right. Clear on the right. Faster car is approaching. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Yellow flag in sector 1. Falling behind to the car in front in sector 2. Faster car behind you. Falling behind to the car in front in sector 3. Faster car approaching, watch out. Falling behind to the car in front in sector 2. Faster car coming up behind you. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Faster car approaching, watch out. Gaining on the car ahead in sector 2. time to the car in front in sector 3. On the right. Yellow flag in sector 3. Faster car coming up behind you.
Ja, er zijn er. In één keer door? Ja, oké, want ik ben het wel aan het klaarmaken. Dat komt mij qua tijd misschien ook wat beter uit. Eigenlijk. Komt mij qua tijd wat beter uit qua eten en zo. Ja, ja. goed. Ik heb zo de pressures voor je.
Oké.
Boven in beeld heb je nog een... Nee, gewoon kijken naar de in-game tijd. Helemaal boven je scherm. Ja, we moeten voor 5 uur...
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Voor 5 uur 55 willen we gewisseld hebben. Op de klok boven.
Losing to the car heading sector 1.
Sorry, ik had nog niet. 26-9 links voor. Oké, is goed. Roep maar als je tijd hebt. Ja, 26-9, 26-8. Dat zijn de voorbanden.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Achter 26-5, 26-4. Ja. Hoe zijn jouw pressures nu? Te hoog, te laag? Goed? Oké. Oké. Goed. Misschien dat ik straks dan nog zeg, doe maar +1 voor alle banden, maar dat laat ik nog weten.
Car on the right. Clear on the right. Car on the right. Clear on the right. Yellow flag in sector 2.
Heb jij inderdaad pitstrategie 2 bandenset 4 geselecteerd? Zou je dit kunnen controleren? Ja, en pitstrategie 2? Ja, nee, dan is het goed. Oké, helemaal goed. Dan ga ik gewoon nu de server in. Laten we jou, mute ik je niet meer. Ik doe gewoon weg. Ja, sorry, wat zei je daarvoor? Oké, prima. Oké, rij dan maar even door dan. Ja, kijk straks maar even als je de pitstraat inrijdt, dat we weer op 110 uitkomen, dan is het goed. Ik zit nu in de server, dus je kunt me vast requesten. Oh ja, oké.
Het driverswap mag je negeren.
Ja, die doet het niet goed. Ik zie me nog niet als requested staan. Oké. Interessant. Wat ik kan doen is even de server. Oké, helemaal goed. Kijken. Ja, requested, helemaal goed. Hoe wissel je als je spectate van auto?
Shift pijlen.
Oké.
Faster car coming up behind you.
Yes, dan ben ik aan boord bij.
left. Clear on the left. Faster cars approaching, watch out.
Ja, ik zie het. Wanneer wil je erin komen? Is goed. Nee, ik vind het goed. Doe maar. Flesjes kunnen zo blijven gaan. Oké, als je dan onderin gooit, oh nee, minder zelfs.
594.
Ja, iets meer dan 90. Zal maar dat we ongeveer op 110 uitkomen.
Faster cars approaching.
Ja, denk aan de pit limiter en het scherpe bochtje.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Ja, mooi. Ja, helemaal goed. Dan wacht even, 79, 97 hoop ik. Ja, oké. Ja, ja. Staat de... ja, staat de pit of staat de ignition aan? Dat ik alleen hoef te starten. Oké. Stel je af. Maar goed. Pit limit. Ja, ik druk hem eruit. Nee. Ja, ik was bezig met de PC. Heel.
Ik ga even eten fixen dan.
Heel. Goed. Ja, prima.
dropping back. I believe he's lost out now to Banny, who's in the 15 Odyssey car, and Cooper, who's taken over in the 137 CSGO Racing Audi. So all change in the pit stops at the moment, Steve, and this is exactly how it's going to be right down to the wire, isn't it? Because with traffic, with conditions going to change as the sun starts to set here in Kyalami, the gaps are going to ebb and flow, but the racing will stay just as intense.
Yeah, absolutely. The gaps are going to ebb and flow, and it's going to become very, very difficult for us as commentators to keep track of everything and where they all are and who's pitted at what times and who's changed drivers. But on the note of information, if you click the link for the Pit Wall Live, which is in the YouTube chat there, you can see all the live timings that we can see, and you can make judgments on what's happening yourself. And in fact, information on there regarding pit stops, driver changes, everything. It's a very, very useful tool. So if you are watching the stream, I recommend you click that link and go have a look, and like I say, you can assess what's going on track yourself. As we've seen Dean Riley now, that's not a bad pit stop though, that dropping them back out on track into what is a realistic third place. Sem Spenkelink has gone into the pits, but he's been served a drive-through, which is an absolute nightmare, because that's basically a pit stop in itself. Drive down the pit lane and then come back in and do another pit stop to potentially change drivers or tyres or whatever they need to do. Tim, that's not good for their race.
I think Sem came into the pit lane to serve. Wow, he was 2 seconds. Not even that, Steve. He was 1.4 seconds under the 65-minute maximum stint time, which the stewards are enforcing. So Sem cutting it fine in the 74 Lamborghini, and I believe, I wouldn't blame him, he was probably hustling on to get into his stop under that 65-minute barrier, and sped in the pit lane, and that's what's handed in the drive-through. So as they have handed over now, Nard Cox taking the wheel. He was the driver who started, but he will have to serve the drive-through penalty in the next 3 laps or so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's devastating for them, because as we can see, and as we've been saying, the field is still relatively close. You know, the top sort of 10, top 20, there's not massive, you know, it's going to drop him a long way down the order, that extra pit stop. But the good thing about the endurance races is with 5 hours and 48 minutes to go, that's right, I said 5 hours and 48 minutes, there's lots of time to adjust your strategy and to pull it back. It's not over. There is a long way to go in this race. We're not even halfway there yet. So yeah, it's not over until the lady sings, and I think you know, it's keep your chin up, keep your foot planted, and you know, bring it home, and yeah, don't give up. Whereas we know, you know, we've seen in the past, Sem Spenkelink, he won't give up. His team won't give up. They're very much focused on bringing it home to the checkered flag, as all these drivers are.
Well, we saw Cox suffer that spin here at the hairpin that they're just rounding now on lap 1, dropped right down the order, but managed to fight back through, and was actually in a battle pack, gaining positions, which I believe did involve the 301 Bentley with Yancey at the wheel, who's, well, the best part of 1.3 seconds back. So really, this 74 Lamborghini has fought its way through the field, climbed up the timing screens, and was inherited the lead as the pit window opened. But now to have to serve that drive-through penalty is a shame indeed. But if they've done it before, I wouldn't put it past them doing it again. Actually, as we've just seen, another drive-through handed out to the 137 Audi of Cooper, who's taken over the wheel of the CSGO racing car.
Do you know what I think's happening here, Tim? I think obviously, you know, as I said earlier, tongue-in-cheek, they are driving it like a sprint race, and we're seeing a lot of drivers running over some of these curbs, and they're going to be abusing track limits. They're going to be getting warnings, and you know, we're going to see these drive-throughs. These drive-throughs, I think, have been handed out by the sim automatically for track cuts. So I think, you know, we're going to see a lot more of this, and it's unfortunate, but it's very difficult to stay within the lines when you're pushing as hard as these guys are.
It's one of those difficult things, isn't it, where you want to be hurrying on, you want to get in the car, do your 65 minutes tops, absolute optimum pace. But if you've got to hand over the car that's got a few strikes against its name and a potential drive-through lingering over it, then it can just do damage to your race. But in that respect, like you say, the Kyalami is a track where you can pick these up just through getting your hustle on, can't you, Steve? So I wonder if you know, it's just part of the nature now of this race that at some point your car might have to do a drive-through for track limits, and it's about just keeping an idea on where that's going to drop you, how that's going to affect your stints. I wonder if actually these track limit drive-throughs are going to become something like, you know, attack mode in Formula E or something like that, where it's just going to it's going to happen at one point. So you've got to work out, you know, what to do when that situation arrives, because like you say, this is a track where that can happen.
Well, the one thing that ACC has done for the sim world is brought endurance racing to the masses of sim drivers, because it's a fantastic sim, and it's fantastic at delivering this type of action. And drivers, I think, rather when were a little bit naive, when they first started doing the endurance races, and got very upset about knocks and taps and things like that. But I think that while probably accepting it is the wrong way to put it, it's one of those things. It happens, and you just basically, like I said, you change your strategy, you knuckle down, you drive. And a good example of that right at this moment is the 22 Aston Martin of Sim Sport Racing. Dave Hedges had a nightmare of a start. He got turned and just literally went on the first lap, went to dead last. They have done at least one pit stop, a couple of pit stops. Kieran Vidago at the wheel of that car now, and he's up to 9th place. So they were dead last at the end of lap 1, and they are up to 9th place. So that just goes to show, there's a long way to go. Just keep driving, keep chipping away the laps, and there's a lot of drivers doing that at this moment. Zimmerman had a bad start to the race. He lost it and got turned, and he lost a lot of positions. Again, another quick driver that's come through the pack, and it's put his team in a respectable position and somewhere where they can fight. And talking of fighting, while we're watching this battle here, Dean Riley, who's closing on that first place of Banny now, and we can see that he's as he comes into shot now, he's literally within striking distance and will be within the next couple of laps. If it takes that long, to be fair, he'll be looking to make a move somewhere into one of the braking zones.
Well, these drivers both new to their race cars this afternoon, and by that I mean it's their first go behind the wheel in this 8-hour event, and Riley already in the 5 laps he's done behind the wheel is lapping to the tune of 1 second faster a lap on average. Whether he's just got a better break in traffic or whether Riley does have quite a lot of pace in hand in the Aston Martin over Banny in the Odyssey Racing 15 Ferrari, but they're going to come up against some more traffic here. One of the Mercedes, I believe there's a few more cars up the road. So the name of the game, isn't it, Steve, with these endurance races, is it's all about having the pace on the lap in clear air. Great, but you've got to manage the traffic and get past those other cars on track, as we see Riley actually moving out of the slipstream, if not to just let Banny know he's there. Just let him know that he's here to fight and he's not going to roll over. As we see Riley going to the outside, tucks back in. The Ferrari moves over there to allow the 2 leaders through. Don't want to get involved in this battle for the lead as they go round towards the final corner. Riley just losing out a little bit in that final sector with the traffic. But yeah, name of the game, isn't it, Steve? Managing traffic, making those clean moves on the slower cars.
Yeah, it's managing traffic, and it's that favourite word of mine, consistency. It is key. You've got to put the laps in. And interestingly, we've got teams of drivers here, so now obviously they're reliant upon each other to bring the car home in one piece and to have put some good stint times in, obviously consistent times. It's not always about being the fastest on track. But what I will say is I witnessed a race last Sunday in the GT3s with Dean Riley and Regan Mitchell both racing against each other, and they spent 90 minutes at Kyalami within half a second of each other, so their pace is pretty well matched. So that tells me that this team we're watching at the moment have got a pretty strong team, because I know the full team is pretty much all on the same pace. There's no, shall we say, weak links or slower drivers, so that the pace that you're seeing in this Solutions car at the moment is the pace that I think they'll bring it home with. It's just down, like you say, to managing traffic and being consistent. There's quite a lot of other cars on this grid at the moment that are probably going to argue with them for that top spot, but they're definitely, at this moment in time, they're doing the best they can, and they're in with a shout of it.
As we see the pair closing up on the 169 Ferrari of Hulleman and the 69 Mercedes of Scepter, those drivers running in 13th and 14th respectively, and are the next drivers to be put a lap down on the standards at the moment, which shows you the pace of everyone out on the grid to only have lapped, well, what is maybe 2/3 of the field. Shows you how quick the 38 cars are and 137 drivers competing. Fantastic field assembled here for the 8 Hours of Kyalami on Sim Racing Hub International. And this battle on screen at the moment, as the picture in picture, you can see Riley closing up for the lead. We've got the 8 Bentley battling through the S's with the Artworks car of Junior, the 969. As we see, Riley goes for the lead into turn 1, gets the job done. A bit of a hip check as they went side by side through there. And that was an assertive move from Riley, and we said he wasn't going to be hanging around. And Steve, that's a statement of intent if ever you wanted one. Going up the inside, little bit of paint exchanged. This is my spot, and I'm not letting you have it back.
Yeah, it was certainly assertive, slightly aggressive maybe. Was it too aggressive? Only the stewards will decide if it's protested. But to be fair, a little bit of paint rubbing. He left enough room, didn't push anybody off the track, but it was definitely side-by-side door banging. But that's put Dean Riley up into the lead now, and we'll see what he can do if he can stretch his legs and you know, make hay while the sun shines, as it were, and get a gap on it and consolidate what is now the race lead.
Fantastic job from Dean Riley. I'm sure the team will be cheering away over the radio as we see the Science Friction Racing Bentley of Frank Rother, the number 8. With, well, we've got 2, probably what I'd say the most striking liveries on the grid here, Steve, going Definitely. Side by side. We've got one with the, what I'd say is the Rolling Stones kind of mouth and tongue on one side, and there's a suspension arm over the right rear, and then there's Albert Einstein on the back. I clocked that early on. And then on the 969 Artworks car, you've got the word Artworks sprayed in graffiti style across the back. 2 very different answers to the same question, Steve.
Yeah, they're both fantastic liveries. There's quite a lot of really nice liveries out on the grid today, but I remember going back to the 4 Hours of Monza, that Artworks Bentley was probably one of my favourites out there, and it still looks stunning, even though there's a few more new liveries on the grid today. But again, we've got one of the drivers, Chris Vickers, has dropped into the shed with windows for a chat with us. I don't know if you want to do the honours again, Tim, and ask him and see how his race is going and get his feedback from how his afternoon is.
Sure, I'll hop down. Hello, Chris. Thank you very much for joining us here in the fantastic Sim Racing Hub International shed with windows. I hope you're doing well. Your 321 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari started 10th, running 10th, but I reckon it's been anything other than straightforward so far.
Absolutely. The start was, I think, went well. For the most part, it was pretty clean. We managed to, I think, with a few incidents and a few passes, ended up 8th or 9th. We had an unfortunate incident with car 333. I thought I had the inside, and he turned into me, but we got the penalty, so that is what it is. We're just on the recovery drive now, see where we can get on the next stint.
Well, a long time still to go, over 5.5 hours, and looking at your stints, you did a double, really kind of maximising the time you're allowed on track. Is your teammate, is Abraham Jose in the car now? Mike, is he in for a double, and then will it be kind of swapping out until the end?
He might actually be in for a triple.
Okay.
We're going to see how he feels at the end of the second stint, and it's either going to be a full third or a part stint just to drag out to the end.
Definitely. So lots of strategy still to be played out, and with, you know, like you say, with a triple, how is the car changing over its stint? You know, we're going to see conditions change, the track temperature starting to come down just a little bit, ambient temperatures going to drop with the sun setting. How is the car, you know, across the maximum 65 minutes?
The setup that we've got, it's fairly balanced. I think the Ferrari in general, it's not a car that changes its aero balance massively through lack of fuel. So as long as you can look after the tyres, 65 minutes is fairly easy. The setup is a little understeery towards the end, but it's manageable.
And as well, you at the moment, the 321 car, you're one of the last kind of gaggles of cars left on the lead lap. You know, do you think really that your job now is to just hang it out, just keep pounding round and just be there in case anything happens, or do you think you've got, like you say, a bit of strategy in the bag that might help you leapfrog your way up the field?
I'm not sure how much in the way of strategy is gonna leap us forward, because I think in terms of the amount of pit stops you have to do, unless you get hammered with a massive amount of damage, everyone's on the same amount of pit stops. So it's just a case of making sure you nail the pit stops. You don't want to be stopping too far forward or back in the box, and just pushing for the full hour, making sure you're smashing out the laps every time. It's pressure. The field is close, very close. We were very happy but surprised to see how close the grid is from the front to the back. Really, it makes blue flag overtaking difficult.
Sorry, I was just going to say, it certainly makes 8 hours more exciting, doesn't it, where you've got a few tenths in front and a few tenths behind. There's no respite, is there, at a track like Kyalami as well?
No, and there's only a couple of really good overtaking spots if you're truly door to door. So it's hard work. It's really hard work.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Chris, for joining us here in the commentary booth.
Thanks,
and make sure you drop back in later and let us know how the strategy in your race is playing out.
Yeah, cheers, Tim.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, bye-bye.
Well, Tim, put the question to you, didn't we, about Dean Riley to see if he could stretch his legs once he hit the front, and the answer to that question is definitely, it's a resounding yes.
It's louder for those at the back, Stephen. I mean, that was brilliant. Look at the gap he's extended already.
That is unbelievable. That is, I mean, unless Banny's had an issue or something that we haven't seen or haven't picked up on, 14.5 seconds. It's not that many laps ago that Dean Riley pulled away, but he is lapping round about 8/10 faster every lap. So that it all adds up. And as you say, they are in traffic, and it's managing traffic. So maybe the traffic's been kind to Dean Riley, and maybe not to Banny.
It's interesting to see how that's playing out as well, because a 14.7 second gap looks pretty mighty at the moment, but we've seen how quickly things can change, and particularly with lap traffic, particularly with these drive-throughs we've mentioned. That's still no reason to really let off. But also, Steve, put this to you: if Riley, if Dean's really flying in the car at the moment, he's really happy with how it feels. There's sometimes the most dangerous thing to do is to start backing off and consolidating your position, because that's often when the mistakes creep in.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it's harder to drive, like you say, just a little bit more conservatively than you would normally, because your brain's functioning at that 10/10 and flat out, and you start slowing down, it breaks the rhythm, and it can lead to mistakes. But again, I think the drivers that are on the grid are used to managing their pace now. They're used to these long races where it's not all about just being flat out every single lap. It's about managing the tyres for the stints, managing the fuel consumption, everything that goes into an endurance race. So, I think if they need to lift off, ever so slightly, they will. If they need to put the hammer down, like we saw Regan do in that second stint of his, as he proved he can do, and Dean obviously again has done. The lap times throughout the field, when I look down the leaderboard at the lap times, and as I said earlier, anyone who wants to click on that link to Pitwall Live, it's pretty impressive how consistent and how close these guys are. And I'm not just talking about the top guys, right through the field there's some guys putting in some reasonable lap times, but more importantly they're putting in the similar lap times every single lap. The consistency is there, and that is a big key to endurance racing.
Just wanted to bring up that we mentioned the 74 Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini had picked up a drive-through. Spenkelink handing over the car to Nard Cox, who started the race from pole position. I've just noticed on my timing screen that they served the third stop, but it wasn't the drive-through necessarily, but actually they were in pit lane for 6 minutes, Steve. So they've dropped down, now 35th in the order, 3 laps down. So their race has very much unravelled in this third hour of the event. Here's the car on screen, and Cox again going slightly squirrely and unstable into the hairpin, which was where he made that mistake on the opening lap. And just to make matters worse, Steve, there in his mirrors is the Aston Martin of Dean Riley. He'll be putting another lap on him. it's how these races can go, isn't it?
It is absolutely, yeah. But again, as we said, you know, it's about keeping your head down now. The race isn't over. They've made it very hard for themselves. They're, as you can see, they're 4 laps down. But this is a championship as well. It's not a one-off trophy race, it's a championship. So if they can drag that Lamborghini by the end of the 8 hours back up into score some points, that's what it's all about. And they just need to, you know, score as many points, if possible, as they can. And obviously, Dean Riley coming round to lap them now. Their pace won't be that far off Dean Riley's pace, I don't think, if they were hot lapping. But, you know, blue flags are going to count, and the last thing Niall Cox would want to see is the Dean Riley in his mirrors, but he's large as life in his mirrors now, and he's going to be getting the blue flags, and he's going to be obliged to let him through as soon as possible, I would imagine, in the next couple of corners. As you see there, he just moves over and lets Dean through.
Best thing to do is the time loss minimised for both drivers there. And with endurance racing, we'll mention this now, and I'm sure it's something that will come up again. There's almost this essence of karma, isn't there, in endurance racing? You know, treat the traffic kindly, even if you're one of the back markers. Let someone through, or you know, go through nice and cleanly on someone if you're a leader, and it can come back to help you down the line because someone goes, oh, yep, that's the red and white Aston Martin. They treated me fairly last time. I know they're going to get past cleanly, for example. You know, it's about, it's almost like just banding together, isn't it, Steve? You know, so many drivers, so many cars. You want to work together to some extent.
But look what Cox is doing now. And look, sorry to interrupt you, but look what he's doing now. He's got somewhere near the pace of Dean Riley. He's let him through. He's tagged onto the back of him, and he's more or less used Dean Riley just to go past a couple of cars. He hasn't gained position, but he's unlapped himself. Now you know, and I know, if you end up going a few laps down through whatever reason, and you come back out of position, and you've got a lot more pace than the guys in front of you, quite often the hardest thing on track to do is unlap yourself. Nobody wants to be overtaken, and they just they're not getting the blue flags, so they're a lap up on you, so they maybe don't feel obliged to pass you. It is one of the hardest things to do sometimes. But if Cox can hang on to the back of Dean Riley, the cars are going to get the blue flags, and he's potentially maybe going to be able to use that to his advantage to maybe unlap himself on a few more cars.
Well, we have seen the pace Riley's had in the car, and indeed how well Regan Mitchell did in the opening 2 hours of the race this afternoon. And yeah, I wonder if, you know, Cox really can just latch on to the back of the Sim Sport Solutions Aston Martin and almost use him to open the door. You know, like you're saying there, Steve, the blue flags will be waving for Mitchell, you know, and as Mitchell goes through and says, thank you, here's, you know, you're going down another lap, Cox just shuffles through and gets past another car and keeps the fight on, because the pace in this 74 Lamborghini is certainly there. That's no question about it. It just looks like it's been a little bit unlucky in the opening 2 hours, and now it's all about kicking on and making the best of the final 5.5. But the order at the moment as it stands, that is Dean Riley in the Sim Sport Solutions Aston Martin, leading the way from Clyde Banney in the 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari, sorry. Then there is the 137 with Mikhail Cooper on at the moment. That is the Audi of CSGO Racing. So that's your podium at the moment. And they are being chased down. There's a 12-second gap back to the 301 Bentley of Wesley Yance, who's at the wheel at the moment. So there's some gaps starting to form now between the leaders, but more than likely to change before the checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely. And another driver joining us in the shed this afternoon, Tim, Jonas. Again, if you wanted to do the honours and have a chat with Jonas and see how his race is going, and let's see if we can get some inside information to some of these pit strategies.
Race engineer for your teammates to come and have a word with us. You're obviously driver of the 169 RNE ACC Ferrari. How's your race been going this afternoon? Because started 15th, you guys were probably coming into this one thinking that a top 10 was likely, and now running in 13th, looking to be gaining positions. Everything seems to be going to plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me here. And yeah, obviously we started the race with Ruben de Koning on the wheel, and he started us off quite nicely there, kept it nice and tidy and clean, and got us a few positions as well as people were making mistakes and quite consistently put the lap times in. I then was driving the second stint and did some overtakes as well, and got us quite nicely going, and the car was just feeling wonderful, I thought, all the time, and yeah, consistently in the 42s, which I find is quite good for us. On the latest pit stop, the second stop, we put Hulleman in the car. Unfortunately, during his pit stop, he accidentally put into second gear, which disconnected his pit limiter, and that got us a drive-through penalty. So we had to serve that. So we are now down in P13. I think we were around P9, I believe, before the pit stop. But I think we can bounce back from that one.
As you say, yeah, just one of those minor errors can cost you a few positions, such as how close the field is, you know. And how are you finding the racing out there? You're in the car for an hour, nice 35 laps. Must be very close, battling away with the grid as tight and as competitive as it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I find the grid very close indeed. Even though we're starting to encounter, well, we already on my stint were encountering some left cars, but you know, it wasn't just, you know, an easy flyby. You had to first really catch up to them before you were able to pass, and it would always take a few laps because the pace is still pretty equal within the entire field, and that's very nice to see, and that makes racing very enjoyable.
We've heard from a couple of drivers, you know, who are joking about it, saying, you know, we're going to have one of our slightly slower drivers in, or, you know, we think we're going to start coming back into this towards the end when, you know, certain drivers in the car. How do you and your teammates compare? Obviously, Robin and Ruben, how do you guys compare in pace? Is there someone who will be doing the job of setting the, you know, the blistering lap times towards the end of the race to try and gain back any time, or are you guys pretty even in terms of performance? Or is that a question that's going to land you in hot water, Jonas, if you answer that one?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, at the very huge likelihood of me sounding very cocky here, I believe I have the best pace out of our team, but only by around you know, a few tenths per lap. Ruben and Robin are both doing very consistently low 43s, but yeah, and the stints are quite nicely divided equally between us. We're mainly out to have fun, but we also want to position very well, and hopefully that then works out in the end.
Well, a 7th place at Monza, hopefully this afternoon and this evening, another strong result for you. So thank you very much, Jonas, for joining us here in the commentary box, and welcome back any time to let us know how your race is going.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Well, interesting to hear there, Steve, that you know, he felt like that the car was on a good opening stint, gaining positions, struggled with some traffic here and there, and just a little mistake cost them some time with the drive-through, and now they're fighting back, but they're keeping their head up, they're pounding around, and they're hoping that they can get that car into the top 10 soon.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the positive attitude you need to get it there in the top 10. You know, just keep pounding those laps out, keep putting those lap times in. But again, like you said, we've seen some epic driving. The pace isn't that far apart from one end of the grid to the other, realistically. You know, so like you said, when you're coming through that traffic, it's not a drive-by. It's you've still got to work the move and hope that the car in front is going to help you a little bit as well to make it easier for you to get by. It's like you said, you know, it's always probably more beneficial to do that because it costs both cars the least amount of time. Just mentioned Vidago for the SimSport racing team. He managed to get up to 7th place, but he just dropped into the pits. So I'm gonna maybe have a look at Pit Wall Live and just see how many pit stops they've made now, because it'd be interesting to see where they shake out, because he's just come out of the pits at the moment showing in 14th, but that may change as he goes around this lap and the timings update, but at the moment he's come back out in 14th, so that's a good recovery drive from that team.
And it looks like, just looking at Pitwall Live, which of course if you're watching on YouTube, you can put !Pitwall in the YouTube chat, and it should bring up the link for you. But it looks like the times from Vidago is averaging a 42.9 compared to Mitchell, who was in the car at a similar time, a 42.5. So he's well on the leader's pace, and that's a very strong stint from Vidago there. So let's see how that number 22 SimSport Racing Aston Martin can continue. It might find that car factoring into the battle in the top 5 come at the end of today's event. Here you go. You have NASCAR going up the inside there. Contact between the two Lexuses, or Lexi, or Lexus, however you want to plural. Lexus, not sure what it is, in the Schnellerdella Motorsport 220 car. It looked like contact with Van der Linden in the 12. Just a little bit of miscommunication has left the 220 car on the grass and waiting to rejoin. But nice to see that he's adopting the correct behaviour on track, which is to wait and rejoin safely. So hopefully no more aftershock drama from that incident. But on your screen at the moment, Martin Ido in the Cup team, Future Esports 333 Aston Martin, lapping pretty consistently and doing a nice job. Currently in 11th, closing the gap on Mark Martins in the 208 Aston Martin, who's 3.5 seconds up the road. So this is a battle for the top 10, and it looks like Ido's going to be closing in as lap times continue. I mean, he's doing 42.8 compared to Martin's 43.2, so definitely gaining here, Stephen.
Yeah, absolutely. And just Anthony Tehorst is trying to help you out in the chat there, Tim. He says it's Lexians. So there you go. That's the word of the day. It's Lexians.
There we go. Thank you, guys. Cheers.
But no, I mean, the other thing is obviously this is an endurance race. The time is ticking by. As we can tell from the shadows, the sun is going down. The temperature is going to start falling. Track temp fall. The things are going to change. The car's handling is going to change, and it's going to be about who can stay on top of that. Now we're seeing some teams go down the road of double stinting, so the drivers are staying out there for 2 stints and before they swap. We heard one team potentially maybe thinking about a triple stint, and to me, if you are a driver that can concentrate for that length of time, then that's probably the best tactic to do, because it doesn't break that concentration. You're out there, you're adapting to the track conditions lap after lap, rather than having an hour off or 2 hours off and then jumping back into the car, and they're completely different. Sometimes that, I personally find that the hardest thing to do, is when I've been out of the car and I get back in it, I'm not the quickest. It takes me a few laps to get back up to speed, and that, I really admire these guys that can just jump in the car and hit those lap times on the first flying lap. It's you know, a credit to them, and I'm, like I say, I'm very, very jealous of that skill, but I certainly don't have it.
It is difficult, isn't it? Especially when you're out of the rhythm. You know, the hardest thing is getting back in the car. You know, you've done 2 hours, maybe pushed really hard. You got to not, you know, lull yourself into that idea that that's your job done, because you might have to get back in the car. You know, if something goes wrong, if there's a disconnect, if there's a problem like that, you've got to be ready. And like you say, it's that ability to just go from just watching on, just managing the strategy, you know, answering a few questions over the team radio, to once again you're back behind the wheel and going Harry Flatters in your car, isn't it? It's a strange and difficult challenge to get your head round, isn't it? But it's the name of the game in endurance racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing they've got to bear in mind, obviously, when the sun goes down, we start to get, you know, shots like this where the sun is going to get. That was
well timed, Steve, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone would think I was working the cameras as well, wouldn't they? But you know, no, seriously though, I mean, you know, they're going to come round to some corners as the sun does go down and gets lower than that. That is going to be an issue. Visibility, you know, it gets in your eyes. It is blinding, especially around this circuit in certain areas. It's you know, experienced it. It's not good. There's going to be lots of things these drivers have now got to contend with as the time ticks away, and there is still a long way to go yet. Like I say, we've got the sunset to contend with, we've got the temperature changes to contend with, and obviously we'll have the darkness to contend with, and not to mention it's not going to get any quieter on track. It's going to get busier and busier as they are just constantly lapping cars. It's going to be how many cars a lap are you overtaking. So yeah, concentration levels are going to be through the roof.
Well, it's interesting to see actually as you look at this shot, well, even here into the final corner, the way the track is set in, you know, the mountains really near Johannesburg in South Africa. The sun is already starting to dip and cast shade from the landforms and trees that line the circuit on certain parts of the track. So it's interesting to see how, there you go, blaring sun here, but as you go up through the Just K Sweep and into Barbecue, you're going to dip into the shade as the sun goes behind the buildings and the hillside there, and you will stay in the shade for much of this outer part of the lap. Particularly enjoy the fact that this corner here, this fast right-hander, is called Sunset, and as you go around it you get a massive view of the sunset whilst the car's fully loaded and the tyres on the left-hand side are screaming out in pain. But riding on board here with the 220 Lexus that has recovered and is still in 16th, going in to the S's and down the hill, looking pretty stable at the moment. Understeer central through there is really one of my least favourite corner sequences. Such a challenge and such a pleasure to watch cars go through it, but driving it, the car just wants to run out of the road, and just the nose is so difficult to convince to change direction as the track falls away from you. Down the hill here into Mineshaft, flying through the left-hander, get the car over to the left and brake down the gears into the crocodiles, clip that curve nicely and use all of the track on the exit on the left-hand side, and then up the hill into the fast right-hander at Cheetah where the track space really runs out on the exit, and then down the hill into the shade again, the final corner at Ingwe before you're ready to do it all over again. It is a challenging circuit here, Steve, isn't it? And it is one that the drivers enjoy and relish the challenge of.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, everyone relishes the challenge, and I think you had pushed. Let us know in the chat if I'm wrong. I think you had pushed to find drivers that don't like Kyalami. It's a real racer's circuit, and it always produces fantastic battles. It's a very, you know, it's a fast track. It's dare I say, it's an easy track to learn, but to refine your technique and to refine your setup takes a lot of time, a lot of practice. But it's also very, very hard to get those overtakes done cleanly, because the lines sweep across the track in so many places, and the braking zones that are there, you know, it's just very, very difficult to get the passes done, and we see some very, very close battles, race after race here. And I think it is amongst the drivers, probably amongst the favourites, as we've seen with Dargo there, just trying to get up the inside of the Mercedes, and it looks like he's got that job done and passed there and onwards now, and he's making good progress in the SimSport Racing Aston Martin.
He was catching at a rate of knots the last couple of laps. He's been the best part of a second, and occasionally over a second faster than Scepter in the number 69 Mercedes. So now he's caught up, got the job done. Vidago will be hoping to kick on and put a dent into what is a 20+ second gap to Robin Hulleman in the 169 Ferrari. So Vidago making a move after the stops then, as we see Alan Barella here in the 71, the Racing Point Ferrari, dropping down the hill, closing up on the back of the Science Friction Bentley of Frank Rother, who I think has been in that car for a little while now. Rother, yeah, he's been in, he's 52 minutes into this stint, so I'm sure he'll be reporting to pit lane soon. He's got 13 minutes left before he is required to make a stop or risk a penalty. But in behind, these guys, they've got a gap of 3.3 seconds back to Abram Hoser in the 321 Ferrari. So there's some pretty close gaps here just to the outer edge of the top 10. As the Ferrari, there's a lot of Ferraris on the grid here, Steve, and I wonder if this is a track that favours the Ferrari. I mean, think about it, it is technical circuit, it is one that requires good balance, and with the mid-engine format of the 488 GT3 Evo, it's just a track that's going to align itself to this car's particular characteristics. And we were hearing from, I think it was Chris Vickers, saying that the car didn't really change over the stint. You know, it carries the fuel well, and it carries it when it's heavy and you're just new onto the track, but also when the tyres are starting to go down and the fuel wears off, there's not that aero shift that some of these cars suffer from.
No, absolutely. We talk so much about the different characteristics of all the cars, you know, GT4, GT3. And when you're doing endurance races, I think that can sometimes, you know, exaggerate the differences. You know, depending on the rules for stint times and things like that within them. But I think, you know, you speak to different drivers, and it's very much a driver's preference to which car they can make go fast. I've seen Lamborghinis go quick around here. The Bentley isn't slow. The Ferrari's a very agile car. It's quite, dare I say it, I'll get caned, but it's an easy car to drive. It's whether it's easy to get the full potential out of the car, but it's an easy enough car to get some reasonable lap times out of. A lot of Mercedes on the grid as well, and the Porsches. You know, it surprises me when I see so many Porsches, because, you know, over recent months, the Porsche, a lot of people have commented how they struggle to get the pace out of it. It's still a phenomenally good car to getting out of the corners, but it just does lack a little bit of top speed, and it's not as good as maybe some of the others, maybe in the braking zone. But again, it comes down to personal preference, it comes down to setup, and most of all, it comes down to practice.
Well, practice does make perfect, but a driver who, well, Barella, not taking the optimum line to his first few corners, and that was allowing Simon Wilkes in the 111 Mercedes to close right up. He is a lap down on those drivers, so he's kind of a bit out of position and scratching his head as to what to do. But here, Ido in the Cook team, Future Esports, Aston Martin has closed up on the back of Mark Martins in the 208. They're battling their way through Sunset and now down through the S's, nose to tail, with Mark Martins in the DC Sim Racing car. Started 14th, running 10th. So they've had a good opening couple of hours. As we see, Ido goes to the inside on the run into the hairpin, manages to get the car stopped, and importantly closes the door around the outside to not allow Martins through, who's trying to get the run down the hill into Mineshaft, but able to just again swoop across in front and claim the position. Very clean and fair racing between the pair of them, who have both been in the car now for a little while, so they're coming towards the end of their stints, and potentially the next round of stops are closing in on us, as these guys battling for top 10, where the points get handed out to. So championship implications for these two. Nice to see some fair racing there, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. Great side by side, and it's down to drivers, obviously equally matched cars. Aston Martins, it's great to see. But also Dean Riley, our race leader at the moment, is round about 24-25 seconds to the good at the moment. But if we can just get a shot now, I think maybe we'll see who's hung on to the back of him, as we talked about. He's lost a little bit of ground, but there he is, Mr. Cox, in that Lamborghini. So I did say his pace wasn't that far away from the leaders, and he would try and hang on. Yes, at the moment, obviously he's not going to be gaining any advantages. He's not close enough behind Dean to have any doors open for him, but it just goes to show that Lamborghini of Cox, he's just so out of position due to unfortunate events, bad luck and incidents. So I'm sure they will make ground up and they will bring it through the field, and whether they'll score points or not, it'll be an absolutely phenomenal drive if they can get it to the points, but that's where they've got to aim for, isn't it?
Well, you've got to say that the performance that Nard Cox has been dragging out of that car, considering he's not getting the benefits of the blue flags. You can see already he's been held up behind a couple of Mercedes there as they come up the hill towards the hairpin. You know, and he's only been, on average, 2/10 slower than race leader Riley. So he's really pushing on, really dragging the most out of this dark sky racing Lambo. But he's caught in behind the 145 Mercedes, actually looking to the inside of Klan there, and a little bit of contact I think between the two of them, but nothing race ending as they round through towards Cheetah, and the car in front is the 91 of 2s in 28th position. So those two Mercedes are battling it out for position on track, and then there's this bright blue 74 Lamborghini Huracan trying to do his best to claw their race back and make something happen. I think he's going to get the job done down the hill here into turn 1 at Crowthorne, or turn 2 really, according to track maps, and does. Almost opens the door. Indeed, yep, for a change of position behind. Klan getting past 2s That's just a little bit of that race management, isn't it, Steve? You know, you want your team telling you the drivers around you. I no doubt that the teammates in the 91 M145 would have been said, look, you know, Cox, he was the pole sitter. Maybe let's not cause too much trouble. And it's just that miscommunication has cost the pair of them a few seconds, because now we can see that Cox, he was only 2 or 3 seconds back from Riley. He's now best part of 6 or 7.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's it. It's you know, it's all about managing the gains and losses, isn't it? What's relative to you? Is it your battle? How are you going to you know, take the position? Where you're going to end up? What's it going to cost you? And in that instance there, he would have been better off not defending that position at all and just maybe easing out of the brakes, well, off the throttle slightly earlier and onto the brakes, just to defend his position from the car behind, but to let the Lamborghini go through, and he would have got turned in a bit sharper rather than pushing himself wide there and opening the door. But easy to say when you're in a comfortable chair sat in front of some computer screens, and not so easy when you're the man behind the wheel. It's a split-second decision, and at that moment in time it's the right decision for you.
We do commend this attempt by Nard to hang on to the back of Riley, because I think it is going to play out. I think, you know, if they do get in towards the top 20 positions, which they very well could do with 5 hours to go, that this stint has been crucial for that 74 Lamborghini, because it has allowed him to run cleanly, and it's allowed him to run at such a fantastic pace compared to the field, that he has gained up time in the long run. And I think we'll see that come back to help that car towards the end.
Yeah, Johansson here is up behind Reuter. I think you pronounced that name, and Reuter in the Mercedes there just got a little bit squirrely. I think it was coming out of sunset, and that allowed Johansson to really close that gap up. And the Lexus looks like it's handling a lot better than the Mercedes.
To be honest, it was better it was off. It was a hideous stint, horrible stint, and everything went on the power. Down the drain. I'll tell you in a bit how I experienced that.
But the Mercedes has run very, very deep.
Let's get back onto the track. Tim is driving. He's 23rd already after my screwing up. So let's switch over to ACC. There we are. Center the screen and join the server. Connect. Ik kom nu de server in.
Momentje. 25 liter.
Jij hebt nog 25 liter.
Ja.
Nou, vul dat maar weer aan zoals eerder.
Ja, een momentje. Oh. Ik ben P3 aan het inhalen.
We can see that, I guess. There we are. He's overtaking P3 en P2 as well. Wat dacht je? Ik doe nummer 2 meteen ook maar. What the fuck, fan? Jij bent gewoon sneller.
Ja.
He is so incredibly fast. I'm curious what Arwin's going to do. I wouldn't be surprised if Arwin is even faster. Hoe lang heb je nog?
We hebben ongeveer nog 10 minuten, denk ik. Misschien nog, misschien 5 of zo.
Ik ga even naar de drukker kijken.
Ja, doe maar.
So track temp.
Ga maar uit van 5 minuten.
Is 27. Track temp is 27. Let me get my sheet. 27. 1. You don't see it, but I'm looking at an Excel sheet I have opened up over there. Let me see. 27.1. I would say 27.1 and 27. The rear was actually overheating. It's strange. I want more pressure in my rear tires. That's not correct. So let's drop that by 464. Ik denk 27-1 voor.
Is het een vraag?
Ja, half.
Ik weet niet waarom het nou is op de track.
26, hij is net nog een gaatje omlaag gegaan, dus
Oké.
27-2. Voor.
Okay. Sim 20-1, Sim 20-2, wat zei je?
27-2.
Oké.
En achter 26-6.
Dat is wel een flink lager hoor.
Ja, maar ik had ze over verhit, hè?
Ja, dat weet ik, maar daar heb ik al voor gecompenseerd. Want wat daar staat is weer de verhouding zoals we hem eerder hadden. Want dat is dus weer goed als het goed is. En ik heb staan, als ik voor op Sim 20-2 zet, komt er achteruit 26-8, 26-7.
Nou, doe dan maar 26-7.
Ja, je moet niet, links en rechts zou ik niet hetzelfde doen hoor.
Nou, die scheelde bij mij niet zoveel. Ik rijd compleet anders, hè? Blijkbaar.
Ja, maar het blijft een circuit dat naar links gaat hè. Maar oké, als je Sim 7 beide.
Ja.
Of 26 bedoel ik, sorry, 26.
Ja, 26-7 en voor 27-2.
Ja.
Ja, je hebt rechts een klikje zachter zeker.
Ja, standaard wel ja.
Nou, dat mag je ook wel doen.
Oké, dan staat hij op Sim 2, Sim 1, 26-7, 26-6.
Ja, helemaal. Yes.
Okay, zou je die nog even in de Discord kunnen gooien? Dan kan ik hem in het schemaatje zetten. En zou je dan zo de server in kunnen gaan? Want ik moet denk ik wel binnen een paar ronden gaan pitten nu.
Ik zit er al in en kijk mee.
Oh, je zit erin. Oh, oké. Staat hij ook in de Discord aan de spanning?
Of ben ik nu mee bezig? Wat had je ook alweer achter, zei je?
26, 7, 26,
6.
6.
Ja, ik heb het er nu in.
Oké, dank u. Dan zal ik je requesten.
Kom je nu dadelijk al binnen of ga je nog een rondje?
Nog niet, nog één rondje. Anders kan ik het niet redden qua fuel ook. Om in te stellen.
Ja.
Want ik heb nog 15 liter.
Hoeveel heb je in je tank nu?
15.
Nou, komt goed uit. Hè?
Ja. Ja, eigenlijk hebben we nog wat te veel mee, maar goed, dat is niet erg.
Ja, het is wat ballast. Je mag er wat uit. Je mag er nu wel 5 litertjes minder in doen.
Ik zal zorgen dat we nog wel op 105 uitkomen, of zo.
Zolang je me niet te vroeg naar binnen hoeft. Hè?
Nee, precies.
Ik probeer de Arwin te bereiken, maar die reageert niet. Ik weet niet wat die...
Nee, die is aan het eten.
Oh.
Die komt wel terug.
Omdat hij nog wel op Discord zat. Ik had verwacht dat hij hem dan had gedisconnect.
Nee, hij zit er gewoon in. Gewoon zijn PC aan het draaien, denk ik.
So, let's see. 23rd. Best lap. Heb jij deze stint 42.4 gereden?
Ja, volgens mij ook wel een 244, ja. Maar die tijd die er staat is nog van de eerste.
Ja, gek hè?
Ja, die blijven staan altijd. Nee, ik heb deze stint een beetje, ja, nu aan het eind niet, maar goed, ik kom nou de pit dan in.
Ja. Denk om alleen met de... Nou ja. There we go guys. Oh my word. Let's hope this goes well. Pit limiter, ja.
Oké, dan doe ik weer alleen de ignition uit.
Prima. I now have the exact right button.
Zet hem weer aan. Sorry, dan hoef je alleen nog maar te starten.
Ja, prima. Prima. Ik heb nu expliciet alleen die knop vast. Ik kom niet aan de limiter. Ik heb de limiter er zelf afgehaald, zag ik. Zo stom. Ik was aan het kloten om die auto aan de praat te krijgen en ik druk de limiter eraf. Die zit op de base van het stuur.
Oh.
Hoe dan?
Oké, ja. Nou ja, nog 10 seconden. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
There we go guys.
3, 2, 1 en maak hem los. Ja,
And we drive.
Dus ik heb de TC weer naar 2 gezet, dus denk daar even aan. Net zoals de brake bias, die staat gewoon weer op hoe ik hem wil hebben. Dus dat moet je even instellen.
En we zijn los. Geen penalties. Jee.
Nou, maak er een mooi ding van.
Oh man.
Yes. Dat het gaat glibberen, niet te hard pushen. Kijk even hoe het ingaat met je bandenspanningen voordat het allemaal losgeeft.
Ik zit alweer in traffic. Heb ik dan niet de bocht gereden?
Je kunt hem hier zo links langs laten. Als je aanremt, ga je wat breder. Ja.
Dat is na het Cox achter me.
Ja, laat hem er maar langs. Hij is denk ik sneller.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Ja. Ja, die hadden een DSQ gekregen. Die waren disqualified om een van de reden.
Oh, maar ze zijn er nog wel in.
Ja, ik weet het niet. Nou ja, ik stap nu uit de server.
Ja jong, jij gaat eten?
Bijna. Bijna. Ik laat je even weten als ik wegga. Ik blijf nu nog.
Nou ja, ga maar gauw, want ik kwam tot te denken dat uurtje dat vliegt om hoor. Als je ook nog moet eten.
Ja, hierna is Arwin ook hè.
Oh ja, dat is ook zo. Je hebt alle tijd man, je kunt nog naar het restaurant.
Ik heb 3 uur de tijd.
Ja, want Arwin die zetten we er nu 2 uur in hè?
Ja, dat wou ik graag. Dus,
prima. Nou jong, dan tot later.
Ik kan nog even in die andere Discord kijken. Even met hun praten, want ik heb de hele tijd met hun gereden. Dus, succes.
Thank you. So we're on our own now. And let's hope we have the tire pressures properly. The temperature will go down, so if they overheat a tiny bit, it should come back to us in the end. So nice of you to join. We already came further than previous stint. Oh man, I probably shouldn't repeat all that happened, but it was so much what went wrong. Everything really went wrong. I'm just in a very bad run at the moment. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm yeah. It's almost looked like I've lost it. And don't know how to drive anymore somehow. All that nerves. I must admit, I don't have the best of nights, sleep. Past night was very short as well. I thought, well, I'm gonna stay in bed for a while and wake up at around 10 or something, and then relax, do some breakfast. But I was already awake at around 8 o'clock. Well, let's try and get in a rhythm. And we have one for position behind us. We're keeping up with the number 5. He's probably slow. What's the track limit, mate? You don't want to drive through for exceeding track limits. Pressures are way too high. Crap. But as temperatures drop, it should become better. But we must be mindful for the rear that we don't step out. Woo! Tom! So yeah, I'm driving in VR, as you know, and as you can see on the camera. During my previous pit stop, I had the wrong button, and I couldn't get the engine started. And then I turned down the ignition and the fuel pump. Yeah, I call it the fuel pump, it's the ignition. And somehow, in the mess, I pressed on the pit limiter button, which is on the base of my steer. I had nothing. I don't know what I was looking for to press that button on my base. I was in the pit. You only press it once, twice. Pit in, pit out. Normally not halfway through, but I did, and I disabled the pit limiter. When I finally got the engine fired up again, I blasted off, full throttle out of the pit. Stop and go 30. So yeah, that was stupid. Very stupid. Obviously no bad intentions, just plain stupidness, panic mode, kicking in, obviously.
Yellow flag in sector 2. There's a car exiting pit lane. Losing time to the car in front.
Yannick! Our sister team. He's 4th. Man, 4th. Hey, Yannickje. Well. He's on cool tires or something. Just out of the pit. .43.8. I'm so slow.
Daar ben ik weer.
Hey.
Dan ga ik nu even eten.
Ja.
En dan hoor ik het wel. Dit komt,
Ik zie Armin wel verschijnen.
Ja, ik hoop dat die op tijd komt. Ik denk het wel. Anders dan moet je maar... ja, ik kom dan sowieso wel even terug voordat jij met je stint klaar bent. Anders dan...
Is goed.
Joep.
So yeah, and then I somehow grazed a sausage curb and I spun. Exactly where you don't want to spin. I spun. Here. I hope I won't repeat it. Fucking hell! You're on pit limiter of traction control 3, for God's sake.
Falling behind to the car in front in sector 3.
4 even. What the hell? Stay there, Tom. I made a mistake.
Yellow flag, be careful there.
Ik ben nu klaar, zoals je wilt.
Hey.
Jo.
Yellow flag ahead.
Poeh!
Weer ritme gevonden.
Dichtgeknepen billenmomentje hier, oh, met 2 auto's gesponnen in de S's.
Oh. Was jij één van die 2?
Nee, ik scheurde de belang samen met Tommetje. Lekker gegeten?
Ja hoor.
Mooi. Nou, Tim die is nu aan het eten.
Ja, klopt.
Nou, deze stint gaat tot nu toe al 1000% beter.
Nou ja, natuurlijk mooi. Even je hoofd leegmaken. Even opnieuw proberen. veel afleiden.
Nee, is prima. Als jij tegen het eind van de stint je weer meldt, dan moeten we maar even wat uitvogelen.
Ja, ik zal even offline oefenen.
I don't trust the rear going into that SS. I think that's justified.
Yellow flag in sector 2.
.4 in the green. Oh, let's bring that home. That would be nice. Almost. Lost a tiny bit on the exit. Still. 43.6. And I lost 0.45. How then? Oh man. You think you do it exactly the same like the previous lap. But still, those times tell you otherwise. Twenty seconds. So we have a faster guy out behind us.
Faster car is approaching.
Shut up, mate. Man, I thought you took the inside, but he didn't.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Let's get off his back before I punt him.
Yellow flag in sector 3.
Yeah, it's slowly getting dark. Track temp is 25 already. Somehow I lost a whole heap of time there. And there's Tom.
Falling behind to the car in front in sector 2.
Sorrentino in front of us. Simon Sorrentino? I don't know. And he's in a battle with Tom. Let's try and overtake Saracino before we have to let Tom overtake us. We don't have to.
Yellow flag ahead, watch out. There's a slow car up ahead.
I don't see it.
Clear on the left.
Yes, mate. Thank you. Awesome. You want to go and have fun with them. I'm out of here. So.
Faster car coming up behind. Watch out.
Ah, shut up, mate. But he's true. He's right. I mean.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
Looks like we have to let him go.
Behind to the car in front in sector 2. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Man, he was hard on the brakes. My word. But I left him the gap, and there he went for. So. Excellent teamwork. We saw sparks coming out underneath the car. Awesome.
On the driver ahead in sector 3.
43.8. Not all that shabby for my pace. Come on, mate. Pull over.
Car on the right. Clear on the right. Faster car coming up behind you.
Thank you so much for that, mate. So the flasher becomes the flashed.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Those cars are so fast on the brake. Turn in, it's madness. Ah, Nailer. Who the hell is that? Is he? Whew! It started to oversteer mid-corner. And he's gone. Strange. Hallo. Ja, gaat wel goed.
Nice. Nice.
Er zijn nog geen wondertijden, maar hij gaat voor de rest goed.
Oké, dat is belangrijk.
Hij staat nu op 4 uur 14.
Yes.
Ja, hij gaat eigenlijk wel lekker. Eindelijk.
Nou, goed. De spanning was ook goed van de banden?
Voor een beetje aan de harde kant. Ik heb voor 28.
Oké. Ah ja.
Maar achter 27,7.
Oké.
Dus dat is spot on. Moet wel zeggen, ik heb traction control op 5 hoor. Want anders heb ik dat de kont te veel gaat zwabberen. Ik denk dat ik wat abrupt op het gas ga ten opzichte van jullie. Bij de Ferrari kan dat.
Ja, oké.
Ja,
Ja,
weet ik niet.
ik heb met 2 2 gedaan. Het is voorkeur.
Kan je gelukkig aanpassen in de auto.
Precies.
Ja, maar niet als je één keer rijdt hè.
Traction control.
Ja, uiteraard. Je moet me niet te veel afleiden, want Tom komt weer dichterbij.
Ja, oké, we zullen je even muten.
Nou ja, Arwin moet even nadenken over zijn banden drukken. Ik weet niet of je er al uit bent.
Is die mee bezig?
Goed zo.
Losing to the car heading sector 1. Yellow flag in sector 2. Faster car coming up behind. Watch out. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
So, a fight for position with Michiel Hutman. Oh my word, not again. Hij heeft nog een appeltje met me te schillen. Misschien wel 2. Michieletje. Oh my word.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Yeah, good luck with that.
There's a slow car up ahead.
Nog 4 minuten 8. Nog 4 uur 8.
Yes, ik geef je zo.
Is leuk, ik word net op staat gezet door Michiel Hutman. Voor positie.
Jipje. Oh, jullie zitten nu bij elkaar.
Ben je er al uit?
Yes. Voor 26-9 en 26-8.
Wacht even hoor. Nog één keer?
26-9 en 26-8. Als je klaar bent voor achter, laat maar weten.
Yep.
Links en rechts 26-3.
Check.
Bandelset 6.
Clear on the left.
Wat zei je?
Bandelset 6. Moet het worden.
Car on the left. Faster car is approaching. Clear on the left.
Mooi move. Durf hem niet nog verder af te blokken.
We zijn we out of sync met pitstops. Met Michiel.
Geen flauw idee.
Faster car is approaching. Watch out.
even naar de wc.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. Car on the left. Faster car is approaching. Clear on the left. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Car on the right.
Come on, mate.
Clear on the right. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Almost Tom took advantage of that. Well, he's not in our group. But I already know I'm faster, so I don't want to let him pass.
En ik weer.
Mooi.
Ik join de server.
Fucking.
Faster car coming up behind. Watch out.
Haha, the sparks.
Car on the right. Clear on the right. Halfway through, keep it up.
Nou, hij staat er klaar voor.
Watch out.
Hartstikke goed.
Ik weet niet precies hoe lang dat ik nog kan.
Het is nu 3,5 3,59. Dus hierna nog eentje als je wil. Als je nu wil is ook prima.
Nee. Hij begint net weer te zeuren over die stint time. En vorige keer heb ik toen ook nog een paar rondes gedaan.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Netjes.
Nou, ik zag het net op tijd, want ik had het scherm weggeklikt. Maar ik heb ook nog een backmarker voor me en die wil maar niet hoepelen. Ja, dan komen er allemaal van die snelle jachtjes tussendoor. Wow! What the fuck? Woe!
Misschien had hij net een curbje gedaan. Dus volgende ronde, deze ronde wel naar binnen?
Zal ik deze ronde maar binnenkomen?
Ja.
Ja, ik heb nog voor 4 laps fuel, maar ik kom wel binnen.
Ja. Ja, dan is het netjes in het schema.
Kun jij ons even de top 10 binnenrijden?
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
TimN is ingehaald.
Ja, inderdaad. Die heeft ook een lekkere race.
Nou. Wat zou je zeggen?
Nee, niks.
Ja, ik heb wel wat ingehaald, maar het zijn vooral backmarkers. En veel aan de kant moeten gaan. Ik heb niet echt qua posities wat gewonnen.
Nou, het maakt niet uit, joh.
Maar ik ben ook niet heel ver gedropt. Oh shit, ik ben er nog niet, hè? Ik kom nog één keer dat broodje tegen.
Ja, wel, als je het dan net zo doet als die vorige, dat je gewoon de pit in glijdt.
Dan zou het goed zijn, maar dat was niet deze race. Ik kom nu binnen.
Yes.
En jij wil nog steeds 2 stints?
Ja hoor.
Ja, jij bent requested. Ik ben er nu.
Hartstikke goed.
Yes, hij is voor jou.
Ja, bijna dan, hè?
Oh, een goede stint, man.
Overleefd.
Ja, eigenlijk geen gekkigheden.
Nee, mooi. Ja, even je hoofd leegmaken in de pauze net en even opnieuw proberen.
Een voordeel, ik had mijn microfoon vergeten aan te zetten, dus al dat garant kwam er niet op. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go! Haha, goed zo.
Yes, ik heb mijn scherm gedeeld op Discord. Dus als
jij gaat lekker 2 keer?
Ja hoor.
Nou, dan ga ik even relaxen. Heel veel succes, man.
Thanks. Ik spreek je wel weer.
Keep it on the black stuff.
Ik zal mijn best doen.
Dat is voor positie.
Yes.
So Arwin's still fresh out of the pit and he has the number 25 on his rear. It's for position, a Ferrari, the 221 of Daniel Rodrigo. I think it's a Daniel, but I'm not sure. I think it is. Daniel Rodrigo. So, whoa. He has to warm up to the car, I believe. Or the car to him. He still has skull tires. I see all those blue squares in front of him. So as long as those are blue, it's not 100%. But somehow he gained 1.3 seconds. So I think Rodrigo made a mistake. But I have a little challenge next time I'm going in. My braking into that previous corner was the rubber on the track, the black. I use that as a reference. Those markers are way over left, way over to the right. I don't see those markers, so I use the track, literally the track itself, as a brake marker, and it's getting dark. So that's going to be interesting. But I'm glad I already saw it, so I can try and... or maybe those squares are just not working. That could be... that's probably the case. I guess those squares are not working. Track temperature 23 degrees. 23 in the evening. It's 7 o'clock in the evening at the moment in server. So that's exactly the same as real life. Although obviously South Africa is in a whole other time zone than Europe, but somehow they synced it up. We're in sync for the first time. We're in sync with South Africa. So I'm gonna get out of the game and switch over back to the stream again. Return to garage. Day Riley is in the lead at the moment, followed by Yannick Vallendoek. My word, yeah, he was in front of me, and in no time whatsoever he was about 17-18 seconds away from me. Those guys were quick, but he's in second. Well done, sister team. Team Rocket the Fast. Well, the naming is spot on. They're the fast and we're the furious. I'm furious and my teammates are furious at me. And I'm furious at the car and myself. Whatnot. Keep it on the black stuff, mate. Yeah, you could leave it in his hands. So, third is R. Spence Rupp. Don't know the guy. M. Cooper in fourth. F. Gambardini. That's a nice name. F. Gambardini. You would think that's an Italian. Oh, scary moment there. Is in fifth. M. Metsevi in sixth. Say Pinchbeck in seventh. Marcel Fish only eighth. Still eighth. Man, I believe he's the whole race in eighth somehow. And he's has quite a large gap in front of him as well. 2 large gaps. So Aaron van Druenen, whatever, is ninth. Very, very, very well done. But Yannick, that's awesome. That's really, really, really good. Abren Hosa in 10th. Er Hulleman in 11th. Simon Zimmerman in 12th. M. Ham, Mr. Ham, in 13th. Day Leonards 14th. And so on, and so on. Tim Krol, we saw him. Bad Sverink, I haven't seen yet, I believe. He's in front of us, Bad Sverink. Okay, this would be the guys Arwin could be able to catch up with. Michiel Hutman was right in front of us. I guess he has to pit now. He's now 66 seconds in front of us. So I guess he will be going in any time now. So then depending on the lap times Arwin is driving, we might end up back in front of him. So then it's a gap to him. Those 66 seconds are the gap between those two, aren't they? Oh, there he goes. There he goes into the pits. Oh, we'll stay for a short while to see where Arwin gets on track. I don't believe he will overtake him. Man, he's on the rear of the track at the moment. So I don't think we're gonna catch him during the pit stop. That would be strange. strange that Michiel gained so much time. It was a good thing for me to hold him up a tiny bit, but that he couldn't get away a whole lot. Yeah, that was actually a proper battle. So there we are. He is still in the pit, so it's getting close nonetheless. He will be right in front of us, I guess. There he is. Oh yeah, of course they switched. There, he should come out right now. Yeah, there he is, guys. There he is. There he is. The yellow car. There he is. Dat is hem, Arwin. Pak hem. Go get him. Go get him, Tiger. Who said that? What? He's on cold tires, I guess. That was easy. That was too easy. Never mind. Never mind. Don't look a given horse in the mouth. Is what they say in Holland. So we're in 21st, 21st. So okay, I'm gonna leave the server now. There we go. Bye bye. So I now have to switch back to the stream again. Where's the stream? There is the stream. Hello, stream. There it is. Refresh full screen. And there we are.
Cooper in the so Cooper in the leading Audi, and then it's below that.
Have a drink.
Yeah, Van Druynen.
A beer. That would be nice.
And then who's the highest Lexus? It's the 220. The Schnelle Delle Motorsport by R4F Esports.
I'm gonna leave
That's
you guys.
got Daniel Lennart's behind the wheel.
See you later.
And God, dearie me. Can we talk about the race in chat, please? Not talking about cargo. And I was just about to say Honda, Chris Hill. Thank you very much. Tim is the leading Honda in 1 of 1. Oh, so, but yeah, there's a few personal bests coming in, because one of the other things about nighttime racing, apart from the fact that temperatures are going down, as Ido tries to make a move on Corsa in the 321 Ferrari, one of the other things is that these cooler temperatures now will help the engines breathe a little bit more cooler, denser air, especially if it's a turbocharged car. So out of the fields that we've actually got here, the only 2 cars, well, there's actually make that 4 cars. So you've got, hang on a second, make that 5, sorry. So Porsche's a 4-litre flat 6. The Mercedes AMG is 6.2-litre V8, naturally aspirated. Audi R8 and Lamborghini Huracan 5.2-litre V10, and then the Lexus is also a 5.4-litre V8 naturally aspirated. So we've got a welcome mix here, haven't we, Cameron?
We have, and there's a bit of a mixed position going on track here between Ido and the Aston Martin, which seems very well suited to this track, this race, with Abrinosa in the Ferrari, just 3/4 tenths separating the 2 drivers on track, battling it around. I don't know whether my binoculars failed me a while back, a couple of corners ago, but it looked like there was a Bentley facing the wrong way, which wasn't too good. But at the moment, it's this car, the 321 Team Abbey Racing versus Ido behind, and we'll be getting in the slipstream, bit of a tow. Possibly might be a move through the kink into the first proper corner, Crowthorne, and looks like he's going for it. Probably going to defend. The Aston Martin backs out of that one a little bit later. Will there be room for a switchback? Doesn't look like it. There's a car getting out the way.
Van Druynen. Van Druynen's just made a massive mistake coming out of Crowthorne. So he went wide coming out, and Abrinosa and Ido got past the number 69. So Aaron Van Druynen finds himself in P10 all of a sudden. So I'm wondering whether he had a little bit of an outbreak moment going into Crowthorne. So I'd like to see a replay of that if possible, because there's so many different discussions going on in chat. I might just close the window on my computer in a minute. But yeah,
you can just see that, like, that's a case in point of endurance racing at its core. That you could be having a really, really smooth, consistent run, as I've just seen that the 71 Ferrari of Gambarini has just pitted from 5th position, and that's Team Racing Point, who started in 6th place, and that's where they currently are. Oh, well, he was just in front of that. So also, there's quite a few other things. Keep your eyes. Simon Zimmerman's at it again. Oh, well, he definitely puts everyone on notice, including us here in the shed with windows. And now he's got Hulaman in the 169 Ferrari just up ahead. And so, yeah, the 169 is coming under very much salvo fire. That's the team of Jonas Hakola, Robin Hulaman and Ruben de Koning, who we saw earlier on both saw those drivers earlier on. And yeah, so Van Droonen has pitted, so that means that Anthony Terhorst will be looking to get into the car. That means that Simon Zimmerman is no longer battling for 10th position. He'll be battling for 9th, and it looks like that's the 71 up ahead of them. So that is going to be Team Racing Point. So this is really, really good news for Science Friction Racing. They are... Okay, so let's go to a replay of the moment that Adam Van Droonen suffered. So Mercedes makes its way through the kink, and then heads through into Crowthorne. So he goes over to the right-hand side. Oh, now that car literally went straight on after he touched the slight curbing on the outside, but just completely outbraked himself there, and that gave the opportunity for the two drivers, that was Abrun Horsa and Ido, managing to get in front. But whilst that has also happened, Pedrana, I would imagine, has only just taken over that car. But Zimmerman, again, has been putting in significant lap times. And I've just seen that the 3:21 of Mike Abrunhorsa from Team Abbey Racing has just, on lap number 147, put in, well, it's not, I don't think that is the fastest lap of anybody. We've had laps faster than that, but at that particular, what's happened to the 21? Tim, he says, I've been away for 5 minutes. God, you're like a little... and he's just retracted the message. But you can see there that Zimmerman was trying to go up the inside there, so has he got it done? Not through the Jux sweep, but that was close. Zimmerman, I mean, if he'd been a little bit closer to that car, we've seen brilliance from him already this evening. Well, this afternoon. You know what? That's impressive. SimSport Solutions, they had well over a 50-plus second gap. I think it was 54 or 55 seconds. Rich Smith has just gone into the pits, served a pit stop, come back in the lead. That was a comfortable window. So at the moment, SimSport Solutions here, Cameron, are controlling proceedings, and they're not willing to let go of the lead so far.
Yeah, they really have. So once they've got back to the lead again, we had that brilliant thing of them trying to chase down the Audi driver earlier with Team Odyssey behind them. But now, since they've been able to get in the lead, they've just run away with it effectively. And yeah, pit stop clear and some. That shows how much pace they've had, and they've had that in the bank just ready to use at that time. That's really helped them on strategy. Going back to Zimmerman, he was quick earlier and he's still quick by now by looks of it, and is really trying to make his way through against the Ferraris up ahead. So we'll have to see what's going to happen here. That Bentley is looking quite a nice race car as well around here, but the Aston Martins are looking very comfortable, especially the SimSport one. Vidago was saying earlier, it's just quite a nice car to drive. You don't feel too much change over none change that's unpredictable as the cars get lighter. But here we go then, Zimmerman on the inside. Crowthorne, side by side, still with the Ferrari driver, swoops it around the outside and is now ahead of the Ferrari. And that is a move there made for the Bentley driver, Zimmerman. And he was winding that one up and just ready to strike, and he struck, and now he's through.
Yeah, again, another textbook overtake from Simon Zimmerman. I think even though SimSport Solutions are leading the way, the danger car has to be the number 8. I mean, even with the dramas that Bentley has suffered, and the person that's actually been the one that has helped that car to come back is also the one that has had the most problems at the minute, is Simon Zimmerman. Like, he's like a glutton for punishment at the minute. He has just decided, yeah, I'm going to go for it. You know, let's roll the dice and see what happens. I've got nothing to lose. I've got everything to gain. And that car started down in 12th position just over 4 hours and 20 minutes ago when we went green under the South African sunshine here in Kyalami. We've now hit over 150 laps as we're still with Rich Smith in the 21 SimSport Solutions car, the Aston Martin, which has a very, very comfortable gap, around about 35 seconds ahead of the number 15, being Odyssey Racing's Reese Spence Robb. There's Michael Cooper in the 137 CSGO Audi R8 LMS Evo. And car behind them by about, what is it? Quite, well, at least 40 seconds. Well, that's about 46 seconds. That is going to be Chris Pinchbeck in the number 22. One of the other SimSport cars, the SimSport Racing Aston Martin. And again, the track temperature slightly dropping now. 22 degrees air and track temperature as the buildings now start to get well and truly lit up here at the circuit. Still cloud in the sky, no wind of which to speak of at this circuit, but you can just see how committed these drivers are. Some running with 4 or 5 driver teams on their vehicles. We still have 37 out of the 38 runners and riders still competing. And again, the closest battle that I keep on seeing on the timing screen is between the 321 Ferrari and the 333 Aston Martin, and they are still battling away. That is the battle for 7th position between ArwinW and Ido. And at the moment, if my timing screen will cooperate with me, they are just coming through barbecue at the moment as we speak. But this darkness is going to bring another strategy altogether here, because even though the buildings around the circuit are lit up here, Cameron, there's only so much a set of front and rear lights will give you in terms of guidance around the circuit.
Yeah, it comes down to track knowledge, this, you know, especially when it gets dark now. It's not like the likes of Bahrain, which are made for night racing or anything like that, which are lit up. But yeah, it's just down to the car lights and a few ambient lights from the local buildings, etc. And that's going to make things a bit more difficult. And it's a whole different way of driving. There's a 333 and the 321 side by side. The 333 ahead of the 321 as we come out of Louis Cup through Mine Shaft. And that is one Ferrari ahead, behind Mark Ido now. Who is the 333 car. But yeah, night racing brings a different element. It's actually quite easy for drivers to sort of get focused on just the red lights of the previous car or the car ahead of them and miss their braking point altogether. So yeah, different challenges for the drivers, but I'm sure they're up to it around a track like this, and they've got a couple hours to get used to anyway, that's for sure.
Yeah, very much the case, as this battle is, I don't think done and dusted quite yet, as you have got the 71 of Pedrana not too far behind, probably by just under a second, as we're on board the, well, just behind well, right on the front of the Team Abbey Racing Ferrari 488 GT3 Evos, effectively nigh on front splitter, but also, a little bit of a wobble there going through barbecue. So Mike ArwinW not having, didn't really want that moment, going through into the right into sunset. And there is the number 71. So Pedrana not too far behind. The gap was just over 9/10 of a second. That gap has now been truncated to within a quarter of a second. We go on board the rear roof cam of the 321 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari. They now make their way up through into Loikop. And Jacopo Pedrana, looking rather menacing, takes a tighter apex on the inside through the top part of Loikop as they now go down the hill, and you can just see the sort of like the gradient changes as the sparks fly off the diffuser off the Team Abbey Racing Ferrari. Now into the right-hander here at the Crocodiles, and again, Pedrana looking rather racy. Very, very close in the braking zone. And not giving Abrunosa an opportunity. Now that was very close indeed. There was a Mercedes that got out of the way. That would have been the Miata Race Team 635. One of the back markers getting out of the way. But Abrunosa getting reeled in by Pedrana. Now down towards the kink. And if Pedrana keeps the car, is he going to... Well, he went to the left. He's now gone to the right-hand side as Abrunosa goes defensive, going through into Crowthorne, now through into the right-hander at the Jux K sweep, and up the slight ascent up through into Barbecue. Abrunosa was absolutely fired up. Pedrana could have actually got past him through Cheetah had it not been for the back marker of the Miata Race Team car, causing possibly problems for Abrunosa, because literally that happening meant that Abrunosa was on the racing line and Pedrana couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, and that's just the fun of endurance, isn't it? Traffic, and traffic either helps you or hinders you. It's never just there, neutral. It's just there to get in your way, really, and it's up to the drivers to try and mitigate that. And yeah, but that was close. In fact, the other Ferrari was giving him a bump through there, but really good racing from both. I'm sure the Mercedes driver felt a bit scared there, watching the cars quickly go past them, having to go off the track completely. But it's a furious battle between these two, isn't it? They are really going for it. You know, there's no holding back between the two drivers, as we're 32 minutes away from coming down to the 3-hour mark. So yeah, it's flat out racing in the business end, and some cars are having a little bit more damage than others by the looks of it, not by design, I'm sure. But yeah, these onboard cameras, from looking back at these angles, really show the speed of these GT3 cars and how aggressive they are on corners. And yeah, I think just wait for the flames from the exhaust. Like literally, you can see the LED brake lights on there, and it's again Jacopo Pedrana closing in, but this time not that close. Again, the LED brake lights again glowing quite brightly as Abrunosa going through Barbecue goes a bit wide out of the corner, and there goes Pedrana to his immediate left, and this is through Sunset. That's brave if you're going to pull that move over on another driver, as that is Pedrana. Has he got the move done? He's got through Clubhouse. He's got it done. That's a brilliant move. Just absolutely nailed it. But Abrunosa very much wanting to retaliate. But, I mean, we've seen brilliances from Zimmerman. But then Pedrana just decided, well, if Abrunosa runs wide, I've got my opportunity. And it happened coming out of Barbecue. And Pedrana just knew exactly where to place the car in order to put one up the inside of Abrunosa and goes, yep, thank you very much. That's 8th place in the bag for us. Yeah, it just looked ever so planted, actually. Like, had all the downforce in the world, it seemed, as well as all the mechanical grip, and just got the job done. That's mental. An absolutely glorious move there from the drivers. And a lot of respect shown as well, because that could have gone very much the wrong way there, but they kept it both on track. And yeah, brilliant work from both drivers. So we're coming up to 3.5 hours. Still a long way to go in this race, as Lasse Aagaard in the number 42 DGTL Racing Lexus going toe-to-toe. That's with the 220 of Schnelle Della Motorsport. They've got that's Volker Kohl behind the wheel of that car now. And they are battling away over what is 17th position through into Ingwe. So it's a pair of Lexus cars battling
between each other. They now come across the start-finish line. The gap between them was about just under 2/10. It's now just over half a second as they go through the kink and through in towards Crowthorns. You can just see the exhaust tips in those side skirts on the Lexus RCF GT3 glowing bright red as we now go on board with the front splitter of the 42 from DGTL. That's going through Barbecue. Now heading into the right-hand sweeper at Sunset. Taking a roundabout third gear, about 100. Oh, now there's a moment there for call, and up the inside goes Ulgard. That was literally a textbook how not to negotiate Sunset. As there's the Pulse Motorsport car just up ahead of Lasse Ulgard. And I think there was a car in front of the Pulse Motorsport car that was actually getting a bit tail happy, and that was that was a Ferrari actually. So not exactly what you want to do in the middle of the night. Well, we're not exactly in the middle of the night, but we're in the deep of night now because it's 7:37 p.m. on the server, and it is getting very much to be the case. Very soon it will be pitch black apart from the surrounding night lights that are being shown. As Pedrana now on the flashes, as that is Bart Zweerdink that he's just gotten up the inside of from Sim Racing Holland in the 15th place Lexus. So this battle between these two Maranello pedigree thoroughbreds is still raging on. Now Abrunosa waiting for Pedrana to make a mistake. But the thing was, on that opportunity that Pedrana got last time around, Cameron, it looked like he didn't need a second invitation.
Yeah, the door was open and just went for it. Essentially, there was no dilly-dabbling about, no negotiating it, just went straight for it and thank you very much sort of thing. You know, not looking for a specific flag to allow them through, just, yeah, really going for it, and that's what we like to see here in these big, long races. We talked about having a lull earlier, and that seems to have gone away. We've got all sorts of battles really going on, and yeah, it's been a brilliant race so far, and Kyalami always knew it was going to throw up a good race, but this is just stellar, really, around here.
And then also that kind of view, seeing the entirety of the track, the cars going around it from our drone cameras. So props again to Steve Proudie, who not only is on commentary duty, but he is also not just on commentary duty, but also on broadcast duty as well. Looks like we might be getting somebody in for an interview very shortly. I think I spotted someone who wants to enter the shed. Well, let's see if we can get this driver in. Let's welcome along Garage RIP 101's Oliver Anderson. Oliver, are you with us? Hello, Oliver from Garage RIP 101. Welcome to the shed with windows, aka the commentary box. Teams seeming to be doing all right down in 24th. Just give us a roundup of the race so far for you guys.
So far it's going somewhat to plan. We have had a few incidents early in the race, but it seems like we have gotten those things under control, except for it's a typical 101 day, of course.
Yeah, I think Stefan has been rather vocal. He said, look, he said to Chris Hill, he said the commentators need to concentrate 101%. You know, like everything's like a moniker for you guys, you know, living by the 101 rule here. But, right. We've just been informed by race control, full course yellow conditions. So whilst that has now been instigated, so yeah, I mean, you currently got Thomas in the car at the minute. You know, what's the plan? Are you guys looking to get into the top 20 by the end of this race? Because there's still
top 20 will be like a win for us, with Roman Grosjean's famous words. Before the race, we said 25 would be the target position. But that's also keeping in mind that earlier this morning I dropped hot coffee over my left foot and I saw...
That's definitely something you don't want to do, spilling hot coffee over your left foot.
Yeah, it's hurting a bit when driving, but it's okay. It's a one-on-one thing. Something have to go wrong on race day.
Well, listen, Oliver, thank you very much for talking to us here in the commentary box, and all the very best of luck to you and the crew at Garage RIP 101. All the very best.
I'll check out something happening in the steward's room. Talk to you later, maybe.
Okay, look forward to it. Right, Right. So, full course yellow has now we've now gone back under from full course yellow to green flag conditions, and it looks like Chris Pinchbeck and also I think and it was Reese Wiggins from the Team SimSport car, the 111, actually took advantage of a pit stop. It was basically a gift, courtesy of the incident. Now, I'm not too sure what happened, what the actual reason for the full course yellow was. So I would imagine that would be a case that a driver has had a disconnect. So yeah. So yeah, it looks like we've had a massive. Yeah, so that would be the case. So at least they can rejoin the server without any issues. And that's something for... Oh, now we've had a McLaren go off the track coming off Mineshaft. That was the 25th place car. That was the 221. So that would be the 25th place car of Gloria Fusco. And it looks like Reese Wiggins' game had actually crashed. So... Oh my goodness me! So it's a real shame. It's a real shame for them.
Yeah, that's the issues with sim racing. You can get as involved and as realistic as you can get with graphics and physics, but there's always a limit to that realism, and that is hardware and the game and instabilities like that. But if that's the only issues we have, then it's not too bad, and hopefully we'll be able to get that sorted. It is a shame though, and yeah.
Okay, so based on pit stops and having started pretty much stone dead last after the turnaround for Dave Hedges on lap 1, SimSport Racing are now in a genuine P9, and they might be closing in a little bit further towards who's in front, because they're about 16 and a bit seconds behind Abrunosa in the 321. So that has to be a hell of a recovery drive. So that is the team of Dave Hedges, Kieran Vidago and Chris Pinchbeck. And the biggest thing is Dave Hedges was the one that was spun around going through barbecue for the first time. And yeah, that just shows that I mentioned that earlier, didn't I, Cameron, that you can have a turnaround in the first, like, say, few moments, maybe say first half an hour of this race, but you can come back. The same that we saw with Science Friction Racing had exactly the same situation, and they're running pretty well at the minute.
Yes, and that is the fun with having such a long race. It's not like a sprint race, so if you have an incident, let's say in the first couple of laps, that's potentially your race over and done with. It does allow you to come back and regain positions and have a magical strategy or something that just goes your way. You know, there's no point giving up straight away. You want to fight to the dying last seconds. Unfortunately, though, with such a long race, it does mean you can go so far in and then make a mistake, and that's just the risk you take, unfortunately. So there's been certainly winners and losers of this race so far. Big winner, as you said, is the SimSport car going through and having a genuine, really good position from where they started. But then you got to look towards the issues of people starting on the front row, such as Dark Sky Racing, and now really nowhere, unfortunately, for them. But that is the fun and tribulations of endurance racing, and that's why we all enjoy it. You really never know what the race is going to look like, even if you know what it starts like. That's the best part.
Definitely the case. So with 4 hours, 39 minutes and 50 seconds now completed of the second round of the Sim Racing Hub International Mixed Endurance Championship, here live and uninterrupted on SRHI TV. Thank you all for joining us, and those that have continued to get interactive on the YouTube chat, and also for those that have liked, shared, subscribed, and also hit the notification bell. You can also head to the relevant location. So you've also, for those watching on Twitch, thank you very much for joining us. You can also find Sim Racing Hub International on Facebook as well. You can even see the code for the Discord server as well. So if you have a team that wants to get involved, or you want to join one of the leagues, whether it be GT3 or GT4, we've got Season 4 coming up later on this season for this year for GT3, and Season 3 for GT4, as you can now see the drone flying over towards Crowthorns. And there is Mike Abrunosa, who's still... now, this is an interesting dynamic. Look, just up ahead, Pedrana is with Ido in the number 333. So Pedrana has been absolutely flying. He's been in the 142.6s, and he was nearly 2/10 quicker than Ido on the previous lap. So he's not happy with just taking a bit of a bite out of Maranello. He wants to do the same for Gaydon right now, because the 333 Aston Martin of Cup Team Future Esports now coming under threat as they head through into the S's. That Ferrari looks to be rather planted, and now Filippo Gambarini from Racing Point is genuinely looking at 6th position, and Ido is going to look to defend that, going through Loikop now into Mineshaft. This is, and I think it's always that case here, Cameron. It's one thing to catch somebody, it's another thing altogether to pass them.
Yes, indeed. You've got the likes of Dirty Air that plays havoc, and then you've got just the track itself maybe not lending to particular overtakes, only in a few spots. So yeah, you can catch them, but you might be behind them when the checkered flag falls, and at the end of the day, that's not what you want. You want to be ahead of them, and that's where skill comes in to play. Learning your opponent, taking a few laps behind them, working out where you can overtake, and then signing, sealing, and delivering that overtake past them, and that's the important part here, Alex.
Okay, looks like we might be having somebody else in for an interview, so I'm going to head down and have a quick chat with them. So with us now from the Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport crew in the Porsche 991, the 911, Pascal Eckstein joins us. Pascal, it's been an up and down race. You guys were fighting at the front of the field. I think you were in a few of the battles that we were talking about a bit earlier. It hasn't been smooth sailing for you guys at Hot Air Balloon, has it, today?
Yeah, it was a great start for me. Made 0 mistakes, so was pushing hard. Tried everything out of the car, so tried to close the gap in the car in front, but yeah, my tire were in the end really dead, so I can't push anymore. And after this driver change, my team made too much mistakes. Also, what I want to say is that it is a good day today. Yeah, but we made too much mistakes, and yeah.
Yeah, so effectively, I mean, the thing is that you guys are looking ahead to just sort of getting to the checkered flag and get some points on board for the season. Obviously, a good run last time out at Monza. So, Patrick, all the very best of luck to everyone at the crew at Team Hot Air Balloon with Dominic, Bjorn and Noah. So, veel geluk voor heute.
Dankeschön.
So, a big thank you to Pascal there. And there we see Dominic on the road in what is now going to be 15th position, because of all the places I would never have thought that someone could keep it planted around the outside was Bart Zwierdink around the outside of Dominic Gimelin going through the Jux K sweep and then into barbecue. But you could just hear it from Patrick that, you know, he was effectively like their Alan McNish, you know, put in the car first and go out there and just really put the frighteners on, and that's what you want to do in the first stage of an endurance race. But it's about the rest of the team, that
yeah, he's admitted that, yeah, okay, some of the other drivers, they made a few mistakes. Okay, it's part and parcel of endurance racing, and that's what happens. You know, you can't do anything about it. I was going to say, have we got you still with us, Cameron? I'm not too sure.
Oh, it's all right. I've muted myself. I've now fixed that.
Oh, he's done it.
I've done the cardinal sin,
First one
everybody.
of the day. First one of the day.
There we go. I was going to say it's a team sport, and that as long as the team keep the morale up and keep each other motivated, then that's what really matters. You know, you're going to have varying levels of ability within teams, even if it's just small parts or significant parts. But they're better off because they don't have me in the team, or else that would just be carrying an anchor around, essentially. But there we go.
Yeah, I'm just having a look through some of the... well, we just had a incident that was reported a little bit earlier. I think it was with 5 hours and 4... Well, it's occurred at... I think it was about 5:40 p.m. Central European Summertime. The incident that was reported between Odyssey Racing, Clayton Barney and Dean Riley in the 21 SimSport Solutions car, that incident has been declared as a racing incident by Race Control. So they are looking at things, but now that is Gambarini who's passed Ido, and now Abrunosa fancies a sniff at 7th position. And again, this is getting rather hot and heated, and a little bit further down the order, just noticed, if we can go picture in picture on this one, you've got 18th and 19th, it's the 2 Lexus cars. You've got the 33, that's Lork driving, and that has got Alexander Delora behind the wheel. And then also the 220. So they've now gone as the main part in our picture-in-picture, so to speak. As you can see in the bottom there, that is the number 71 car. And that is definitely making some inroads, so good for them. And that is Pedrana in the Ferrari. But you can see here that Alexander Delors coming under fire from the 220 from Volker Curl. That battle now is about 0.6 of a second apart between the pair of them. But the good thing about this particular moment in time, Cameron, is the fact that the stewards haven't really had that much to deal with. I mean, the incident reports have been rather stagnant, well, non-existent, for about the last couple of hours, which actually just goes to show that the drivers are really just getting into their, I think it's Kieran Vidago, I'm going to use his terminology here, getting into the flow, getting into a rhythm, and just making sure that they help to bring the car to the checkered flag, as we've got just over 3 hours and 11 minutes still to go.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing to have a quiet stewards room, especially for the stewards, actually. That's just quite nice for them. But there is a bit of a battle on track. The only Honda-powered car here of Mulis for Dynamic Motorsports having to fend off a bit of an attack from the Germans. There you got the Porsche and the Audi. Also, the Audi is quite far behind. Sorry, a little while behind. But the Porsche is central to the attack here. The 101 car of Volters. We're dibbling around 2 to a couple tenths, but it seems to have backed off a little bit now. But I'm sure the pressure will still be on, as you can see there. The Volters is catching up to the cars ahead, and it's just one of those things now of just trying to get the positions in. Obviously, at the start of the race, when all the cars are coming together, I see why drivers push, because it's one of the biggest opportunities to gain the most amount of spaces, but you risk quite a lot. But now we are trying to get into the flow of just getting the laps in and getting the times in and just keeping out of the wall and keeping out of the stewards room, really, because that's what's going to ruin your race, if anything.
Yeah, I've just seen that the 911 car, the hot air balloon motorsport Porsche, has now been handed a drive-through penalty. So from my estimation, I'm sure that the broadcast director will be able to confirm that. That would say to me track limits.
So that will be a track limits infringement. So as soon as you get 3 track cuts, the 4th one, yeah, that will probably be around about a 30 to 40 second drive-through penalty, and that is going to be at snail's pace. So you are going to lose multiple positions. As Chris Pinchbeck now in the 22 SimSport Racing Aston Martin has now pitted. So a good run from them after what had happened earlier on in the race, as Thomas Walters runs a little bit wide coming out of Ingwe, as Molderink in the 720 and Naylor in the 73. That's the 2 McLarens. So the 720 will be... Now, to me, the thing now that I've just realised, that car has been in for an incredibly long time. So Chris Pinchbeck came in, and I think that was around about 9th position that car was in. Now they're going to rejoin, and that car has just had Gemelin just go past. Well, Gemelin's got to serve a drive-through in the next 2 laps. That means that Pinchbeck has now got to do a little bit of work to try and claw in the gaps in front, but obviously won't worry about Gemelin because he's got a drive-through penalty. But then it's all about trying to get your way through the back markers. And Oliver Anderson, who I spoke to a little bit earlier on from Garage RIP 101, he said, we need to beat that Honda, the sole and leading Honda out of the Hondas, or Honda, if you will, as Chris Pinchbeck fires it through Sunset, and then now into what is going to be Clubhouse. But again, Ido and Abrunosa very close to each other. There's Reece Spence Rob in the number 15 Odyssey racing car, around about 54 seconds behind than Rich Smith, and also Rich Smith on the previous lap, on lap 167, was a second quicker than Reece Spence Rob on that particular occasion. But the good thing is that everyone is still running, and the 720, which is Rob Molderink, and then you also had another McLaren. That would have been Alex Naylor in the THRC car that has got Vervat, Dafas, Mosley, Pope, and Alex Taylor, who's currently in there at the moment. As now Ido from Cook Team looks to close in on Abrunosa. Now, Ido was in front of Abrunosa at one point, but the Ferrari managed to get past. However, the 333 looking to assert itself and retake a further position as Gemelin from Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport pits to serve the drive-through penalty, and the timing has just indicated that has been cleared, so it is. It has been served. It is being served as we speak. But now that battle there is getting rather interesting. Then you've got a battle picture in picture. Alexander Deleur and got the 220 of Volker Kohl still battling away. The 2 Lexus cars giving themselves they're giving each other something to think about quite significantly here, because they're not giving up. They're completely put to the floor, full send. The drivers are going to start getting tired, and I'm not at all surprised that when you had drivers like Gamat, and that was a bit of that was a moment that Volker Kohl did not need in that Lexus. He was coming like a freight train going through into Crowthorns. Then as soon as he hit the Drix K-sweep, the car decided, I'm not going to turn right, I'm going to go a little bit to the left-hand side. And all that hard work that Volker Kohl has done over the last 5 to 10 laps has quite literally been undone, because that gap has now extended to nearly 2 seconds.
Yeah, you're going to be kicking yourself for that one, aren't you? Making a slight mistake like that, ruining any work you've made. Interesting here, the battle between Ido and Abrunosa. It weren't that long ago that we were watching them and commentating over Abrunosa and Padrana battling it away. Well, look at the gap between the 2 Ferraris now. It's around 4 seconds, so it hasn't been great really the last part of the stint for the 321 car. as Ido's now gaining and gaining and gaining on the Ferrari, and it seems kind of only a matter of time at this rate that there's going to be a switch of position here. So it's certainly one to keep your eye out for, and see what the Ferrari team will do to defend from the Aston Martin team. So interesting battles throughout, and it's going well so far, really, this entire race. We've had some brilliant battles, and as I said, here we go then. There's Ido on the side of Eblinosa. It's a bit dark, difficult to tell these days what's going on. The Ferrari's still in front of the Aston Martin, though. That's what matters for the Ferrari driver as we exit the loop up, head into mineshaft, then through to the crocodile section. And it is still Ido behind. 2/10 though separates them. Not a lot of time, not a lot of a buffer if you make any mistakes. We saw earlier, you put the car under pressure, and there's a high chance they might fold and buckle under that, which is well, not great for their race at all. But it's great if you're the one chasing them. That's it's always nice to not have to worry about too much of an overtake. But there we go, out of Ingwe as we head down the pit straight. 2 attempts, around about 3 attempts for them, backing up a little bit. Will there be a move into Crowthorne? The 333 car looks like they will not be on the brakes. Actually losing a bit of time there to the Ferrari driver, Alex.
Yeah, it can just go to show that you can try and get one up on your opponent, and then all of a sudden you get something that sort of comes completely out of left field, and you sort of like think, oh, didn't expect that. That can happen in racing. I've seen that in the multitude of racing for racing categories that I've commentated on since 2017 as all. Now, that was a bit of a moment there for Abrunosa going through into the right-hander, and that nearly caught him out. Remember what we saw with Abrunosa and Pedrana earlier on, going through Sunset, and then, well, coming out of Barbecue, and then going through into Sunset, just absolutely nailed it, and then made sure it happened by Clubhouse. So this time, Abrunosa managing to get away, but not by much. Gap just under 0.4 of a second. As they once again come through the exit of Loikop and down through Mineshaft. And this looks even more fearsome going through the night. So let's see if we can get an onboard now with regards to... Let's go on board with Martinido from Cup Team. From a driver's perspective, if we can, and just give you all an understanding of how they are pushing like crazy during the night. So we'll go on a hot lap here, on and rate it as always. Ingwe, we go through, so up to second, up to third, a little bit of a short shift there, up through to 4th gear now, pushing over the best part of over 140 miles an hour. Pushing nearly 240 k's down from 4th into 1st gear, through into Crowthorne. Tighter apex taken by Ido there in comparison with Abrunosa. Through the Jux K-sweep whilst accelerating up into 3rd. Down a gear into 2nd, through into Barbecue. 115 kilometers an hour indicated on the speedometer. Going through the apex. Now up through the right-hander at Sunset. Down into 3rd gear. He's pushing nearly 180 kilometers an hour as he steers that thing in. Through into the right-hander, or through into the left-hander here at turn 7, Clubhouse. 2nd gear again, 120 kph. Another mistake there from Abrunosa because he knows that Martinido is behind. Down into turns 8, now into 9 at the S's. 3rd gear, fully accelerating, but to the floor. Ido looking towards the right-hand side to close in, and goes to the send up the inside through into Loikop, and the pair clash, and that means that Ido went around, and you know what? That I had a feeling, I knew that Abrunosa, you could tell by going through, like, say, Sunset, coming out of Barbecue, Abrunosa was making the slightest amount of mistakes. And what that gave Ido the opportunity of was a send. And he saw it coming. I sensed it. And all of a sudden, he went right up the inside. That gap was being closed. Abrunosa had every right to close that gap. And Martinido, I just think, went, well, I've got nothing to lose. I'm going to go for it and see what happens. And unfortunately, he rolled snake eyes.
Yeah, he sent that first class, didn't he? It didn't work, though.
I thought
give him
that was track 24.
Yeah. Wow, yeah. That was, God. But they managed to keep going still, so that's the one advantage out of that. Yeah. They're not both off. You know, I thought the speed they were going at into the brakes there, and the angle looked like we were spinning someone around. And luckily for both drivers, they are now still circulating the track. Wasn't too much of a stoppage for them, but you're not way too polite to each other now. You know, we see certain drivers making these sort of invisible pacts between them, you know, so they learn certain liveries, learn if they're nice or not, and see if they can work with them. I don't think the relationship between those two cars there is going to be particularly sweet, more sour than anything, and I'm sure they're going to, the Aston Martin were wanting to make a move sooner or later, and we had sooner earlier, so later sooner. That's a confusing sentence, but there we go.
I think yeah. Let's agree on that, shall we? But we are now just under 3 hours away from the checkered flag, and still now having gone on to lap number 174. Rich Smith for Sim Sport Solutions continues to lead the Sim Racing Hub International 8 Hours of Kyalami, round 2 of the Mixed Endurance Championship here on SRHI TV. Then we've got Reece Spence Rob rounding out the top 2 as Alexander Delors. Oh, good. Volker Kohl has gained all that time back, and it was nearly 2 seconds. And now this is the battle for 16th position. Volker Kohl looking at every way that he can possible, and we've just seen that the 137 CSGO has just pitted. From just out, from roundabout, I think it was, let's just have a look, it was a roundabout sort of 7th position, but Alexander Delors from Lork Driving ahead of the 220, the Schnelle Della Motorsport car. And going through in towards the Crocodiles. Yeah, Volker Kohl not yet close enough, I think, but give him maybe a couple of laps or so. Simon Zimmerman from Science Friction Racing goes into the pit lane. Start with just over 2 hours and 58 to go on the clock. As there is the move from Volker Kohl up the inside, looking towards Ingwe, but Alexander Delors just literally had that Lexus planted to the asphalt like nobody's business. And looks like they've got an Aston Martin behind them at present, and that is the race leader. That is Rich Smith, so he's got to quickly get past these two. So he's got past Kohl, now he's got to get past Delors, who's just been shown the blue flags, and you can be penalised if you infringe on blue flag conditions. So Zimmerman drops out to the top 10. So this is where this could be. We've seen it before. I've seen it before where backmarker traffic has decided the outcome of a race where a team has been in front for so long, and now Rich Smith is very shortly, I would imagine, that if Alexander Delors is being closed in on by the Aston Martin, that's happening now. So Rich Smith pulls to the inside, sweeps up to the left, but Alexander Delors has got the inside line. But no, this time he actually, I think he lifted off a little bit there, and that allowed Rich Smith to get through. So good driving there by both Volker Kohl and Alexander Delors. And at the end of the day, Rich Smith, he could have absolutely he could have forced the issue, as if to say, right, you two, get out of the way. Well, they had enough warnings, and they were both very, very much compos mentis in order to have that. But now there was a mistake there from Alexander Delors, which is allowing Volker Kohl to close up, and that's going through. That was going through the Crocodiles, so coming through the exit, and then through Cheetah, now through into Ingwe. So again, this could mean now a lap ago, Rich Smith was behind these two cars. So at the end of this three-car train, it is Volker Kohl in the Schnelle Della Motorsport car. Gap between him and Alexander Delors in the 33 vehicle, the Lork driving Lexus RCF GT3. Gap was just over half a second. And I do see, I think that was a Lamborghini just behind them. So, and again, still, there's a little bit of an interesting battle now happening. 7th and 8th position, and that is the 137 car. That's the Audi, the CSGO Audi, with Wojciech Morin behind the wheel, and then we've also got the 169, the RNE ACC
that car. That has got Robin Hulaman behind the wheel. That gap between 7th and 8th is just under 0.7 of a second. As we go on board the rear diffuser of the Look driving number 33 Lexus. You can just see how close Volker Kohl is getting in terms of the braking zone. However, going down from Loikop through into Mineshaft, Hulaman now pits. Tim Muris now pits in the 937 Dynamic Motorsports Honda. And Joris Evelins, well, Evelins has got a drive. Well, that was, I thought it was, yeah, Joris Evelins behind the wheel of that car. And that car has now got a drive-through, I would imagine, for track limits again. As, oh, Alexander Delors again coming through out of the Crocodiles. Goes, well, that was coming through Cheetah, actually, went very, very wide. It seems like the right turning, the turning right for Alexander Delors isn't quite working out. And again, because now we're at 8:12. One of the benefits, though, of this, Cameron, is that the clouds have dissipated. They have started fading into a little bit of obscurity. So that's going to give us a bit of a clear nighttime sky. So no clouds means that at least the drivers might have a little bit more assistance with seeing around the track, despite you know, having to gauge it on the rear tail lights of other vehicles.
Yeah, it certainly helps to have as much visibility as you can, and especially when you are flat out and really just following the car ahead of you and just right on the brakes, just trying to make sure you don't mess up either your own race or other people's. There's a lot of pressure on these drivers. You know, they're in for fairly long driving stints around. It's not a simple track, that's for sure. You know, it's difficult to master, and yeah, any visibility helps. The worst thing now would be if it went to rain, but it looks like we're okay for the time being. I don't want to jinx anything, so I will not be the weatherman, but on the brakes, that was close. Bit of traffic on the left, trying to stay out of the way as Kuhl closes up to the Law. And yeah, we saw last time through Cheetah, Delors made the same mistake, and so did Kuhl. They followed each other through. So see if it happens again, or will Kuhl be able to capitalise on it this time?
Well, I'm going to do something on yours and my behalf, as well as Steve Proudley and Tim Fulbrook. That's to say that, touch wood, that the rain is not going to come along. But yeah, it's been rather interesting, this battle here. Volker Kohl getting rather up close and personal in the braking zone on Alexander Delors, as they now will push across the line. And still, Vermeeren has just pitted. Bartsch in the number 84, Ruston the famous, on an Audi with its livery that looks a little bit like a Germanic bumblebee. I'll be completely honest with you. The yellow and black. But these drivers are still pushing like crazy. There is a car just up ahead of them, which is actually getting out of the way, and that is the one. That was the 111. No, it's not the 111. That's the number 11 Mode Racing Lexus, and that has got Zander Avail behind the wheel, as someone has definitely kicked up a lot of dirt into the air. You can just see now we've actually got. Well, I'm loving this, Mr. Proudley. Picture in picture. So we've got a front splitter cam, and also we've got an in-car cockpit cam as well. So it's
full experience.
Yeah, definitely a real good thing. And now you can actually see from the picture in picture now switches to the rear roof cam on the Lexus of Alexander Delors. But also, I've just noticed that there's a battle for 18th position a little bit further back, as the pair of pink porkers now pulls into the pit lane. And that is the 912. That's with Jorik Bram behind the wheel of that. Another battle that has also caught my eye, not just this one, but not too far behind, will be the 911. Oh, now there was a moment there for Alexander Delors, and Volker Kohl had a sniff at it. Oh my goodness, that was very, very close indeed. Oh, Volker Kohl nearly got that Christmas present he's been waiting for. Well, he's got it now, up the inside through Crowthorns. Oh, he turns it around! Oh, he nearly gets collected by the Mode 11 car. Oh, Volker Kohl, he thought, yes, I've got him. You know, when it's just like one of these people that goes, I got it, I don't got it.
Yeah, oh, that's heartbreaking.
Oh, and that's twice in that corner he's done that.
Oh.
He did that on the outside, didn't he, earlier on, trying to go side by side with Alexander Delors, going through Crowthorns, and then gets the perfect opportunity. It was handed on this shining silver platter, and Volker Cole just hit the accelerator, the back end spooled up, and I've got one word that sums it all up: whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, and a few expletives in there. I think you'll be bang on with the radio calls that will be going through that team there. That is so unfortunate. You given, as you said, handed there to you, and you went to go take a bite out of the cake, and well, there wasn't much cake left after that one. And lucky to not collected a few other cars there. You saw him go side on, and yeah, managed to not cause too much of an issue, really, able to get going quickly. But that isn't going to help, losing that much time. You know, what was almost a gaining of position, he tumbles down the timing tower. But that is endurance racing, and you'll be kicking yourself. But keep your head up, keep your chin up, and just keep it on the grey stuff. That's the plan.
Yeah, so there's Anthony Terhorst in the number 69 Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, running in P10. So, yeah, up until that point, I was thinking Volker Kohl's got this. And it was... I just feel for the guy. I really, really do. And that just shows how gut-wrenching things can be. Now, I want to draw your attention, Cameron, and also our broadcast director's attention. We've got the 912, the Zander Westenberg piloted Porsche, and then we've got the 911, not too far behind with Bjorn Renard. That is the battle now for 17th position, and there is Bjorn Renard looking to get past Zander Westenberg, and that's going through into Ingwe, and the 911 up the inside. Well, it's not through Ingwe, that was going through into the S's there. My goodness me. I think now we're getting to that point where the races are getting rather intense. So that was a great move there by Bjorn Renard and Zander Westenberg. I mean, it's nice to see that the Pink Pig livery actually represented here on SRHI, and good that it's done on a Porker as well. But yeah, really good to see. But the blue flag's very much being waved because those will be cars behind. I would probably say that if there's an Audi up ahead, that will probably be Patrick de Groot, which looks to be the case. I saw the amount of matte black on that Bumblebee Rust and the famous Audi. So de Groot getting the blue flag waved in his general direction. So, but also the thing is that we talk about all these battles, and that was a brief example of how these battles can be rather quick, and then over and done with. It's a bit like a flash in the pan moment, isn't it?
Yeah, blink and you miss it, essentially, is what's happening. I tell you what, these marshals, I know they're only simulated, but their arms must be aching now, surely. I hope they're doing stints with the waving the flags. God, that's an effort and a half, isn't it? Waving the flags for 8 hours, blue flags here, blue flags there. God, dear me. Drivers have it tough, I think they do.
I know, it is crazy, but the thing is, we have to credit the marshals as always, be it in real life or sim racing.
Yep.
Now, another battle that I've just seen, Chris Pinchbeck in the number 22 Aston Martin has got Science Friction Racing's Moritz Hemash closing in the gap now, 0.8 of a second between the pair, and Hemash, and they're both in traffic at the moment. So what this means is that because Pinchbeck, well, he's managed to get past the Dark Sky Racing 74, that's got Sem Spenkelink at the moment behind the wheel of that car. Chris Pinchbeck is getting that's the 84 car just getting out of the way, and Hemash just had to send it around the outside of him on that particular occasion. So you can just see that Hemash was about just under 7/10 away from Chris Pinchbeck, and again the back marker traffic is really trying to do what they can. Now, one of the other things that I've noticed is that the 71 car, and that is the Team Racing Point vehicle, you know, they've had a really, really good run at the moment. As all the Mercedes gets a little bit of a scrape, courtesy of Seb Spanklink, I believe that, and that would have been going through the crocodiles. Very. And one of the things that has done is that has actually given an opportunity for Amar to now have another car put in between him, and that is a Mercedes. Very much there, and good to hear from my good buddy, Mr. Martin Neuselings. Hi, Navond. A very, very well-known and very, very likeable Dutchman is Mark Neuselings. He said, I'm about to do the last stints. Well, good, about time. I was wondering when he was going to get behind the wheel, but yeah, sometimes they do say save the best till last, don't they? But yeah, this here with sorry, I've just had the. I knew that was going to happen the minute I said that. All I'm doing is I'm just picking him up a little bit, but trying not to make sure that he falls down and falls down flat on his face, because otherwise I'll be the one that gets a message from him later on Discord when I'm trying to sleep for what I'm doing for work tomorrow. So I've just so there was an incident reported between oh, now that's getting rather interesting. Sam Spankling's just gone back up the inside of Chris Pinchbeck. Now Pinchbeck can see a lot of white Bentley right behind him. Thanks, Mark, for the comment. One of these days I'll teach you some proper Dutch. Yeah, I'm sure you probably will do, and I probably won't be able to say it either. But I'll give it my best shot. You can now see that that is Sverink and Spankelink ahead of Pinchbeck and Pinchbeck. Oh, no. My goodness! That was only... Oh, that was going to happen. That was... Seriously, that was... What on earth was that? I mean... Okay. That was Spankelink. That was Sverink as well. But Sverink from Sim Racing Holland. And then all of a sudden, Haymark gets completely compromised. And I think what he's had to do is hit the anchors, had to turn the car to get out of the way, and it's just caught... yeah, that looks to be a return to garage. That Bentley was severely damaged as a result of that incident. That is a real shame. All that effort from Haymash, Merving, Rother, and especially Simon Zimmerman, that crew have just been... That's a return to garage. Oh my goodness. And we could... Again, that is when these drivers are pushing like crazy, and the dark conditions throws that into the mix, and all of a sudden you can have an incident like that that can turn your race upside down. So let's have a look. So Spankelink trying to go up the inside of Zerdink. Chris Pinchbeck just wait. He's flashing lights as if to say, "Oh, you two, get out of the way! Come on!" And Sverink loses it, and Pinchbeck has no chance to get. Oh, now that is why. That was why it was straight into the pits, because Pinchbeck had nowhere to go. He puts on the anchors as a result of Sverink coming across him, and then Haymash had nowhere to go and went straight into the back of that Aston Martin, and it turned him around. And oh, now that's dramas there for Pinchbeck. That is dramas there for Pinchbeck, and that was going through Cheetah. So again, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, to be honest with you, and I'm just looking at this from my perspective, not from what Sam Spankelink or Dark Sky Racing might be thinking at this particular moment in time. As we now see that Haymash has just come out of the pits, and he is nearly a lap to the detriment. So Pinchbeck is close to... Well, Haymash has rejoined in 17th position. But if I was in that position, even if I was on, like, say, 1 or 2 track cuts, I would sacrifice a track cut to maybe just sort of like go, get out of the way, and, you know, just let them through. But that's hindsight. And that's where split-second reactions can make the difference between your race being compromised, like we've seen with Science Friction Racing again, and also how that could be, if that gets reported, I wonder what the outcome could be from race control.
Yeah, it's one of those corners as well that's quite hands itself to incidents like that, especially with the dark conditions. Cars fighting it out, and then it comes down to, oh dear, there's an event happening there. What do I do, sort of thing, and you don't have long to decide at all. And unfortunately, it's damaged their race and their car there, and we'll have to see what that gets classified as. Unfortunately, for all the drivers involved, especially for the number 8 car, they were putting some brilliant work in earlier. Big stints, Zimmerman in particular, is what I remember, really putting it down the laps on the timing screen, and unfortunately, that's just made it a little bit harder for them, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, in some respects, that could be seen as a racing incident because it all happened because Bart Sverian came out of Cheetah, hit the throttle, the rear tyre spooled up, and, you put the power down wrong, at the wrong point, going through the corner, you power out of that corner too early, that can happen. And you know what's even funnier now? I've just noticed the gap between Rich Smith in the lead, who's just come into the pits. Now, he's got a 77.5 second advantage. And at the moment, that is Dan Lenson. So there is the 301 Bentley. That is now coming through into sunset. So Rich Smith... So whoever he hands over to now, whether it's Regan Mitchell or Dean Riley. Now, we've got a yellow out on the circuit. Very, very briefly. And that has now been retracted. So you can now see that Lenson is going through the S's. And still, Rich Smith is sitting in the pit lane.
It seems like an age, doesn't it?
It does. It does. But he's going now, and that will give him, I would say, now that Lanson now coming through in towards the Crocodiles, that will give the SimSport Solutions 21 Aston Martin, I would say, probably at very, very worst case scenario, maybe a 35-second advantage.
Oh, what a shame, eh? They've had some brilliant performances, haven't they, this evening? They managed to build big gaps here.
Well, and as I say that, guess who jumps into the pits? The 301, the Team Rocket, the faster size. Well, if they're going to pit, well, we've got to pit anyway. And that is Sam Spenkeley behind Rich Smith. So yeah, I think replaying that back in my mind, that incident. Okay. Thank you very much for that, Simon Pike. Yeah, sometimes we do see things where it gets a little bit confused. So it would have been Van der Linden. So yeah, that would have been Van der Linden in the 12. So Frans van der Linden would have been the one that would have possibly have ended up spooling up the rear tyres. And I've just heard from Mark Neuslings, Reese Wiggins' PC has crashed again. The 111 of Team SimSport. I don't know if they are going... That could be a possibility that if Reese Wiggins' computer, if that doesn't reboot, then there's a problem for that car. And they may not continue and finish the race. As I know that Mark Neuslings always likes to get behind the wheel and showcase what he can do, but that's a real shame for them after all the amount of effort that they put in for this race here on Sim Racing Hub International. But Rich Smith, that crew, Rich Smith, Dean Riley, Regan Mitchell, absolutely unflappable. No one has been able to get past them. Well, the thing is that at the moment, now the number 15 is the second placed vehicle in this field, the Odyssey racing car. Wojciech Moren in the number 137. That is the CSGO car, running in 10th position, having led at 1 point earlier on in this race. And I do like the livery that they're running. That was that's one of the Team WRT liveries from last season for the Kyalami 9 Hours. Very much tribal with a bit of South African influence in there, so that would have been the livery run with Kelvin van der Linde at that particular point. Ugard in the number 42 Lexus has now pitted. And we're coming up to just under 5.5 hours gone on this race. We're now really into the depths of the night here. And these drivers still putting in, you know, like I'm looking at Daniel George's 1 minute 41.8 on that last lap. That is insane at this particular point in the race, and at this particular point in terms of the time index on the server.
Yeah, really good, you know, lap times from the Ferrari there. That isn't bad, is it? That seems that you're still going to be competitive, especially in this sort of stage of the race. They've been competitive throughout, really. They've had decent pace. It's just things haven't gone fully their way, but we saw earlier that they've certainly got the pace anyway to put a fight. And we'll just have to see how it goes with 2 hours, 34 minutes, and around about 20 seconds remaining of this Kyalami 8-hour race. And it's been a thriller, really. There's, you know, you've got everything you could ask for. Yeah, you asked for flat-out action. Occasionally you kind of want a few instances, don't you, just to spice things up, bring it out, see what the drivers are going to do.
Yeah.
And we've seen dominant performances and all sorts. So yeah, really good so far. I'm looking forward to watching how this concludes, but we're far from that for now.
Yeah, we've now gone to the battle between Brans van der Linden, and then you also got the 101 Porsche. Well, that battle has quickly dissipated because Hayas in the 101 Porsche has gotten ahead, and it looks like that is the Mode 11 racing car just behind, I think. I'm not 100% sure. I'll just try and see if I can... Let's just see if that is the case. That is the case, but that's not a battle for position because Marques is he's about a lap down on Frans van der Linden at this particular moment in time, but still to see a Lexus battle on another Lexus. Myself and Steve Proudy were at one point thinking about what the plural of Lexus was, and then it meant that I did a search on Facebook, Google, and found out about Alan Partridge, and I was just like thinking of all the things you had to bring up on Google and mention about the plurals. Right, so there is a positional change because Chris Pinchbeck from SimSport Racing, the 22, has just gotten into 10th position as a result of Wojciech Morin making a mistake. Now, just up the road from Chris Pinchbeck is Mark Martins in the 208, the DC Sim Racing Aston Martin. So Pinchbeck is trying to close, and Pinchbeck last time, now I've just seen that Martins was actually slower by 1.3 seconds. So the Aston Martin really coming to the fore, not just for SimSport Solutions, but also for SimSport Racing. So SimSport Racing, they've got a McLaren just up ahead, which they do need to pass rather expediently. And that is, possibly, that is the 73 THRC car. So, yeah, Chris Hill and Simon Pike definitely in agreement with that. I'm just going to call them a few Lexuses. That just makes it a few Lexuses. That it just makes it easier for me. I mean, you know what's we start making up words that's going to have to be put into the Oxford Dictionary. But Pinchbeck now gets past. Well, he's now got Morin actually closing down on him. But Martins is now actually just up ahead. So the good thing is Pinchbeck has now got a target to aim his crosshairs on. And now they go down through Ingwe and across the start-finish line yet again. So Pinchbeck in 10th, Morin looking to strike back in the Audi. And the gap between Pinchbeck and Martins now just over 1.5 seconds as they go through into Crowthorns. And then into the Jux K-Sweep as Martin Ingenwerth, and that is choosing the number 91 car. Steady, lads, steady, my goodness me. Oh, that was, that could have gone rather ugly, rather quickly. You know, that could have been both cars out into the barriers at this particular track, and that's not a point where you want to do it, heading in towards the S's. Oh my god. So, I've just seen lap number 189, the fastest lap of this race. Rich Smith from SimSport Solutions, Cameron, has just pumped in a 1 minute 41.550. That is impressive.
That is quick. But, yeah, behind him, though, George... Yeah. On the timing tower is also setting a line slightly slower by about 20 hundredths, setting a 1:41.577. So they're going for it now, aren't they? They're going full on. Let's get it going and let's get those lap times down, I think, is the plan there. But wow, that is some pace. The track conditions just lightening up for them now.
Yeah, very, very, very true. Because we still have just under 2.5 hours to go. And there is Pinchbeck. Pinchbeck is trying to close in. And Stephen Arvidsson has said, is that 101 seconds? Actually, that's 101.55 seconds. Reference that lap time. So there you go. We've had a lap time in the 101s. 101s, so... Sander Vestenberg in the 912. Oh, the pair of pink porkers has had a slap on the wrist. Drive-through penalty for track limits infringement. It is coming to that time. I always find this on any race. It doesn't matter whether it's sprint or whether it's endurance. And I know for a fact that both Tim Fulbrook and Steve Proudy will agree with me on this when we have them back with us in around about sort of 20 or so minutes time. That effectively the tiredness is well and truly setting in. It's never easy because you're all cheering each other on. Your adrenaline is like really, really at that high point in the race, and as soon as you know that's coursing through your veins, you're like, literally you feel like you're going a million miles an hour. Then that also takes it out of you. It takes it out of you immensely. I mean, I've done a reporting stint on a 24-hour race. I did 36 hours on the trot. That was not easy. Because as soon as that adrenaline high goes, your body and your brain will want to switch off. Quite spectacularly. And even in an 8-hour race here, Cameron, these drivers are being put through the ringer again.
Yeah, it's a tricky track as well. That's the thing. You're doing, I mean, what we're on now, 191 laps of just trying to nail each apex, get the line right, avoid other cars, overtake cars, keep it off the gravel and everything else. And it doesn't help when it gets darker as well. Your brain starts going a bit fatigued. And yeah, the adrenaline dump as well will kick in. And it becomes a proper struggle of not just machinery and pure racing skill, but just the mental ability and mental strength of the drivers, and also their teammates who are and radios to them and keeping them going, giving them the information, the stats card, and also getting ready to jump in the car. It's a full-on effort. It's effectively, it feels like a marathon, I'd imagine, in sim racing. So yeah, it's no easy feat, and we've got to give credit to all the drivers who are taking part today, no matter how their race is going, for just partaking and putting themselves through it. And yeah, congratulations to everyone who's partaking so far.
Yeah, so we'll be hitting around the 560-mile marker of race distance completed by the leader on lap number 200. We're currently on lap number 192, as there's a McLaren that's nearly going off track there, as we're on board with Wojciech Morin in the 137. CSGO Audi, and he is still rather close to Chris Pinchbeck, but Pinchbeck in the meantime has closed in on Mark Martins in the 208 DC Sim Racing Aston Martin. So hopefully Pinchbeck might try and get a toe off of that McLaren up ahead as they go through into Crowthorne. So McLaren gets out of the way, nice and sensibly done, and actually puts the McLaren between the Aston and the Audi. But hopefully very soon Wojciech Morin will get past and try to close up that gap onto Chris Pinchbeck. And Yeah, Martin's, yeah, look at the gap now. That has just extended to just under 1.5 seconds as the McLaren gets out of the way. That was going through sunset before they hit the left-hander here at Clubhouse. But then, again, because we've had some changes in drivers through pit stops, again, the 333 and the 321, that's Cup Team Future Esports and Team Abbey Racing. They both have Bertalan Horvath and Nelson Abrunose behind the wheel of the respective vehicles. That's the battle for 6th and 7th. They are still battling away like a couple of children in the playground, arguing over the last swing. And they are going through barbecue at the moment. But still, and that gap's now gone down to half a second. So your guess is as good as mine here, Cameron. What is going to happen over the next 2 hours and 24 minutes? So basically, 2.4 hours to go. It's been rather interesting as we now go to that battle for 6th and 7th. And Nelson Abrunose has got a back marker or two up ahead, because that is not going to make it easy for them. That is the, I think that is, yeah, that's the F1 Idiots 77 car that's just quickly exited stage right and gotten out of the way going through Lloyd Cup. Very good spatial awareness there. Saw the blue flags. Okay, so I'm now going to head down to the interview booth, so I'll be back with you in just a second, Cameron. So with me here in the other part of the shed with windows, known as the SRHI commentary box, from Odyssey Racing, the number 15 of Reese Spence Rob. Reese, pretty good going for you guys at the minute, starting in 6th, and Daniel's behind the wheel at the moment in P2. How was your stint a little bit earlier on?
Yes, so it's been really good for us. Obviously, I let Clay, Bunny, and Danny both qualify because they're a little bit quicker than me around here. But yeah, the stint was good when I got in the car. It was around about 7 o'clock game time, so sun was just starting to go down, and then kind of transitioned into the night time by the time I'd finished the stint. So that was really fun. The track just completely changes over the course of the stint, so it's just trying to adjust to that. And then obviously you've got traffic, you've got everything to deal with, especially coming up to the pit stop window, making sure the car's ready to be handed over properly. So yeah, a lot going on, but it was a good stint from my end. Really enjoyable.
Yeah, now obviously, in the Mixed Endurance Championship we've got here on Sim Racing Hub International, obviously, it's all about, there is no I in team. I mean, what's the dynamic been like at Odyssey Racing? Because, you've all gotten on really well. The car's running really smoothly at the minute. It's just been about, I think, a combination of consistency on lap times, but also patience, just biding your time and waiting. But, even with the fact that it's second place, and obviously SimSport Solutions are, the best part of nearly a minute up the road, to be in second position at this later stage in the race, it must be a pretty good feeling for the team.
Absolutely, considering we started P6 and the 21, the SimSport guys, they've been fantastic. They've been so quick all weekend. We've been watching their pace throughout, and we knew they were probably going to be the ones, if they kept it clean, that we were going to be sort of battling with towards the end. But no, Team Odyssey has been great. We all get on so well. And we all input equal amounts into setting up the car for the weekend, and there's been so much time and practice from everyone involved to get us into these events. So it's just nice to be able to be recognised and to be able to take part in something like this. It's just brilliant for everyone involved.
Yeah, now one of the final question I really need to ask, obviously the track temperature has dropped by 11 degrees Celsius since the start of the race. In terms of coping with curbs and obviously tyre pressures, that's a skilled art, isn't it?
We run a couple of I've been running a couple of practice sessions before this in the times that I thought I was going to be doing my stints, just to get a feel of what the track would be like and how we can run the car. But yeah, the pressures are gonna we're gonna have to adjust the pressures accordingly. We've got some estimates written down, but until you actually get onto the stint and in the car, you have no idea really what the pressures are going to do. On the last stint that I did, we pretty much had it nailed. We were maybe 0.1, 0.2 out, but it can just affect your lap time so much, even if you're 0.3, 0.4 of a PSI out. So it's really, really important to keep on top of those pressures, especially with the track changing all the time.
Well, really, thank you very much for joining us, Reese, in the interview room here on the commentary box. All the very best of luck to you, Daniel, Christian, and Clates for the remaining 2 hours and 20 minutes of the 8 hours of Kyalami. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thanks for you guys for putting the show on for us. We enjoy it every single week, so it's just a pleasure to be here. But yeah, thanks to you guys as well.
No problem at all. All the very best of luck, Reese.
I tell you what, the shed's been busy today, hasn't it? A lot of footfall going through. But
yeah, well,
it's good.
Yeah, the SRHI South African shed has been very, very busy today. But it's really good to hear from socially distanced but busy. Thank you very much, Steve Proudly, our broadcast director, for whispering that sweet nothing into my ear as always. But yeah, I think it just goes to show. I think also the nice thing, and this is something that I really do like, is the fact that the appreciation for having these races streamed. There's a lot of hard work that goes in behind the scenes, including the league, but also every. Oh, goodness me. Now I've got to go back down there again.
Enjoy. Don't trip.
I shall.
Careful. Stairs are a bit slippy.
It feels like a pantomime at the moment, but hey-ho. Don't say he's behind you. He's actually with me at the moment, and that is Patrick Vonst from Pulse Motorsport. Patrick, good evening, actually, I should say. I keep on forgetting you're an hour ahead of me. So, how are things going with you guys at the minute? It hasn't been an easy race. I think I see you guys in 27th position at the moment, having qualified 23rd. It's been an up and down day for you guys, hasn't it? I don't know. Okay, well, I couldn't quite hear Patrick there, so we'll move on now to Tim Kroll from Lork Racing. Tim, are you with us?
Hopefully I am.
Good. I heard you loud and clear there. Good to have you with us as well. Thanks for jumping in.
Yeah, no worries.
Now, again, obviously, for those wondering, why is the team Lork Racing? Well, Lork spelled backwards is boy.
Yeah, I heard you mention it on the start of the stream as well. Yeah, it's me driving with my brother, so we're obviously both called Kroll, and we decided to do it backwards, Lork driving, since we're both driving.
Yeah, exactly. But how's the race been for you guys? Obviously, I think at the moment you currently have. This is the thing when you have to concentrate on 137 drivers in 38 different cars representing 10 different brands. It's one of those things where you just sort of like think, oh, really? Hang on a minute.
We're in 18th at the moment.
Yeah, you're in 18th at the moment, so Alexander's behind the wheel. But it's been again, just like with the 3 hours of Monza back in March time. It's a very
daar is hij.
Ja, gaan we rijden.
Ja, Tim is wel bezig met van alles klaarzetten. Ja.
Jawel. Heel bijzonder. Ik ga nu even testen voor de pressures.
Ja.
So, we're back. I was again forgot to turn on the microphone. I'll put on a lamp. It's a bit dark here. One moment. So, there you have it. A little more light. My Oculus nose flaps are coming loose. So, there we are. Do we have some audio or not? I don't see anything resembling audio. That's strange. So this is Arwin driving on his triples. Oh. No, I don't know why we don't have audio. Don't see any controls. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yep, there it is. It's not very loud. Ah, crap. So he has done a double stint. This is his second stint already. Apologies for the quality. It's just free Discord, and it's only 720p divided over 3 screens. So that's a very low resolution. There will be a pit stop in a bit. Tim will go in. He will do a stint, and then probably we will alternate. Hey Tim, wil je een dubbel of wil je gewoon om en om?
Dubbel kan niet, toch?
Nee, we hoeven nog maar 2 uur, hè?
Mag voor mij hoor, maar...
Nee, prima. Nee, ook dacht dat we allebei nog 2 keer moesten. Ik heb 2 keer gereden.
Ja, jullie moesten allebei 3 uur.
Oh, 3 uur, oké. Ja, tuurlijk.
Nou, het staat je vrij om daarna nog gewoon een singleplayer sessie op te starten.
Dankjewel. Nee. Nee. Niet met deze auto.
Ik wou net zeggen, deze combi is toch fijn, joh.
Dan pak ik de Ferrari even.
Ja, ik vind het een heerlijke combi, maar...
Ja, het ging de tweede keer al een stuk beter. Ik weet niet, de eerste was zo überhaupt piep. Maar nee, ik kwam er al beter in. In de nacht, dat ligt me meestal ook wel.
Oh, je wil wel naar de finish rijden of zeg van...
Oh ja,
niet?
nee,
ja?
tuurlijk wel. Hoeveelste liggen we ondertussen? Want ik kan het niet lezen op zijn stream.
Ja, nog steeds 19e.
19e, ja, we komen verder. We zijn al in de top 20.
Ja hoor. Zeker weten. Niet helemaal de top 10, maar wel beginnen met een 10.
Ja, precies. Wat is jouw beste lap?
42,3.
Oké. Nou. Dan ben ik er nog maar een seconde af. En wat had jij, Tim? Ook zoiets, toch?
Ja, 42,4. Maar op zich, ik denk dat ik zo meteen nog wel sneller kan rijden, want de baan is nu koeler.
Ik ben gewoon een seconde langzamer. Ja, ik doe gewoon alle bochten kennelijk gewoon niet op een limiet. Ik laat overal wat liggen, gok ik.
Ja, ik denk dat je hem nog meer kan laten rollen dan je denkt. Maar...
We gaan het straks nog een keer proberen.
Daarom. Hoeveel tijd ongeveer nog, Arwin?
12, 13 minuten.
Oké. Nog steeds 21 graden in de server.
Ja.
Oké, ga ik ervan uit dat het voorlopig wel even blijft.
Mijn pressures zijn nog steeds wel goed eigenlijk.
Oké.
Misschien ietsje erbij, eentje.
Ja, ik zit misschien achter een tikje erbij, maar het kan ook rondom een tikje bij.
Ja. Ik denk dat dat wel kan.
At the moment. Really good job. That is the Team Abbey Racing. That is the number 71 Team Racing Point car of Jacopo Pedrana, Alan Barella.
So we're 19th at the moment.
19th. Oh.
So they ran at the top 5.
Volgens mij is mijn spel gecrashed.
321 of Team Abbey Racing's.
Ja, Unreal crash.
Hoe lang heb je nog, Arwin?
Ja, 12, wat is het, 10 minuten?
Ja, gaat wel goed. Maar ik snap niet waarom. Ik kreeg een Unreal error.
It's Unreal.
DC Sim Racing car ahead of Chris Minchbeck from Simsport Racing. Wojciech Morin in the 137 CSGO Audi.
Nou, dan zet ik mijn core clock nog maar wat
just
omlaag.
had another penalty come through. Oh, now there was an incident involving the 912 and there's been an incident for the 220 car, and that was through an incident between
Ik heb mijn kaart nog wat verder onder geklopt.
De nummers 16 en 17 die hadden een akkefietje.
Trouwens wel even belangrijk, we zijn wel gereport, Arwin, voor jou.
Ja, prima.
Had Arwin een dingetje?
Ja, die tikt er een backmark aan.
Had hij eerder aan de kant moeten gaan?
Ja, ik zat er al een hele ronde achter en we hadden een andere lijn in een andere bocht. Dat tikte ik hem net aan toen hij de apex wou snijden.
En dan kan ik ook wel een reporter, die ging helemaal niet aan de kant.
Laat maar lekker gaan.
Ja. Nou, ik heb denk ik 2 ronden achter hem zitten flesje.
Ja, als mensen flashen laat ik ze ook niet meer voorbij hoor.
Ja, toen zat ik er ook al even hoor.
Gaan die pasjes van jou doen of al plus 1?
Ja?
Ja. Dus moet ik ze nog even voorlezen dan?
Nee hoor.
Oké, controleren ze nog even.
Dus 27, 2 en 1.
Ja.
En 26, 7 en 6. Wordt het dan?
Ja.
Is in an outside shot of the podium at the moment. It's really all to play for still.
It really is. I mean, the thing is that that
969
normally piloted by Marcel Biss in the GT3 Sprint Championship. I know that, well, I normally do the lead commentary on GT3 Sprint.
We hebben een official warning gekregen, meer niet.
Top, kijk.
Oké, nou, moet lukken toch in 2 uurtjes.
Om er nog 2 te scoren, bedoel je?
Hoe staat het met de trackcuts?
Niks veranderd.
We hadden eentje toch?
Ja.
Ja, ik weet niet wie die opgelopen had, Tim? Was jij dat?
Ja.
Geen idee.
Tim. Dat zei je niet tegen mij.
Wat bedoel je? Ik kom nu het server in trouwens.
Tire set 8?
Als het goed is wel. Kijk, ik zal het nog even controleren.
and they've been metronomic, they have. And
Nou, het duurt nog 10 minuten of 8 minuten voor de game.
Ja, ik zit er niet. Hij zet 8 inderdaad. Helemaal
Yeah, it's
correct.
a really good thing whilst they put him in for the night stint, whilst everyone else has gone off for dinner. What must be a late dinner, 9 o'clock, probably local time for many of the people taking place. Dave's probably mid-afternoon for him, so he's wide awake and tackling the night stint. Actually, that livery, tell you what would really top it off.
P16 heeft een penalty, dus 15 seconden.
Not neon paint, but you know the UV kind of.
What a face!
Oh ja, inderdaad.
In 2017.
Ja, die had een akkefietje met Sander Westenberg op 17.
Oh, dat was die twee.
It had a very similar paint job. So personally, if I was to put a vote, it might be my favourite of the event so far.
Yeah, there's
been a couple naar diegene voor ons is nu nog 17, 18 seconden ongeveer.
Yes, gaan we best doen.
Ja, 17,5.
Ja, ik rijd er wel iets naartoe.
And Pinchbeck stays ahead in the pit stop phase and has now handed over to Dave Hedges, and now Radoslav Makushu started in the 137. Now they blast out of the pit lane. That battle has been rather interesting, and when you think about it, Tim, Makush was leading the race after dramas for Nard Cox in the early stage bit, going through Loicott for the first time. So, this is something that both myself and
So Tim will be getting into the car in a bit.
Nu al 20 in de server,
He had a Unreal tournament, an Unreal Engine crash just now, so he had to restart the game.
But hey ho, there's always the next time.
Yeah, exactly.
With Rallycross on the side. Oh, who's on the inside?
Wasting no time in trying
it's the back marker of faster one.
Sent out the inside into Crowthorne out of the pit lane on cold tyres. But yeah, to go back to what you were saying, it's been a heavy and dark sky, isn't it, for dark sky racing? But props to them, you know, for carrying on, for pounding round. For I mean, they were out of it really with about 5.5 hours to go. Minimum, but they're still out there, still lapping in that Lamborghini. Just props to them and the team for sticking it out, because it's not the easiest thing, is it, to carry on when you're beaten down.
Ooh,
you see
what's happening there?
Slightly wide, and that allows
Ooh, side by side going into that corner with the sausage.
Into Cheetah, Hedges holds it round the outside.
What's really annoying about the sausage, I accept there's a sausage, but it's a yellow sausage, but the inner side is black from the rubber of the tires, obviously, and in VR it's almost invisible. It's almost invisible to see where the corner exactly is. So that's annoying.
Heb je nog aan de TC en brake bias gesleuteld?
When you're on a monitor, you will have a much better resolution and see the curve probably a lot better than in VR. Look at that, all those lights in the dark.
Brandstof zit je, ja, daar zat je goed voor, hè?
Ja, ik heb er al 10 liter afgehaald, maar ik heb nog 30.
Oh. Okay. Misschien kan er straks nog wel wat van.
Ja, inderdaad. Ik dacht er in ieder geval 10 af. Dan heb je een slechte geval, heb je... Ja, ook 120.
Je wil gewoon dat jouw PB niet verslaan.
Ja, ik kan ook nog veel harder, maar ja.
Yeah, so let's have a look at some of the...
Dan had je CDA 2 moeten hebben, of niet?
Ja, dat ook,
Ik snap niet dat je dat ding rondkrijgt. Echt niet.
Ik snap eigenlijk niet dat ik deze rond krijg.
Ja, ik heb er niet meer gereden met CDA 2, maar...
Ja, ik ging er prima mee rond.
Ja, pirouetjes, ja.
Ja, die S's dat was hopeloos en die twee bochten ervoor, die lange rechter. Turn 6.
Nou, ik vind dit wel een fijne setup zo.
Ja, op zich wel. Hij is wel vrij betrouwbaar. Hè, Arwin, je raakt hem niet kwijt midden halverwege in de bocht.
Ja, hij heeft het toch gezien.
Ja, ik zei wat, maar volgens mij hoorden jullie mij weer niet.
Nee, inderdaad.
Nee.
Hij was ook echt ineens weg.
Nou, ik weet niet, ik zat op mijn telefoon, maar dat ging helemaal
ik zou niet weten wat ik daar deed waardoor die weg was.
Nee, nou dat dacht ik dus ook steeds, maar dat ging prima. Maar ik moet zeggen, met deze setup ging het wel goed. Je moet niet te hoge druk hebben op je achterbandjes. Als die op 28 komen, dan...
Oh ja, maar dat zaten ze zeker niet. Dat zaten ze daarna pas.
Ja.
Ja, op zich is het begin van je stint 28 nog niet zo erg als je heel veel temperatuursdaling verwacht. Maar daar moet je wel rekening mee houden.
Yellow flag.
Hoeveel rondes nog, Arwin? Dan fix ik nog even mijn headset. Oké?
Na deze nog één kan?
Is goed, is goed.
So, few more left, guys. I think
nog net even die PB aangescherpt.
Serieus? Goed bezig?
Ja, een klein beetje, maar ik werd opgehouden. Ik ging heel lekker, maar ik werd wel een beetje opgehouden door de reden voor me.
Als je nog een 41 wil, moet je opschieten. Je hebt nog 2 rondjes.
Ja, dan moet diegene voor me ook even opschieten, ben ik blij.
Dan help je mee. He done it before.
Sorry, yo, ben ik weer.
So it's always a good idea to be standby. As you saw, Tim had problems with his real engine.
Dat was wel een track warning.
Ik denk het niet dat hij een beetje lift.
So, the flames coming from the exhaust. Whoa, look at that city in the distance. Oh man,
Is die nou zo'n knipperlicht aan?
Can't wait to see that for real in
Lijkt bij mij zo.
and those sparks. Epic stuff. Whoa, keep it on the black stuff. Yes, 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 yes.
Is op links van je? Zit er nog? Ja.
Clear. Yes.
Oké, nog één rondje dan.
Ja, is goed.
Nicely fixed. Not sure who that was. Was dat een backmarker?
Nee, dat is Damien. Die voor me niet. Die andere wel, die we net inhaalden. Gat naar voren is nog 13 seconden nu.
Oké. Dit is Damien voor je?
Nee.
Oh. Kan niet lezen.
Nee, Johansen, plek 13.
Ah, oké.
Damien, die hebben we net ingehaald. Dat was een backmarker, denk ik. Ja.
Oh, Damien was de backmarker, ja precies.
Ja. Die reed 27ste.
Ach.
Oh, die hebben nog niet zo'n goede race dan.
Nee.
Nee, wij wel.
Oh.
Nee, netjes gedaan.
Ja.
Grapje.
Het was vast niet sneller, dus dat mag.
Ja. Nou, het mag ook best sneller zijn. Nog 2 keer mag het.
Oh, was het een track warning?
Nee.
Oh,
Ik wil zeggen, jij bent de leuke. Dan mogen wij zorgen dat we niet een penalty scoren.
Dat is je de rest van de tijd toch ook gelukt?
Ja, prima. Ja. Ah, deze die had ik nog niet. Track limit warning, dus dat kan nog.
Maar de catch hem all.
Ja. Hij zegt ook nu tegen mij dat ik nu moet pitten.
Krijgen we 10 bonuspunten, toch?
Ja. Oké, ja, pit in, denk aan pit limiter en het scherpe bochtje.
Oh. Ah, fuck! Jeetje, gast. Nou, ik sta al stil.
Nou ja. Hè?
Ja, je moet die curb een keer geraakt hebben, anders heb je niet op Kyalami gereden.
Jeetje. Ik denk dat er nog een stap go aankomt.
Oh fuck, had je hem niet op een limiter?
Heb je de ignition uitgezet?
Ja. Nee, de ignition niet, alleen de starter.
Oh my word.
Oké, dus goed. Oké. Geen stop and go Arwin, please.
Ik ben bang voor wel.
Je reed niet te hard, toch? Je ging zo langzaam.
Jawel, nee.
Ik had echt 80 op de teller staan.
Wat?
Ik zei het nog.
Ja, na die ja, ik denk het wel dat er 80 op de teller staan. Ja.
Ja. Jezus Christus.
Hearing the guys, we hebben stop and go.
Kunnen we niet zeggen van we hebben het al gecompenseerd, niet een admin contact, hè?
S ging 30?
Nee joh.
Het is een game, hè?
Oh ja, ik moet er weer uit, hè?
Ja, maar probeer maar of we het voor elkaar krijgen.
Nou, sorry jongens.
Nou, Wim, gebruik jij je charmers eens even bij de admins.
Ja, we hebben 3 laps. Ja, jawel, we hebben altijd verloren. We hebben expres weer tijd teruggegeven, dat kun je ze wel zeggen.
Het is op mijn stream te zien.
Ik zou het gewoon proberen, we hebben 3 laps voordat ik hem moet inlossen.
Is Anthony een admin?
Ja.
Kijken of hij aan het rijden is.
Geloof het niet. Guys, another stop and go 30. Another stop and go 30, man. You don't gain crap. You don't gain anything. You don't a few seconds, and we gave them back. But it is what it is. The game will kill you off with a stop and go 30. Not even a drive through. Not even a stop and go. Stop and go 30. So all progress is annihilated.
Ik hoop dat hij reageert.
Nee, hij zegt moet je even bij Tom zijn. Tom heb ik geen band, daar ga ik het niet bij neergooien. Bij Anthony hoor ik het wel neergooien. Ik bedoel, het is ook gewoon mijn fout.
Goh. Nou, het verzacht mijn pijn weer een beetje. Maar.
Nou, niet echt.
Dat had je niet echt... ja, nou Tim zei dus nog. Tim, jij nog, dan hebben we er alle 3 heen.
Tim vindt dit een leuke baan.
Ja.
Die doet dat niet.
Nou, daar ligt het niet aan. Die baan is wel tof. Ook niet eens een drive-through. Ook niet eens een stop and go. Nee, stop and go 30.
Gewoon nog een pitstop.
What the fuck?
Already, and I don't think it's going to calm down at all. The order as it stands.
Well, last time we had it. Well, the gaps will be a lot larger, I guess. Last time we had my stop and go, it was completely at the front end of the race. We dropped from 9th down to. Well, I had a lot of other shit.
Zit Anthony nou niet in de auto?
We will probably not drop as far as we did with my incident, my second incident.
To make a stop.
Oh, my coach has made another mistake.
Well, as we see, yeah, picture.
Er is iemand gespind.
That was spinning on the spot.
Makoeg.
Makoeg komt weer terug op de baan. Ik weet niet waar dat is voor jou.
Yeah, absolutely pushing too hard. He went to turn.
In ieder geval spijt van dat ik die 2 voor mij heb langs gelaten.
A bit of understeer that threw him offline. Obviously look at the front end of that car, that is big damage, that is back to the pits damage. I can't see how he's only just come out of the pits realistically in the last 5-10 minutes, so I can't see how he's going to do a full stint with damage like that. He's going to have to go to the pits.
Ik moet hem gaan inlossen deze lap.
Ja, very costly mistake at this time in the race.
Je valt vast niet zo ver terug als met mij gekloot.
Nou.
Nou moet je dat broodje nog even opzoeken.
Tim, jongen, dat hebben we niet nodig, hè, al die negativiteit.
Jawel, rij je Klaas?
Jawel, hoezo? Jij ziet het niet meer zitten, wil je meteen weer swappen?
Nee. Volgens mij kan dat niet eens met een stop and go.
Nee, dat weet ik wel zeker. Maar misschien was je er gewoon helemaal klaar mee. Dat je zoiets hebt van, nou laat maar jongens, rij maar uit.
you did get the feeling it was going to end in
Dat
tears.
maar.
Zover is het nog net niet.
Unfortunately for Marcouche, that spin there has really decided that battle. Hedge is now taking 10th place, which is a very strong result for that car, which was.
Ik heb ze er nog niet op een stream over gehoord. Maar die komt vast nog wel.
Nou, beter ook. Er staat naast mijn naam.
Ja, vorige stond naast mijn naam, dus ik vind het...
Ja, want wij je hem ook veroorzaakt.
Tim Nijboer has stop and go 30.
Ja.
Nee, ik heb in de chat heb ik hem al geclaimd.
De jackass was speeding in de pitlane. Oh nee, dat was Arwin.
Nee, ik was helemaal niet aan het speeden.
En toen heeft niks gezegd, jongens, anders moet ik er nou in.
Nee, ga er maar in.
Oké.
Ja, ik vind het een beetje flauw om daar achteraan te gaan.
Ja, nou ja.
Ja, de penalty is gewoon veel te zwaar voor wat het is.
Nee joh, het gaat om veiligheid van de...
Ja, zouden ze in het echt ook stappen go 30 doen?
Ja, zeker weten.
Volgens mij, dan krijgen ze toch gewoon een geldboete.
Nee. Nee, want dan zouden ze het gewoon iedere keer doen.
Moeten ze bij ons ook niet doen trouwens. Ja, betaal maar even 10 euro. Wat is het?
Ja.
Wat is het duur spelletje?
15 seconden.
Oh man, we can just not catch a break. But I'm glad I'm not the only one at fault. It's a little relief. But man, oh man, what a horrible.
Mag gezegd worden dat hij 5 man.
Mag je zeker zeggen.
Wat wou je zeggen? Ik heb het niet gehoord. Zeg je nou
Meer negativiteit.
Kijk je gewoon op de stream terug. Wat hij gezegd heeft.
Mijn garant staat er in elk geval niet op, want ik had de microfoon niet aan, dus dat scheelt.
Oh. Iemand ingehaald in de pit exit. Moet gewoon kunnen. Nou, we rijden nog steeds P19, dus blijkbaar...
Dat doe je goed. Ja, want je bent er alweer terug op.
Ja.
Oh. Alleen het gaatje naar voren is wat groter dan. Ja, Badje achter je. Badje Zwering.
Nou ga ik dan maar gewoon proberen Arwin's tijd te verbeteren.
Staat je ook alweer Arwin? 41-5?
Yeah, well, we've been saying about how busy the racetrack has been. I mean, up and down the order, there's battles going on.
Was
not
42-3.
for position. Sometimes it's a bit of a hard work for one car to get past a lapped car, but
1 hour, 47 minutes to go, guys.
You're in 10th place.
And we will be doing the last stint.
Going forward from here, obviously, there's been a couple of instances.
Not sure if we'll gain any positions. If we had any chance of becoming 18th, 17th with the stop and go 30, we probably threw that away. So, but people will probably make mistakes.
Het is wel zo dat je bij deze auto slecht kan zien wanneer de pitlimiter erop zit of niet. Dat geef ik toe.
Ja, die blauwe balk in je scherm. Ah, ik heb dingen gewoon afgehaald.
Ik had ook echt wel het idee dat ik hem erop had gezet. Maar...
Ja, dat doet een beetje gek soms.
Want toen ik de pit inrace, reed ik 30, maar toen zat ik nog eens 2. Dus toen schakelde ik terug en toen zette ik die pitlimiter aan.
Ja, oké.
Maar ik weet niet wat daar dan mis is gegaan.
Cheers guys, I'll carry on watching.
Well done, Kieran. Cheers,
well, we can look it up.
Cheers, Kieran. Thank you. And joining us, we'll stay in.
We're just gonna. Can you do that? Yeah, we can do that. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna review what happened. Let me see.
Mijn crew chief heeft er nu in één keer over een fuel window. Wat is dit voor onzin?
Where did we have Arwin driving? I don't get it. This is Arwin driving. Okay. We're close. Do we have audio? Yes, of course we have audio. Denk er nog maar een seconde af. Wat had jij, Tim? Ook zoiets dan?
Kun je mij horen?
Ja, zeker.
Mijn PC is gecrashed.
Ik ben wel
Erbij,
een beetje
maar
teleurgesteld.
kan ik rondom een tikje bij.
Nou weet je, de pijn is nu wel heel erg verzacht door het andere wat er allemaal was gebeurd.
Oké, wat nu? Willen we nog door?
Ik kan proberen nog weer in de server te komen.
Ja, maar dan moeten we dat wel aangeven.
Oh, je bent uit de game? Oh,
ja, is
crap.
goed. We gaan nog door?
Ja, voor mijn part. Ik wil wel
Ja,
even in het
laten we
donker
door.
rijden.
Is goed. Kun je dat melden?
Ja, ben ik mee bezig.
Oké, doe jij dat?
Oké.
Dan, ja, ik zit er niet in, dus ik hoef er ook niet uit. Oh, man.
Oh, the fuck. Waarom ook? Ik snap het niet. Ik heb hem letterlijk nog weer teruggeklokt. En ik kreeg gewoon een blue screen of death. Ik snap het niet.
Oh, guys. It's just not our race.
Ik ben
It's
Discord en
just
zo allemaal weer
not
het
our
opstarten spel ook. Dus ik schakel even over naar het headset weer.
Tim, his PC crashed. Blue screen of death.
Briefing channel.
So we were reviewing...
Nee, dat is niet zo handig. Ik laat in chat even weten wanneer je kan joinen. Dan moet Klaas dat even zeggen. Is het goed, Klaas?
Ja.
Ja.
Oké.
In de Furious channel.
Dat denk ik dat je bedoelt, ja. Oké, ik ben ACC weer aan het opstarten.
Still haven't seen it yet. Or is this...
Zeg maar als je er klaar voor bent, Tim.
Oké, ik ga nu naar de serverlist.
En dan wachten met connecten natuurlijk, hè?
Ja, ik heb hem ervoor staan. Ik ben klaar om te connecten.
Oh my word. I will turn on that other stream. Where is it? It's behind there.
Oh, we moeten wel onze pressures in gaan stellen weer.
Ja.
27, 27, 2, 1, 26, 6, 5.
Goed.
Breakbed 1 eronder.
Joining us in the commentary
Het
booth,
kan wel.
Moritz, and
Je kan erin, Tim.
this last hour or so is clean for you guys. I know it's
Willen we breakpad 1 eronder?
Ze hebben nu een code yellow op de server.
Doe maar niet.
Ja?
Kan erin, ja.
Oké, ik ben de server aan het laden. Of ik ben hem aan het laden. Ik zit erin. Final.
We've just gone to full course yellow, Steve.
Ja,
Indeed, we have full course yellow, obviously to allow someone to hopefully reconnect. It's
Zit je er al in?
standard practice
Ja, ik zit er al
within
in.
the endurance races
Kunnen we
in
door.
ACC.
Niet te
Just
snel zeggen.
quick explanation as to why we have to do this. Obviously,
Okay,
we have all these
110
custom
liter,
liveries that would look so stunning and awesome, but unfortunately, it just takes a while when someone joins a server. It causes a lag in the
controls
server,
locked
which
1
can
minuut
be
30.
anything
Oh
from
ja, en dat
about
nog.
2
Ja,
or 3
dat is
seconds
standaard.
even. And obviously, if
Dat
you're
is standaard.
driving,
Ook
Ja,
you
je
get
hebt
that
het
lag. It
gewijzigd
can make
natuurlijk.
the difference between being on track and being on the wall. So the safest thing to do is full course yellow,
It's
like they
not
have
a
there,
race.
and the car in
Ze zijn
question
er los.
has obviously managed to rejoin, and we are back racing again.
So it's very short full course yellow. I was just looking at timing screens and wondering whether the leader, Rich Smith, might decide to head to pit lane. He's
Als we
56
gewoon
minutes into a
alle
stint.
bad luck nu gewoon
coming towards
absorberen, dan gaat het de volgende keer gewoon een stuk beter. Ja?
Ja, slechter zou het niet gaan.
Ik snap niet waarom die PC crasht. Ik heb het toch geen touw vastgenomen. Ik heb alles al getest. Waarom?
En voor deze race had hij het nooit.
Nou, eerst een hele tijd niet. Bij Kyalami, die 24 uur, had ik dat ook voor de tijd elke keer. En toen heb ik een heleboel dingen veranderd en toen deed hij het niet meer. En heeft hij het echt een half jaar niet meer gedaan. En al van de week begon hij er weer mee.
Hey, maar nu kunnen we gewoon zeggen dat we super goed bezig waren. En we waren op weg naar P10, maar dat een crash hadden, toch?
Ja, ja, is goed. Houd aan maar op. Ik vind het goed. Ja, prima.
That's the gap between them, plus an entire
guys.
lap of the Kyalami piece. That's
Oh.
insane.
How much?
Oh, de auto is al gestart. Dat scheelt.
How much bad
Bad
luck can you have?
Alex and Cameron were chatting about it, but
Oh.
this team really from
Banden ook leuk trouwens. Die zijn 25-4 crashes, 24.
really dusted themselves off
Omdat ze
from
lekker
that and
lang
just
stil hebben gestaan.
executed, haven't they?
Oh ja,
Yeah,
tuurlijk.
they've done what they
Je hebt wel de gewone setup gewoon erin, hè?
Ja, normale setup. En dezelfde pressures als net, weer 110 liter.
Nou, je hebt ook weer frisse bandjes.
Ja, maar wel hele koude.
Ja, fris zei hij toch?
Ja.
Dat ook. Ja, ik bedoelde gewoon, je hebt nu weer gewoon 10 sets. Dus
ja.
Ga eens op een lolly. Oh my word.
Having two good stints and handing the car over it couldn't be much better. And then Dean's done his job and Rich is now doing his and you know, to say it's only a few laps.
Nou, doe jij 50 minuten, heb ik 50 minuten.
Ja, nou sorry jongens, ik weet niet wat er gebeurde.
Nou, we hebben allemaal ons aandeel nu, dus dan zijn we nu weer gelijk.
Ja, inderdaad. Tim mag niet meer zeggen dat hij teleurgesteld is, want wij zijn ook gewoon teleurgesteld.
Precies.
Obviously got a big enough cushion that they don't have to force their way.
Oh guys, this is terrible. Durf ik te vragen op wat voor plaats je rondrijdt?
Ja, 26.
Oh, dat valt nog mee.
Let's not get too settled on the fact that they've won this race.
26th, we are in 26th place.
An hour and 40 minutes to go.
Oh my word.
As I said earlier, it's their race to lose.
Oh.
I don't think they will, but you know, let's not count out.
Sam die zit ook in de chat nu. Die kreeg ook een stop and go, 30.
Probeert hij ook te schooien?
Ja, maar het is hem gelukt.
Nee.
Ja, volgens mij wel.
Fuck.
Bentley, that's 2 cars back. The white and orange car, that's the 301. And then, if we...
Maar wat was hun verhaal dan?
Ja, dan kun je dat natuurlijk elke keer doen.
Dan maak je dit niet terug.
That is Banny. Actually, no, say that. I think he's on the back.
Ja, het is nogal een verschil natuurlijk, hè.
The dark night and look at all these lights.
Sam trouwens en Cody die rijden toch helemaal achteraan of zo, niet? Die hadden ook
nee, die rijden op P30 ondertussen.
Ja, die hadden ook al een disconnectje, het verrekt ook dingetje.
Between the number 301 and the number 15, who's closing the gap. It's now about 1.5, 1.7.
Het grootste nadeel is dat iedereen hier is gewoon rood voor je. Er zijn haast geen blauwe of witte autootjes meer.
Nee, en Bart Swering zit nou weer achter me. Maar ik weet dat hun niet sneller zijn. Dus moet ze dan echt nou...
Nee hoor, gewoon rossen. Gewoon rijden. Jij bent sneller, kom op.
Hoeveel stond je nou dan?
26.
Oh.
Valt nog mee, misschien is de top 20 nog haalbaar.
Top 10 joh. Oh, gaan we niet.
Oh, ik hoor dat Arwin de laatste stint doet.
Zeker niet, ik ben er wel.
Hey, wie is een beetje handig met tech support dan? Ik snap echt niet waarom dan nog een PC kreeg. Dus misschien moet hij wat van mij stekje
Ja,
hebben.
die kreeg report, weet ik ook niet.
One place off the podium, and we spoke to one of the drivers.
Want ik kon het niet lezen, want ik zet mijn headset af en die bluescreen, mijn scherm zit redelijk ver weg en ik heb mijn bril niet op.
Ja,
dus. Wat maar we lachen de pijn allemaal weg.
Ik voel weinig pijn hoor, het ging toch wel kut.
Dan kan ik nu ook wel een biertje pakken, boeit nou toch niet meer.
Nou, dat had ik van tevoren al gedaan.
Ja, serieus?
Oh, lulharders.
Let's go.
Oh, je reed al onder invloed net?
Ja joh.
Ja, lekker wel.
Je zag je me niet slingeren man.
Oh, je ging wel eens wat naast de baan.
Ja, vooral aan het einde.
Even een stukje rallycross.
Great words. But yeah, the Bentley's a pretty solid race car to be honest. And I mean,
Arwin zak door het krukje.
Ik mis die crew chief niet, want die was alleen maar demotiverend de laatste stint.
Oh, echt, die vent. In mijn vorige race ook. Ik zei, geef die vent alsjeblieft de kogel. Ik betaal hem wel. Oh, man.
Maar ja, die ingebouwde crew chief die kan niet eens fatsoenlijk Engels.
Is dat zo?
Ja, die vraagt met zo'n Italiaans accent. Dan moet ik jou nou echt vertrouwen.
In Competizione.
Ja, die ingebouwde. Want die praten door elkaar heen, omdat je kunt hem niet helemaal uitzetten, geloof ik. Faster car coming up behind you.
Prepare for the final push. Vent, ik lig 3 ronden achter. Rot op, ga dood.
Ik ben even weg.
Hij pakt nog een gele rakker.
Ja, denk ook. Groot gelijk.
I think it becomes a lot lighter. So it's but it's in all seriousness, it is a very, very good race car. And it's,
donker rijden is altijd wel leuk.
Ja, daarom dacht ik op zich nog wel even zin in. Volgens mij als je vanaf boven die heuvel afkomt, dan zie je die hele stad liggen of zo.
Ja, klopt. Dan zie je alle lampjes.
Oh, dat lijkt me echt wel vet in VR. En die vonk ook, joh, als je in het donker achter iemand aanrijdt en die bottomt. Fantastisch.
Ja, klopt.
En al die gloeiende uitlaten en dikke vlammen.
Je hebt het voordeel dat je de graphics settings mooi vrij hoog kan zetten. Ook met VR nog.
The number 301 team.
Ja, ik heb hem anders vrij laag hoor.
It's just behind this 969 Bentley. He's been going
met 60, 65 frames rond, dus ik doe geen gekke dingen.
Oké. Oh no.
I believe this lap by, otherwise he's going to go over the
Voordeel, onze track warning is gecleared.
Oh jongen, dan kun je 3 keer ruim. Nou, ja, dan komt die top 10 dan nog in beeld.
4 minutes, so he was within a minute of breaching the rules. So they're running some pretty long stints. And I wonder if that is that nature of fuel. There's no pressure to come in early, or there's no need to short fill it or do anything spectacular, because the car will run.
Oh my word! And it's only 8 hours.
In that time, we've been talking about the Bentley, the race leader.
Well, we were saying we
SimSports
got all the bad luck we could get, so we're just gonna collect it all. Gonna
back in the car.
Push it all into one race. The next races will be flawless. Top 10, top 5.
Which they have been doing.
It's
could very well be going to the end from here.
My word.
He could very well indeed, and it's yeah. I mean, Regan, you know, as I said, he's a perfectionist, so I'm sure he'll be out there now trying to improve on what he did in the first his first go in the car, which was an awesome job. So if he does improve on that, then I'm afraid no one's got a chance, have they? Really, it's he's going to bring it home where he is now.
We're not even on the
he's setting green sectors on his lap times now as I speak. So he's going to be back into he's going to be getting down towards the 41s by the looks of it if he carries on with the times.
Yannick rijdt gewoon op tweede rond, hè?
Yeah,
and there was a penalty that came in just as we were taking over from Alex and Cameron that we haven't addressed, and that was a 15-second penalty added to car number 220. Daniel Lennox for a collision with the 912.
I'm not sure if we're going to do the 12 hours
contact on lap
with all of our 6 to combine, but at least the 24 hours we will be doing with both our teams combined with 6 drivers.
Like Cole is at the wheel of that car, but here is your race leader looking in.
Ja, als we niet weg hadden gehad, hadden we ook echt wel top 10 kunnen rijden.
Ja, jullie wel. Hè?
In the car.
Ja, jij ook wel hoor.
It would have been slightly different conditions.
Waren we wel geweest.
By that I mean there would have been natural light.
Ja, je lag 9e geloof ik toen ik begon te shitten.
Your headlights.
Nee, niet helemaal hoor. We zaten nog niet in de top 10, 11 of zo.
Nee, 9e. Ik heb teruggezien. Toen ik in de pit stond lagen we 9e.
Ja, oké, maar misschien omdat we wat later gingen pitten dan sommigen.
Ja, precies. Een andere ging ook naar binnen, dat soort dingen.
Hij zat echt op positie, zeg maar iets 11 of 12 of zo.
Ja, je had echt een goede opening.
Feel confident in the car and know.
Ja, werd een keer niet geraakt de eerste bocht, dat is wel uniek.
Ja, vooral de eerste bocht. Maar gelukkig was iedereen een beetje coulant.
Ja, dat ging beter dan bij Monza.
Monza.
This race unfolds coming up to the final 90 minutes. The run into the checkered flag. Drivers will most likely now be evaluating when their final stops.
Eigenlijk ging die start bij Monza nog best goed, alleen wij hadden gewoon de pech dat we helemaal achterin zaten.
The end, or whether they'll try
and
do full stints. And at the moment we can see the 911 Corsa on screen.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if you know the SimSport racing car strategy was right. I know Kieran was telling us, wasn't he?
Maar één positie kwijt.
Damn it. On the fact that they thought a lot of people were going to have to pit when they wouldn't.
I'm gonna shut up
and hopefully
let
they'll make
Tim drive.
places through that. But
ja, snap oversteer.
That's a risky strategy, but obviously you're second guessing.
Hij kan niet zien waar je rijdt, dus ja, ik weet eigenlijk ook niet wanneer dat ik wat kan zeggen. Maar ik hou me wel gewoon stil.
The other guys have got to do. But likewise, we've got to admire them because sometimes it's best to change the strategy up and just see what you can do, isn't it? You don't just follow the sheep. You know, be like a sheep and just follow everything.
De derde geloof ik naar links.
you're not going to change anything.
Maar de linkerbocht.
Oh, die? Ja, ik weet het. Ja, oké.
It was working though. Their alternate strategy. Kieran was talking about it, where they pitted and they got back on a strategy where they were about half an hour out. So they were pitting half an hour after the leaders or half an hour before, whichever way you look at it. But when it was ticking over the hour mark, they were seemingly shuffling higher and higher up the order. I know when we were first in the booth from hours 2 to 4, they were they were getting in towards the top 5 and looking very competitive, and getting out of strategy sometimes just has that natural.
Nou, daar hebben we ook allemaal even een spinnetje gemaakt.
The order when pitstops.
Ja, ik zat net te denken, we hebben alleen nog niet in de muur gezet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just hold the front page at the moment though, because Regan Mitchell, I said he was on green sectors.
Just say that,
Yeah, he's done a 1:41.217 as his best lap, and then his last lap after that, so the one straight after, was a 1:41.376, so within a tenth. 2 very fast laps at this stage in the race. I mean, he's the lad. I told you, he's a perfectionist. He's going to come out here and he's going to try and nail it.
Oh, die kunnen voor ons even drive-through, P26. Oh, Jordi Bakker.
Dus je schuift hen op?
Ja, je moet hem nog nemen.
Ja, maar dan schuif je
denk het wel, ja.
Ook een SG30?
Nee, drive-through.
Oh, dan track limits, denk ik.
Denk ook. Ja, was je nou maar gedisconnect, dan waren die gecleared.
Nou, je kunt het voorstellen. Het is pas bij de 4e dat je hem krijgt ook.
Ja.
Heeft hij hem ook wel verdiend.
Currently 6
ja,
laps
dan heb je het ook wel redelijk een potje van gemaakt.
Minutes he spent behind the wheel of the car so far.
Wow, spins!
Wow!
Er gaat een Porsche rond.
Team Hot Air
Ja,
Balloon
ik zie hem.
Porsche, he's sliding
nog
right
een
off
keer.
the track down. I think that's down at the Crocodiles he's gone off. He almost lost it through mineshaft. The car went over to the left-hand side.
Rijden nu achter.
Ja, ik zie je. Je bent op een stream met je rode lampjes.
Down towards that part of the track, there is some run
vol in beeld.
So you could be lucky and
Nice.
keep out the barrier. He's
27 guys, that's us.
Oh, hij gaat van zijn gas af.
So obviously
Doe die nou.
not too concerned about the state of the car, but Steve, that would have been a Code Brown moment for sure.
Pascal Eckstein.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the nature of the Porsche. That's the characteristic of that car. Obviously,
Ja, als hij van zijn gas af gaat, brengt het stuk, dan ga ik er voorbij.
Ja hoor, gewoon gas op lolly.
Lift off there if you're slightly offline, as he was when he was battling. If you're slightly offline and you find yourself having to lift because you're going to run wide, that unsettles.
That's our Tim in front of him.
Get that,
push it, get in there, Tim.
Ik moest even liften, anders had een track warning. Dus ik heb nu even
It's
bij.
very, very hard to catch it and to bring it back under control. As
Nou, die smijt hem aardig in met die Porsche.
Going away to your left-hand side and then into a slight right-hand.
Ja, die is helemaal gefrustreerd.
So he would have had a hell of a job to try and catch it, and unfortunately he didn't. But I think it looks like he's minimalised
Zit nog een Bentley achter je.
With a bit of a slide and just a scrape maybe because he's carrying on and he doesn't seem to be having any issues. He's
oh, een McLaren en een Bentley. Maar ik weet niet of
ja, McLaren ben ik net voorbij en het is allemaal blauw, allebei blauw. Dus.
He's going to just carry on, although he runs a little bit wide again there. He's maybe frustrated with himself now as well. He's maybe trying to push a bit harder to make up for some of this time he's lost as he runs very, very deep.
That's
there
us.
Again.
That's us. That's us.
In a little bit, calm down and just regather his thoughts and refocus his concentration.
Nou, komen we toch nog op televisie.
Ja, zo nog steeds in beeld dan.
Ja jong, ja jong. Ja. Het hele gevecht met die Porsche wat breed uitgemeten.
Very cautious.
Ja, hij... Oeh, nee!
Of the track, and you say, Steve, about the Porsche's characteristics to have a bit of a slide. And one of the characteristics of the Lamborghini goes off. Number 90 in the wall on the exit of Cheetah. That was a very big hit into the side. That was the Team Rocket, the Furious car. I'm not quite sure who's in the car at the moment. Running down the order 26.
Denk het.
And that's Tim Nebo in
Ruit
the
is
car
stuk in ieder geval.
So big incident. Pretty sure that car will be picking.
Kijken. 8 seconden. Valt mee.
Je mag hem in de pit zetten, dat we wisselen of zo, dat ik hem uitrijd.
Ja, nog 20 minuten dan kun jij hem uitrijden.
Oh ja, ja, tuurlijk. Ik mag natuurlijk wat stint niet.
Oh, ik heb altijd de lampen beginnen te knipperen.
Oh, lekker in de tand.
I was about to say with the.
Kun je hiermee rijden of wat doe
one
je?
of the characteristics
Ik
that
kijk wel
does
even.
stand out about the Porsche is its sound. It's one of the best sounds.
We rijden net al
in
niet
the
meer op
cars. Do you have a
positie, dat
particular-
scheelt.
particular favourite?
Yeah, the Porsche.
P28.
I do like the Porsche. I drove it for a few seasons.
I had to
and,
jinx
you
it.
know, I had great fun in
Probably
it.
my fault.
It's not an
I
easy
said
car
we
to
just
extract
we haven't
Okay,
put it
hij
in
zegt
a
langzaam,
while.
ja.
but it is a very, very
Volgens mij
good
vleugel
rewarding
kapot voor.
car. And although I said it was difficult to catch a slide down the mine shaft, it's actually quite an easy car to slide and play with,
nice.
if you like. But we are going to show you a replay now of the Lamborghini.
Ja, wat we kunnen doen is dat ik hem repair en dan ga je inderdaad rijden. En dan ga je tegen het einde van je stint gewoon nog een drive-through doen. Dan wordt je timer gereset. Hoeven we niet te pitten.
Ja,
dat kunnen we doen. Dan gooi je hem gewoon helemaal vol.
Gewoon door de pit heen rijden klaar.
Ja.
Oké,
Oké, dan ga ik proberen een pitstrategie klaar te zetten. Gooi ik gewoon 20 liter erin, hopen dat we het daarmee halen.
Get off the racing line, but just an awkward one there for Tim Niebauer.
Nou, het is een 1,5 uur.
90
Ja.
Team Rocket, the Furious Lamborghini.
Oké, ik heb nog een ronde nodig om het klaar te zetten.
A situation there, but
kan dat?
looks like
ja, voor mij wel.
escaped
Ik ga
unharmed,
joinen.
but I'm sure we'll find out.
Nee, ik hoef niet in de
penalties
server.
if there was incident
Jawel, toch?
following on.
Ja, nee, ik ga wel rijden. Ja,
Here's
ik
Nick
zal de game
at the
opzetten.
moment in the 208 DC Sim.
So we're gonna drive, guys. A bit sooner than anticipated.
Ik zal je dezelfde pressures erin doen als ik, maat. Dat reed wel goed. Ja, als je rem beginnen de lampen te knipperen.
Had ik ook met die Ferrari inderdaad. Ik connect nu.
Oké.
Ik had het spel nog steeds gewoon op de achtergrond.
Oké.
We're gonna drive, guys.
Oh, het was al meer schade. Oké. Dat verklaart wat. Ik had de banden ding niet aanstaan. Het is 28 seconden schade. Dat verklaart waarom die niet zo lekker rijdt.
So, there we are, in-game. Je hebt nu gewoon geen verlichting.
Jawel, maar dat is soms een beetje een bug als je spectate.
What? Het is echt mega donker nu.
Nee, ik heb hem wel aanstaan hoor. Maar dan kom ik er zo in.
Jij gaat nu naar binnen.
Ja, ik heb je gerequest.
Nou, ik hoop dat het wat lichter wordt, want zo valt het niet te rijden.
Nee. Oh jongen, die auto rijdt voor geen meter.
Wat heb je gedaan?
Muur.
Ik zei, we hebben hem alleen nog niet in de muur gezet. Nou, dat heeft hij even recht gezet. Hey, de lampen gaan aan.
Jezus. Nou ja. Ik kan er niks van maken. Niks anders, niks moois. Oké, ignition staat weer aan, nu hoef je alleen maar te starten.
Ja.
Je hebt nog 56 seconden, dus neem de tijd.
Ik kan wel even een pitstop.
Ja. Ja, dat ging lekker Arwin, want ik raakte om de een of andere reden na de hoge broodje in de slip of zo. Ik weet niet eens hoe het gebeurde. En hij ging gewoon in de muur.
Oh, crap.
Ach, maakt niet uit joh.
Crap.
Ja, ik kan er ook nog wel bij.
Volgens mij, ja, ik weet niet. Ik zal wel even in de... Ja, ik weet niet. Ik zie het wel. Dus Klaas gaat nu de auto in.
Hij staat in elk geval op de pit limiter.
Als het goed is wel, ja. Ik zie hem aanstaan.
Ja.
Oké, 13 seconden. 10. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take it away. Nou, veel slechter dan mijn laatste stint kan het niet worden. Dus maak er wat moois van.
Maar hij moet nog 1 uur en 20 minuten.
Ja, we gaan een drive-thru doen. Want dan wordt die timer gereset.
Ja, halen wij dat op brandstof?
Dat hopen we.
Volgens mij haalt die Lamborghini dat nooit.
Ik denk het ook niet. Het is nog 1 uur 20.
Moet ik opzoeken wat een betere ECU-map is daarvoor?
Nee, dat maakt niet uit. Dat gaat je niet lukken met de Lambo.
Nou ja, dan doen we nog even 5 liter erbij in.
Dat heb ik geprobeerd met TM Bezanten met die andere gast. Maar dat 1 minuut 10 is makkelijk en als je direct kan je het 1 minuut 15 wel doen, maar 1 minuut 20 wordt echt wel
Oké. Nou ja. Ja, ik had 28 seconden schade, het ding reed niet meer.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. The faster car is approaching. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Faster car coming up behind you.
Yeah, you wish. That's not gonna happen. The only thing is I don't know where my braking points really are. I have to invent the track.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Mate.
Faster car coming up behind. Watch out.
Ah! Die dacht ik gooi hem in het gaatje.
Kan je wat vragen?
Faster car coming up.
Nee, er was iemand die gooide hem in het gaatje. Dat was ik niet van plan, maar hij deed het toch en toen ging ik rond.
Oh, dat kan wel.
Dus we zullen wel hoe noem je dat? We zullen wel weer aangeklaagd worden.
Oh, nog een penalty. Die miste we nog.
Car on the right.
Nou, sterk gedaan.
Clear on the right.
Gaan we dit goede nieuws ook even melden aan het andere team?
Ja, we gaan even het andere team aan het bijstaan. Onze debakel. Dan komen we eens op terug, oké? Dat is niet uit, denk ik.
Man, I so don't know what my braking points are on top of that hill.
Faster car behind you. Car on the right. Clear on the right. Faster car coming up behind you. Falling behind to the car in front in second.
Shut up, mate. That's the number 1.
Eens even kijken.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
What the hell? He went into the wall. De nummer 6 die vliegt voor mijn neus hier even in de muur.
Nice.
Nice.
Gewoon op het rechte stuk. Gaat hij in één keer rechtsaf de vangrail in. Wat?
Zat hij ook wel aan het bier zeker?
Ik denk het. Misschien gooide hij zijn biertje om.
Ja, inderdaad. Ik moet er weer even vandoor. kom nog wel weer terug voor de finish. Niet heel veel voor, denk ik.
Oké, dat kan. Dat kan. Nou, dan tot straks.
Ja, tot dan.
Ik heb Daan Lensen achter ons.
Oh, nice. Nou, ik denk dat hij wel sneller is. Hij de snelle tijd.
Oh leuk, bij het opkomen van het rechte stuk hebben ze de 50 meter boutje weggehaald.
Ja,
dat
klopt,
gaat met brake marker.
Ja, je kunt het waar die steward in staat, dat kun je ook gebruiken.
Ja, ik moet die poppetjes maar een beetje opzoeken.
Ja, dat is zelf te zeggen.
Ik heb hem op mapping 2 gezet.
Oké.
Misschien scheelt dat wat met Peut.
Zou kunnen. Ik kan wel even googlen op de Streamlabs.
Ja, doe eens.
Ja, map 2 en 3 zijn inderdaad zuinig.
Mooi.
Het meest zuinige is map 4.
Oh, oké.
Losing time to the car in front in sector 2.
Ik zou eventueel daar naartoe kunnen gaan, maar op zich vraag ik me af of het überhaupt nog wel redt.
Faster car approaching. Watch out.
Maar Daan die rijdt dat gaatje dicht, of is het niks?
De laatste ronde was een 42,5.
Ja, en ik doe een 44,6 of zo.
Ja, dat gaat hartstikke. Misschien dat we nu nog wat plekken kunnen pakken, want de meeste mensen beginnen geloof ik met pitten. Wellicht kunnen we nog wat terugpakken.
Kijken of ik Daan zenuwachtig kan maken.
Rijdt hij verder lekker?
Ja, prima. Jij hebt hem gefixt, toch?
Ja, nee, maar de crash is ook niet.
Ik merk niks van de vangrail.
Spanning allemaal prima?
Ja, achter ietsje zacht. 27,4.
Oh, oké. Ja, het is iets kouder geworden, zie ik. 19 graden. Oh nee, 20. Sorry. Nou ja, beter te zacht dan te hard.
Car on the right.
Whoa.
Clear on the right.
Woo! Ah, fuck it.
Got some light damage on the front of the car.
Fuck. What the hell? Ik heb nog voor 32 laps.
Oh, oké. Ik zal dit voor je uit.
Ah, overshot.
32 laps, hè. Gemiddelde rondetijd. Kan ik uitgaan van een 44?
Ja, als het geen 45 is.
Oké. Okay. 24 minuten. Hoeveel staat er nog op de klok?
Ah. 59 minuten.
Oké. Dan moeten we sowieso verbeteren.
Ja, hè?
Ja. Wat verbruikt hij nu?
87 liter, zegt hij. Hij verbruikt 2,7.
Oké.
Scheelt het veel?
Ik zal het nog even narekenen. 2,7 per lap, zeg. Ja.
2,72.
Ja, oké. Ja.
You're gaining on the driver ahead in sector 3.
Shut up,
knap. 56 minuten. Hebben we nog. In de tank.
Nou ja, ik kan naar mapping 3. Kijken wat dat doet qua verbruik.
Ja, dat is goed. Je kunt eventueel zelfs naar map 4, maar dan heb je iets minder power. Staat hier.
Ik heb hem eerst even op 3.
Goed. Hoeveel staat er nog op de klok?
58,13.
Oké. Dat is niet veel.
We're in the green. I see some cars in front of us. It would be nice to engage some traffic again. In front of me and not from behind. ...44-0.
Oké, netjes.
Tja, ach ja.
Ja, het gaat nu gewoon om finish.
Ik heb wat moeite met rempunten in het donker. Hè? Die had ik niet echt geoefend.
Nee, dat is wel lastig, ja. De baan is ook niet heel goed verlicht. Je moet echt...
Nee, en het is VR, dus het is sowieso allemaal wat extra blurry.
Ja, ja, klopt.
Slow car ahead.
No, there's not.
Time to the car in front in sector 2.
Shut up, mate.
Faster car coming up behind you. sector 3. Yellow flag ahead, watch out in front. Slow car ahead. Yellow flag, be careful. The car is exiting the pits, watch out.
Oeps.
eens even aan het kijken of ik een dump file kan vinden van de blue screen. Kijken of ik iets kan vinden over de cache.
Rijden we nog?
Yes.
Zeker.
Rijden we nog ergens voor?
Nee. Nou, ik ben de 21ste.
Wat? Dat denk ik niet, klaar. Als je
Wat
24 staat, als je 31ste.
29ste zijn we nu.
Jeetje, 2 plekken ingehaald.
Nou.
Nice, nice.
Faster car coming up behind. Watch out.
Op mapping 4, hè?
Oh, je gaat het wel proberen?
Ja, het zal wel niks worden, maar...
Ja, hoe staat het nu met hoeveel zit er nog in en hoe gebruikt het erop?
Wij rekenen wel voor je.
Ja, ik heb hem hier op staan.
Als jij de nummertjes geeft.
Nog 45, 46 minuten.
Ja, maar hoeveel liter heb je nog?
Even wacht, ik zit in de S's.
Ja.
En ik heb een iemand achter me. 24 laps, 66 liter.
66 liter verbruik per ronde.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. Faster car coming up.
2,70.
Nou is wel hetzelfde dan.
Nee, 2,70.
Ja, dat was net op de andere net. Ja, dan kunnen we nog 42,5 minuten rijden.
Ja, dus dan moet je toch nog wel behoorlijk lifttank doen.
Ja, misschien moeten we maar gewoon snel refuelen. Kijken waar we eruit kunnen kijken.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. Faster car coming up behind you.
Het is niet best, ik laat nu de nummers 22 en 26 al door.
Trouwens, we moeten dan ook de pit in, we hebben die pit niet.
Staat er even helemaal niks van.
Oh.
Ja, dat weet hij, toch?
Nog eens?
We moeten hoe dan ook wel door de pitstraat, dus dan heb je niet zo heel veel meer tijd om te stoppen, 10 liter erin en gaan.
Kom ik 10 liter tekort?
Nee, dat weet ik niet, maar ik moet maar even wachten. Komt goed, we rekenen het nog uit, we hebben gewoon door.
Oh shit. Maar de kok rijdt gewoon 23.
Ja.
Car on the right.
Godvent! Ach jongens, mijn goal. Nou, er was weer iemand die dacht van nou, ik ga even binnen doorzeilen. Not. Nou, daar komt weer een report.
Is er geen report geworden?
Nee, voor
The faster car is approaching.
Dat is ook een manier om ze achter ons te houden. Nou, dan zet ik hem weer gewoon op map 1, want dan boeit het toch niet.
Yes.
Oh, Naad zit achter me.
Peuk hem eraf.
Prima.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. Faster car coming up behind you. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Nou, ik word echt een expert in het voorbijlaten. Jammer dat er dan altijd nog weer van die lui zijn die denken van... Oh, hier steek ik hem even tussen. Gast. Ik laat je wel voorbij. Als ik je voorbij laat, dan weet je het.
Ja, mijn hele crash staat inclusief met replay op de stream. Trots.
Ja.
Ja.
Ik zie gewoon echt 0 mensen voor positie om me heen. 0. Echt helemaal niemand. No, not in the gravel. Come on, mate. It was just a nice train. Of course, we were chasing. Nog van 19 laps of fuel. 37 minuten.
Nou, als je kalm aanrijdt, dan kan je het wel houden. Als je een beetje lift bij.
Hoeveel liter was dat?
53.
Oké. Dat is 34 minuten rijden als je 2,7 houdt. En op 54,5 rijden.
Hoeveel scheelt het?
Wat zijn je rondetijden?
Oh, 44,5.
Oké. Dan is dat 34,1 minuut met 53 liter nog.
Which reminds me, wanneer moet ik eigenlijk voor mijn stint naar binnen? Oh ja, dat zegt die gast wel, hè? Zegt die gast wel.
Ja.
Ja.
43,8. Jongens, het moet niet rader.
in Sector 1.
Nog 29 minuten. 14 laps of fuel. 40 liter.
40 liter, oké. Nog steeds 2,7?
2,72. Ik had hem even weer op map 1, maar ik heb hem ook weer op map 4.
Oké, als je 44 aanhoudt, kun je daar 25 minuten mee rijden.
25 minuten, kom ik 3 tekort. Man.
Oké. Ja, dan moeten we gewoon de pit in. Gooi er even 5 liter in. Misschien wat meer. Laat gewoon 10 liter erin gooien. Hoe zit je met die stinttijd?
Ik heb nog niks gehoord.
Okay.
There's a slow car up ahead.
No, there's not.
Slow car ahead.
Yes, there is. It's me.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. The faster car is approaching.
Puki. Oh nee. Ja, El Puki. The guy is doing 41s.
Stint is ending soon. Just a few more laps. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Stint is ending soon.
Oké. Ga je dan
Faster car is approaching. Watch out.
Hoeveel liter ben ik nodig?
hoeveel tijd kwam je tekort? 5 minuten of zo?
Dat zei je.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
Ja.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Voor de zekerheid maar gewoon 10 liter in, want dan zie ik wel hoe zoveel tijd scheelde doen. Dan zouden we 4 laps mee kunnen rijden. Weet je. Moet genoeg zijn. Of denk ik nou verkeerd aan?
aan de veilige kant wil zitten, moet je 12 van maken. Dus ik heb 4 hele laps.
liter.
Ja, maar zit je niet in het wel goed.
$5,4 seconden.
Oh, oké. Dan kunnen we missen, denk ik.
Dan ga ik nu naar binnen.
Oh, die voor je ging ook.
Man, wat is die entree krap. Jezus.
Ja, echt hè?
Dan zul je zien dat hij net op mijn pitbox gaat staan. Dan zie ik niet waar ik stappen moet.
Nou, bijna wel.
Ja, ik was net wat te ver.
Ja, maar
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. En we rijden weer.
Lekker. Ja, dat ging mooi. Mooi vloeiend.
Ja, begint al te oefenen, hè?
De volgende keer, als we 8 uur rijden op Kyalami, zijn we goed voor. Nee. Ja, mooi zo. Nog plekken verloren? Of niet?
Ik zal zo kijken.
Okay.
Vast niet gewonnen.
Ja, dat denk ik ook.
Dat zou wel kijk zijn.
Nou, ze zijn hier nog even aan het bakkeleien. Nummer 24 en 25. Ik ben 31ste, jongens, gaat heel goed.
Oh, kijk, ik weet wel. Weet ik maar niet.
Ach, hoeveel krijg je punten?
Car on the right. Clear on the right. The faster car is approaching.
Alsof we dan 18e waren geworden of 31e, maakt dat ook niet uit.
Dat is de auto van Michiel Hutman.
Oh.
Zullen we daar wel weer een warning voor krijgen? Dat ik er naar keek. Nou, nog 20 minuten.
Doe maar lekker rustig aan.
Er zijn nog maar 35 auto's in de server.
Ik krijg ook nog 4 auto's die het nog slechter hebben gedaan.
4 auto's die het nog slechter hebben gedaan, dat is best knap. Wat
Ja,
heb je daar wel niet allemaal moeten uitvragen?
Wij hebben echt de incidenten bingo volledig afgewerkt.
Ja, ja.
Nee, we hebben alleen die 3 keer wijd nog niet. Zal ik die nog even doen?
Ja, dat doe ik ook nog eens. Ja, we hebben verder ook geen penalty gekregen voor incident, toch?
Nee, alleen de warning.
Ja, die had die van mij. Nou, Klaas die was bang voor niks steeds.
Hey shit, track limits no time gained.
Ja. Ja, dat ging niet op, Klaas. Dus je best.
Ja, kom maar.
Beetje pushen.
Even afsnijden.
Faster car behind you. Faster car coming up behind.
Ah, shut up, mate. Oh, number 12. Yeah, he's faster.
Sector 1. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Nou, 43,7.
Netjes.
Faster car coming up behind you.
Ik denk dat met GT4 dat dus ook nog wel eens leuk is. Heb ik nog nooit gedaan.
Deze map.
Oh, gewoon 24 uur of een endurance race met GT4 ertussenin.
Oh ja.
Dat vinden we aardig ons best toch, om dat een beetje na te doen.
Ik denk dat ik een redelijke obstakel ben, ja.
Ja, niet per se hoor, hè. Gewoon bij.
Ik zet nu de nummer 15 op zijn huid.
Faster car coming up behind you.
En de nummer 8 zit mij op de huid. Nou, 0,9. Valt mij. Oeh, nog een verbetering. Jongens. Oh, 43,6.
Ja.
Gat mal.
Gaat Klaas nu ineens zijn best doen.
Nou, ik denk dat ik er nou een beetje in begin te komen. Hè? Ja, in donker dat ligt me altijd wel.
Ik krijg last van tunnelvisie.
Ja, word je wat minder afgeleid. Ja, al die mooie dames langs de baan en zo.
Ja, zo krijg je
al die wapperende rokjes.
Ja, daarna. Ja.
Michiel zit ook al gewoon weer dood de filmpjes te delen.
Ja, die
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Jorik Braam achter me.
Car coming up behind you.
Voor positie?
Nee joh.
Ja, ik weet niet waar die rijdt.
Er zijn nog maar 4 auto's voor positie, dus die ben ik nog niet tegengekomen.
Ja, waarschijnlijk wel van de tweede of zo.
Ja, niet zo negatief.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. Faster car coming up behind you.
Oh ja.
Ja, ik zeg ook maar wat.
Ik ben wel blij dat jouw computer gecrashed is. Dat was wel echt... Dat is iets wat buiten onze schuld ligt. Kunnen jullie nog wat zeggen dat het daaraan heeft gelegen?
Ja.
De rest vergeten we gewoon te benoemen.
Ja, dat wel. Ik ga nog een memory test opstarten. Kijk, of die nog even opstarten.
Ik heb nu Dennis Werkman achter me. 21ste.
Oké.
Ik snap niet dat Lamborghini ook gewoon de beste auto is op deze baan.
Niet?
Nee.
Hij is wel snel, maar hij is tricky.
Nee, hij is... Nee, ik snap het.
Ja, kan niet. Oh.
Vooraan rijden ze gewoon 41 laag.
Ja, echt joh.
Dat zie ik die Lamborghini echt nooit doen hoor.
Nou ja, Sam had Paul.
Ja, maar een quali lap. Maar nu in de race rijdt ze 41 rond.
Ja, dat is wel. Even 41 rond.
Ja.
Dat was
die eerste twee, die gasten die nu 1 en 2 rijden, die reden gewoon 41 rond bij nog even.
Dat reed ik in de quali met 20 liter. En niet in banden.
Ja, precies ja.
Nou,
en met nog zin in het leven.
Met... Exact.
Volgens mij ga ik steeds harder door die bocht 6. Hier, lange rechter.
Ja, er is ook meer grip in de kou natuurlijk. Hè.
Alleen die S, dat wat mijn vriend niet. Met deze auto.
Nee, die kan niet.
Je moet echt een goede setup hebben dat je hem er lekker in kunt smijten.
De CDA 2.
Nou, echt smijten wil je nooit kunnen doen met de Lambo.
Nee, klopt. Dan moet je zo'n vierkante auto kiezen als een Lexus.
Ja, iets met een motor.
Ja.
Car on the right.
Ja, die Lexus was echt gewoon... kon je op
Clear on the right.
maar dat maakt niks uit. Het voelt een beetje als cheaten.
Best wel kut om iemand vlak voor het broodje voorbij te laten, want je ziet geen hol als je naar dat broodje toe gaat.
Dat moet je ook niet doen, mensen daar voorbij.
Nee, nee, je laat ze daarvoor heel makkelijk voorbij, maar dan zitten ze voor je. Kijk, Anthony achter me. Nou, zo zie je ook nog eens iemand, ja. Je rijdt tenminste niet alleen.
Gaat Yannick met één keer.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. You're gaining on the car heading sector 2. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Faster cars approaching. Watch out.
God, dan heb ik de nummer 1 achter me. Again.
Ik kan hem nog even afchecken, voor een beetje spektakel op de livestream.
Komen in elk geval op een stream, hè? Ja.
Ja, sowieso dat die er niet ligt.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Ik word echt goed in dat voorbij laten.
Nou, ik wil straks nog even aan de
Yellow flag in sector 2.
street.
Zeker niet.
Ik ook niet.
Zeker geen.
Faster cars approaching.
Ah, shut up.
Ik denk dat je niet of zo wil.
Ja, natuurlijk.
Maar ze hebben
We have some light damage at the rear of the car.
Fucking. Dat kon nog net even.
Is het voor?
Nee, maar ik zat wel in de muur.
Oh,
En mijn stuur is een beetje uit het midden. Beetje.
Nou, maakt niet uit. Nog 4 minuten.
Na 4 minuten. Nou, dat zal vast nog wel lukken.
Oh, je deed exact hetzelfde als ik.
Fucking dog.
Ja, dat was precies wat er bij mij gebeurde.
Ja, mijn lampjes beginnen ook te flikkeren inderdaad.
Déjà vu.
Ja,
God, ik reed als klokwerk en dan dit ineens.
Wel zo'n instabiele atoomklok.
Nou, ik heb nummer 2 achter me. Nou, die zal ik me niet staken.
is juist stabiel.
Ja, de nummer 2 moet je eraf tikken, joh. Dat vindt Daan vast niet erg.
Oh ja, is die derde?
Ja, die rijdt de derde, ja. 20 seconden erachter.
Faster car coming up behind you.
Grapje doen we niet. Staat op stream.
Ik moet mijn stream wel verwijderen straks.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Even de nummer 2 op zijn bumper. Hoho, wat zal die zweten nu? Oh ja, ik knip er ook nog met mijn lampen.
Dat heb ik wel, maar ik heb dat vaak gezien.
Nice.
Nog 2 minuten. Ik heb nog voor 3 laps fuel. Dat is mooi uitgekiet volgens mij.
Had je nou wel nog geriet?
Ja. Ja, dat was niet goed gekomen hoor.
Heb je een track warning erbij? Of was het niet?
Nou, ik geloof niet dat ik daar echt sneller van werd.
Nee, klopt, maar ja, het is wel uitgezien. Onze bingokamer moet ook wel niet vullen.
Zo mooi in VR hoe je zo lekker op een kont kunt zitten. Dat is echt mega.
Ja.
Het is net echt.
Zo rijdt plaats ook op de snelheid.
Ja hoor.
Net echt.
Net echt.
Knippen raken.
Oh, de leader is on the final lap, so give all you've got. Want? Hoezo dan? Wat gaat het nog voor verschil uitmaken dan? Dat ik nu nog geef alles wat ik heb. Nu nog.
Dan kun je nog eerste worden.
Ja, in die zin, ik kan hem misschien nog aftikken als ik mijn best doe.
Hallo.
Oeh. Hallo.
Hey jongens, even stil, Klaas is nog aan het concentreren.
Ik ben ook aan het concentreren.
We kunnen niks meer fuck-uppen, maar we zijn nog wel aan het concentreren.
Maar als je nou gewoon even wacht, dan kunnen we met z'n zomaar zo naast elkaar mooi over de finish met Team Rocket.
Ja, dat zie je ook zo lekker in de donker, hè?
Ja, nee,
Nee, daar verliezen we geen meer mee, nee.
Wij verliezen.
Nou, eerlijk is eerlijk, de nummer
dit nummer 32
rijdt
4 seconden achter ons.
Oh, holy shit.
Maar die kunnen we wel even aftikken.
Maar dat risico is het waard.
Ja, doe maar, tik hem mooi af.
Klaas die probeerde de nummer 2 er nog af te beuken, maar...
Oh, het ging goed. Ik zat er flink op mijn huid, hoor.
Ja.
Maar ik remde te vroeg. Hè.
Om op eraf te beuken.
Schiet weer niks aan. Heeft er wat ruis erop gepakt. In de laatste minuut.
Oh nee.
Is dat nummer 30?
Nee, nummer... oh, nog één. 20. De nummer 20 en de nummer 8.
Ja,
Nee,
die
geloof
zijn
ik-
over een stint-time heen.
Oh,
Niet
ja.
voor track limits.
Oh, oké.
Ja, nou ja.
Ik denk niet dat ons dat nog een plekje gaat helpen.
Nee, denk ik ook niet.
Nee, dat sowieso niet, maar dat was wel grappig om te zien.
Disqualificatie is dat toch, als je te lang rijdt? Dat is
Nee,
gevaarlijk.
Ja, heel gevaarlijk.
Ja.
Volgens mij zijn er in de echte race er wel echt zware straffen op als je je stint...
Hij zegt race finished. Dus volgens mij mag ik dat nu van het gas, of niet?
Je bent ook gefinished.
Ja.
Ja.
Nou ja, ik heb eerder,
Jee.
dat heb ik eerder gedacht. En dat moest ik
Lekker,
nog een
jongens.
keer. Lekker jongens, 31ste.
Hoppa.
Hier gaan we
Dit is,
nooit gaan we heel gaan.
voor de vorige race.
Oh,
P3.
mijn raam is stuk.
Lekker,
Shit.
Daan, Yannick en Wesley die is.
Ja, thanks. Volgende keer jullie ook.
Nee joh. Bathurst, hè?
Waar sta je, Klaas? Oh, daar sta je.
Hey.
Was het Complot T, zei je?
Oh, mijn stuur is nou wel echt stuk. Mochten we donuts doen, dan moeten we ook nog terug de pits in.
Ik zou heel even wachten tot iedereen over de finish is. Anders dan krijg je
Nou,
puntenmindering dinges op je licentie.
Welke punten?
Vuurwerk.
Oké, mijn stuur staat best wel een beetje scheef nu. Wee, hij doet echt niks meer.
Oh, pick-up rubber natuurlijk.
Ik ben blij dat we dit niet
Ja,
tijdens de race
Marvel
hadden.
is wel
Jongens, dan was onze hele race om zeep.
Hoeveel fuel heb je nog over, Daan?
4.1. Dat hebben we goed uitgerekend.
Ja.
Ja, want het was best wel clean op 1 ronde. Als we een ronde extra hadden gehad, dan had ik nog...
Hey, is dat
een
Daan?
half liter over.
Extra.
Hey, Daantje. Goed
Hallo.
gedaan, man. Goed gereden.
Thanks. Ja, ik zou zeggen jullie ook, maar...
Ja, we hebben wel goed gereden, alleen we hebben ook heel veel
Hij is laag, hè?
niet goed gedaan.
Nee, alles ging goed. Nou ja, toen crashte de PC meteen.
Tussen alle ellende door ging het best goed.
Voor die thee, fout nou.
Hoe was
Ja.
de setup, jongens? Waren jullie daar tevreden over?
Zullen we gewoon eventjes gewoon het gezellig houden hier? Nee, setup was er duidelijk niet zoveel mis.
Hey, ik haal Daan in. Joi.
Hoi. No way dat je die bootlie aan de kant krijgt.
Hey, jongen, ik haal die bocht niet eens.
Nee, nou gewoon af.
Hey, ik heb ook weer weerstand in mijn stuur. Of zou dat van het grid komen?
Hey.
Nou ja, daar gaat
Wat
onze...
een kut donut was dat, holy shit.
Oh, shit. Daar gaat mijn rating. Kut.
Ja, dat was nog net een net jammere toon dit.
Ik heb zo'n gevoel dat we anders waren we wel gescout. Als we die hadden.
Kijk.
Ja, ik
Hij komt
vestig
met het
mijn
kruis.
hoop wat dat betreft gewoon op de solo kampioenschappen.
Nou, er was wel een scout bij een berichtje dat zag ik, maar die heeft toch gereden.
Ja, toen hij zag dat je in de muur stond, 16 donuts.
Wow. Ja joh, dat beukt hij met mij nog een beetje in de laatste ronde. Volgens mij is hij nou overleden.
Stuur.
Hij doet niet.
Ritueel begraven.
Low fuel pressure. Session has ended. Nou, volgens mij is het dan wel een beetje over nu.
Je kan niet echt goed donuts doen met die Bentley als je track aanstaat.
Nee, ik heb hem uitgezet.
Oh ja, waar.
Oh, ik heb track limits no time gained. Oeps.
Nog een keer. Nog een
We hebben maar
keer.
1 track limit en dat was die van Wesley, hè? Altijd
Ja.
dezelfde.
Ja. Nou, we zijn 20 seconden achter P2, 47 seconden voor P3. Nice. Ja, misschien dat we die splash and dash toch eerder hadden moeten doen. Maar ja, ach. Als er dan een full Corsello komt, dan zit je ook van, ja, kut.
Ik zat 8 seconden achter Ronald, maar ik heb hem nooit gezien. Shit, man.
Wat is met jullie allemaal gebeurd dan?
Heb je even?
Ja, we hebben de hele bingo kaart vol. Alleen de
Nee,
track limits.
ja, alleen de track limits niet.
Nee, die werd nog gewist ook.
Oh, jullie hebben geen drive-thru voor track limits? Kijk.
Nee, wel 2 keer
Oh,
stop
die
and go
worden gewist
30.
natuurlijk.
Nee, maar we hadden maar 1. We hadden sowieso maar 1.
Oh,
We hadden
heb
een...
jij hem opgeslagen, Yannick? Dan ga ik
Wat
quit.
zei je?
Heb jij hem opgeslagen? Dan doe ik
Wat?
quit. Ja, de replay.
Ja, heb ik.
Oh, wacht,
Daan,
dit maakt niet.
in samenvatting hadden we 3 keer een stop and go 30 voor...
2 toch?
Voor
2.
2. Ik en jij. Vanwege Armin.
Arwin en... ja, Arwin, ja, klopt.
Nou ja.
En wat hadden we nog meer? Mijn PC crashte, dus een disconnect.
Ik kwam het broodje tegen.
Ik heb hem in de muur gezet en toen had ik 28 seconden gedaan. Wat hadden we nog meer?
Ja, ik kwam het broodje tegen.
Ja,
inderdaad. En toen stond ik achterstevoren op het meest ongelukkige plekje waar je kon staan.
Ik had echt de beste inlap ooit voor de pit. Voor mijn pitstop.
Ja, die ging heel vlug, hè?
Ja, zeker weten. Daar heb ik ook maar 40 seconden verloren, denk ik.
Ja, alleen die stappen go 30 na de hand, hè? Dat was een beetje jammer.
Nee, joh, die hele ronde daarvoor, joh. Ik zat 4 keer naast de baan omdat ik gewoon niet op zat te letten.
Omdat je teut was, ja. Je was gewoon bezopen.
Ja, nee, dat is wel iets beschonken achter het stuur.
We hebben Arwin beschonken achter het stuur.
Niet zo miepen, jongens.
Ja, ik vond het zeer kwalijk.
Ja. De volgende keer doe ik hem meer. Als ik dan nog beschuldigd word, dan ga ik er volgende keer ook gewoon full retard.
Groot gelijk.
Ja, nee, moesten wij nog naar de...
Ja, kan.
Doen ze dat niet?
Ja, mag volgens mij. Het is vrijwillig. Wil je erheen?
Ik hoef niet.
Ik
maar je niet wel, toch?
Ja, jij mag wel even flexen. Jij was onze nummer 1 rijder, toch? Dus jij moet even de klets nemen.
Oh man.
Dat hoort er ook bij.
Nou, what's our rating, guys? What's our rating? Negative?
No.
It's not even updated, is it?
Ja.
Dat was wat. Nou, morgen Fastlane?
Nee,
is niet morgen, toch?
Ja, in Spa.
Ja, de 3 uur Spa.
En ga je dat doen?
Ja, tuurlijk.
Serieus?
Ja.
Ik sla me even over.
Huh?
In je eentje?
Ja. Jannik gaat er ook eens eentje doen. Tenminste, Jannik staat ingeschreven, dus ik neem aan dat hij hem gewoon rijdt.
Ik wil hem in principe ook wel doen, maar...
ik ga ook niet echt oefenen, denk ik. Ik ga gewoon...
Ja, maar ik moet natuurlijk ook andere mensen hier nog aandacht geven.
Nee joh. Overrated.
Ja, maar ja.
Kan daarna toch?
In the end, I was faster with the Lambo.
Oh.
Nou, hoe laat is dat eigenlijk dan?
Ja, van 7 tot 11 geloof ik of zo. 7 uur begint de quali en het is een 3 uur race.
Dit is nog wel een leuke...
7 tot half 11.
Er staat, driverstint staat ingesteld op maximaal 50 minuten per stint bij Fastlane.
Yep.
Dus dan moet je 4 keer pitten.
Ja, dat is zo dat, omdat er ook teams van 2 zijn. Dus dan als je allebei 2 keer laat rijden, dat eerlijk is. Dat je niet in je eentje
pitstop maken er wel wat leuks van daar bij Fastlane.
Ja, zeker. Het is niet met random, dat hebben ze eruit gegooid.
Ja, nu mocht je het zelf kiezen.
Ja, het was niet verplicht random, zeg maar. Dus je kon er wel voor kiezen om random te doen, maar je mocht ook in je eentje of gewoon zelf team maken.
So guys, I'm gonna quit. It's been a long day. We've experienced it all. Bring it home. Well, I kinda did. So it was terrible. I don't know what was going on. We had a disconnect. We had 2 stop and go 30s. 2 times we hit the sausage. If it wasn't 3 times, I was pushed around. I don't know. Oh my word. So next race, let's try to do normal again for once. Would be nice. So thanks for watching. Please give the thumbs up for, I don't know, for just hanging in there, bringing it home against all odds, I would say. So yeah, and please subscribe to the channel if you want to see more, and don't forget to click the bell icon. So you don't miss out anything. So thanks again for watching, and see you next time. Take care, guys. Bye bye.